Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The remaining thugs surrounded her, and Jessica was like a tiger among sheep. Although Azu's special training was painful, the results were remarkable. She became faster and more agile. She used to rely on brute force to fight randomly, but now she knows how to cause the most damage with the least amount of force. A thug attempted to attack her from behind, stabbing her in the neck with a knife. Jessica didn't even turn her head, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, and slapped him across the face, smack. The thug spun out like a top crashed into the wall, and became embedded in the brickworks. Unable to pry himself out, she moved through the crowd with fluid grace, each movement brimming with a violent beauty. In just 2 minutes, the ground was littered with groaning thugs, finally. Only one thug remained, wielding a large-caliber energy cannons. Trembling as he aimed it at Jessica, "No. Don't come any closer." Jessica stopped and took a few moments to catch her breath. She didn't rush forward. She glanced at Dave and gave him a look. Dave immediately understood and zoomed in, giving Jessica a close-up of her face. Jessica slowly raised her hand and made a gesture that Azu had taught her, a single palm facing down. Press slightly downwards towards the leader. A master's demeanor. "Put down your weapons," she said calmly, "or break a few bones." The rioters immediately dropped their guns and covered their heads. Lying prone on the ground, sump, sump, sump. A series of heavy footsteps suddenly sounded in the distance. A colossal creature emerged from the shadows. O'Neill Black, the Bone Chewers. I am more terrifying in person than in the photos. He was over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging out abnormally like tumors. His skin a dark reddish-brown like lava. Covered with bulging blue veins, his eyes were bloodshot, and drool dripped from the corners of his mouth. He looked like a demon crawling out of hell, hungry. Hungry? The Bone Chewer stared at Jessica and let out a muffled growl. "You're really ugly," Jessica commented. "Your mom must love you a lot, die." The Bone Chewer suddenly charged forward. His speed was completely disproportionate to his size. He was as fast as a runaway tank. Jessica instinctively raised her arms to block. Bang. A loud bangs. Jessica felt like she had been hit by a fully loaded freight train, even with the arm guards providing cushioning. The immense kinetic energy still sent her flying. She crashed through a brick wall, smashed a generator, and finally rolled into a pile of scrap metal, cough cough. Jessica spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, F***K. This monster's strength is really impressive. Her current maximum strength is around 20 tons, while that monster's impact just now had an explosive force of at least 30 tons. The Bone Chewer gave her no chance to catch her breath. He grabbed a forklift weighing several tons and hurled it at Jessica like a toy. "Damn it!" Jessica rolled away awkwardly to avoid it. Boom. The forklift smashed a large crater in the ground. The Bone Chewer roared and leaped forward, its massive, fan-like hands lashing out at Jessica with a tearing sound. Jessica could only passively defend herself with her shield raised. Her pride in her strength was useless against her opponent. A head-on confrontation would only result in injury. Bang bang, she was punched in the shoulder, the sharp pain almost making her cry out. "Where are you running off to, my little turkey?" The Bone Chewer sneered, grabbing her arm shield. Jessica was thrown into the air and slammed heavily into a pillar. She felt as if all her internal organs had shifted. The cameraman in the distance was trembling with fear, but he dared not stop, silently chanting in his mind, "Film it, you have to film it. Film her being beaten, we need that sense of desperation." Jessica struggled to stand up. The Bone Chewer had already reached her. raising his fists high ready to deliver a finishing move. Looks like I still have to drink that green ghoul. Jessica reached for the T-Vex on her waist. No. The voice of that blonde B*** D echoed in her mind. As if she were back on the training field. Your heart is beating too fast, Queen. Calm down. Empty your mind like water. Become water, my friend. Jessica's hand left the potion. She gently exhaled a breath of stale air in that instant. The surrounding noise seemed to disappear. She watched as the giant fist of the bone chewer came crashing down. Soon, but in her eyes, things seemed to have slowed down. Tai Kai, Jessica looked up. Her eyes were no longer filled with panic, but only with tranquility. Clicked. She suddenly crossed her arms in front of her chest. Vibranium armguard form switch. A silver round shield instantly took shape. The bone chewer slammed his fists into the shield. A deafening metallic clang rang out, however. At the moment of contact, Jessica slightly bent her legs, exerted force in her waist and her body. Like a precise bearing, slightly rotated following the force of the bone chewer. Unload the force. The bone chewer's terrifying power was deflected to one side by the smooth curves of the shield and Jessica's spin. He lost his balance. His massive body involuntarily leaned forward. Now. A glint of light flashed in Jessica's eyes. Use their strength against them instead of retreating. She stepped into the middle gate of the bone chewers. The shield snapped back and then, using the rotational force of the waist, it slammed upwards. This strike combined the bone chewer's own momentum with Jessica's explosive power of nearly 20 tons. The edge of the shield struck the bone chewer's chin with pinpoint accuracy. Snap! That was the sound of bones breaking. The bone chewer's enormous head snapped back, sending several teeth flying into the air mixed with black blood. He let out a painful scream and staggered backward. It's not over yet. Jessica was relentless in her pursuit of power. She disarmed the shield combination and turned her hands into palms. Wild horse parts its mane. Her left hand parried the bone chewer's panicked counterattack, while her right hand, wielding a palm blade, slashed fiercely at the bone chewer's Adam's apple with a whistling sound. Giggle, the man chewing the bone covered his throat. Unable to make a sound, single whip. Jessica turned around her left arm like a steel whip and lashed out at the bone chewer's temple. Bang. This attack completely shattered the monster's balance. That mountain of flesh collapsed with a roar. Dust flew everywhere. The final blow. She leaped high into the air, using her waist to propel herself forward, her arms extending like shields, her whole body resembling a fully drawn bow. Using the force of gravity during the fall, combined with the impact of the two shields combined, the edge of the shield slammed into the junction of the monster's neck and shoulder. The sound of bones cracking was exceptionally clear in the empty warehouse. The monster's roar abruptly ceased. His massive body twitched a few times. He was already exhaling more than inhaling. The photographer's hands were trembling with excitement. It's so beautiful. This is definitely headline news. Jessica stood before the fallen monster, slightly out of breath. She looked at her hands, somewhat incredulous. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. That blonde B*******. What he taught actually worked. Mo. The bone chewer suddenly grabbed Jessica's ankle. The monster wasn't dead yet. Its vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. What? Jessica frowned. What are you trying to say? A bellows-like sound came from the monster's throat, and black blood foam gushed out. Before it could finish speaking, its hand fell limply to its side, its pupils dilated, and it went lifeless. Murphy, Jessica frowned. Is that a name or some kind of code name? Perfect. Absolutely perfect, Jessica. Dave's excited voice came from the side. That flying shield bash was absolutely amazing, and that pose so stylish. Quick, face the camera. Say that line. Jessica took a deep breath, suppressing her doubts. She turned around to face the cameraman who had crawled out from behind the bunker. She sighed softly and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her thumb. Hands on her hips, she recited her rehearsed lines. When the world needs heroes, the seven arrive. Having said that, she tossed her cloak aside and strode out of the battlefield. The office of Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. On the huge screen, a breaking news report from Water News was playing. In the footage, Jessica Jones's fluid Tai Kai Cloud hands move was replayed countless times in slow motion. The commentator's excited voice echoed in the office. See that? That's Queen Jones. That's the power of the Super 7, efficient, elegant. Zero casualties in comparison. The efficiency of some of our mysterious organizations is simply outrageous. Smack. Nick Fury turned off the screen with a dark expression. Sir. Maria Hill stood to the side, holding a thick stack of documents. Her expression equally grim. Vought's PR department has already released a press release. They're calling this operation the beginning of a new era of law enforcement. And in Congress, a few more senators have sided with Starr. A new era of law enforcement, Fury turned from the shadows, his single eye gleaming dangerously. I fear it might be an era of lawlessness. Before, these superhuman crimes were under our jurisdiction. We contained them, we assessed them, we controlled them. Now, they've become stepping stones for that blonde B******D's reality show. Maria Hill said, angrily pointing at the screen. That O'Neill Black. Our agents tracked him for 3 months before finally finding him. Planning to make the move tonight, and what happened? Vought's men swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. They not only kidnapped people, they also put on a TV show. This is diminishing our role, Hill. Fury's voice was low. When the government gets used to calling the Super 7 instead of SHIELD, when problems arise, we lose our purpose. However, judging from the results, they did solve the problem. And there were no civilian casualties. Then what do we do? Hill asked. There's nothing we can do. Fury stood up and began to look through the documents Hill had brought. Do you know what scares me the most, Hill? It wasn't Walter who stole our job. Nor was it Homelander's ever-increasing popularity. Instead, it was quiet. It's too quiet. Fury turned around, a cold glint in his single eye. I initiated the highest level of internal review. I examined the cash flow communication records and field assignments, and then what happened? Aside from a few low-level agents who embezzled public funds for gambling, and 2 scoundrels who sold intelligence to commercial companies, we found no signs of organized infiltration. Every single agent is F***G as loyal as Captain America. You know what that means? Hill fell silent. She was a veteran agent herself. She understood what this meant. This means. Hill's voice turned cold, and the entire system is lying. That's right. Fury clenched his fist. Walter's arrogance outside is just a skin condition. It's unsightly but not fatal, but here. Fury pointed to the SHIELD headquarters beneath his feet. This place has cancer. We are fighting an invisible yet ubiquitous enemy, Hill. A storm is brewing, Fury sighed. Hill, suspend all overt censorship. Resume normal operations. What, sir? You're just going to let it go like this? Of course not. Fury narrowed his one eye. Since we can't find mice in the house, let's ask the cats outside to help us find them. Help me contact that person. Hill paused, taken aback. You mean, yes. Fury nodded. That old guy still hitting the punching bag at that rundown gym in Brooklyn. Tell him his vacation is over, and Fury called after Hill. How's the Avengers expansion plan going? Not so good, Hill sighed. Tony Stark has scheduled surgery and is heading to Daxia. Dr. Banner is nowhere to be found. Only Captain America is actively responding, however. Most of the potential superhumans have been lured away by Vought's damn reality show. That's a bonus of $50 million per person, sir. We have many expenses, and the Security Council's budget is currently being cut. They can't afford that amount. Then find those who aren't in it for the money. Fury said coldly. There are always some fools who fight for justice with all their might. Find them before Walter. Vought's New York headquarters. General Manager Zhu's office. A giant holographic projection displayed real-time voting for who's the next superhero. Wu Yanzu sat in the boss's chair with his feet propped up on the table. Holding a bucket of popcorn in his hand, Ashley stood beside him, nervously reporting. Her fingers flew across the screen 10 minutes ago. The number of videos uploaded for the first round of auditions surpassed 800. 000, our servers have been expanded 3 times. We've eliminated most of the invalid applications. There are about 300 truly talented people left. Would you like to review them? No need to look. Wu Yanzu waved his hand, remove all the ugly ones. The ones with disgusting abilities. And those with incorrigible criminal records. Sir, Ashley hesitated for a moment then asked. There's this guy called Frog Prince, whose tongue can extend 5 meters long and secrete corrosive mucus. He's very powerful in combat, swipe it off. Wu Yanzu didn't even lift his eyelids. I want a superhero, not a horror movie protagonist. Who the hell wants to print a slimy guy on a cereal box? The kids will have nightmares, and this one. Ashley switched to the next one. The self-proclaimed indestructible knight. With skin as hard as stone, too ugly pass. We're the Super 7, not Super Gargoyles. There's this too, Ashley switched to another image. Her nickname is Big Bertha, her ability is. She can control her body fat at will, turning into a several-ton fat person to crush her enemies. Oh, Wu Yanzu was silent for 2 seconds. Ashley, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word idol? I want beauty, I want handsomeness, I want coolness. The kind that makes otaku drool and girls scream. He growled, pointing at the screen, even if he's a loser. As long as he looks like Leonardo DiCaprio and is unforgettable at first glance, he'll advance. Of course, looking like a villain is fine too. But he has to be a cute and charming villain, understand? Wu Yanzu never valued ability when selecting people, because none of them were as capable as him anyway. His selection criteria were simple and straightforward: popularity, appearance, ability. Understood, Ashley quickly operated on the tablet. Charm first, look second, ability unimportant. Have the rules for the semifinals been finalized? Wu Yanzu asked. It's settled, all online voting. Real name, registration, 3 votes per person. Ashley flashed a capitalist smile. Also, we've launched the Hero Boost card for $998. You can have a player's image displayed on the Times Square screen for 10 seconds. That's not enough, add a fan support package, such as buying Vought power light boards for $10 each. Increasing exposure by 10 points. Buy Homelander rockets for $1,000 each. Increasing exposure by 1,000 points. And your name will float above the contestant's video. Continue along this line of thinking. You are a genius, sir, Ashley exclaimed sincerely. Oh right, Wu Yanzu suddenly sat up straight. Did that silver-haired kid and that madman in red make it to the semifinals? You mean Pietro K. Simov and Wade Wilson? Ashley nodded. Ian Pietro is very popular. His bad boy persona is a big hit. And he's really fast, the visual effects are amazing. As for Wade, Ashley's expression turned somewhat strained. You should see for yourself. A video window appeared on the screen. A guy wearing a simple balaclava and a cheap red and black hooded sweatshirt is taking a selfie while sitting on the toilet. Hey, I'm Wade Wilson. But I prefer to call myself Dreadlock Man because I'm really awesome. In the video, Wade Wilson is holding a samurai sword and making indescribable gestures towards the camera. Ashley looked embarrassed. Well, he's a bit crazy, but he gets a lot of attention online. People think he's awful, but they like awful things. Wu Yanzu's lips twitched as he looked at the Deadpool acting like a jerk on the screen. Let him advance to the semifinals. As long as the audience enjoys watching, he has value. Yes, sir, Ashley nodded quickly. Go ahead and do it. Remember, what I need is buzz popularity. And traffic that can crash the server. Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away, Ashley, tablet in hand, burst out of the office like she'd been injected with adrenaline. The office door had just closed and ding. A crisp system notification sound exploded in his mind. System notification. A large influx of popularity points has been detected. Ding, you've gained 22,041 popularity points. From Jessica Jones, ding. You've gained 15,500 popularity points. From Jessica Jones, ding. You've gained 18,012 popularity points. From Jessica Jones, ding, what the hell? Wu Yanzu sat up straight immediately. To avoid being driven crazy by the noise, he usually keeps the system notification sounds muted, only alerting him when there's a surge that exceeds the threshold. This number could it be? He grabbed the remote and turned on the giant screen TV on the wall. A breaking news. We are at the scene of an arrest in the Bronx. During tonight's joint law enforcement operation, Queen Jones, a member of the Super 7, demonstrated astonishing combat prowess. The scene then shifts to a dockside warehouse. Jessica Jones, her white battle suit gleaming. She charged into the enemy ranks like a Valkyrie, braving a hail of bullets. Finally, the image freezes on a close-up of her resolute expression. When the world needs heroes, 7 rise to the occasion. This line, combined with the perfect lighting and background music, was absolutely electrifying. This feeling. He looked at his hands, his lips curling into an uncontrollable grin. It's absolutely exhilarating. But before he could even celebrate, another notification sound left him stunned. Ding. Your popularity rating in the entire United States has been broken through. Ding, current popularity level at its peak. Ability enhancements, super strength 2,500 tons. Thermal vision 11,000, super speed Mach 105. Super endurance boost, congratulations host. You have unlocked a new exclusive ability for team leaders, Team Rally. Ability description, as the absolute core of the Super 7. Your power stems from the team's faith and existence. Effect when there are officially certified members of the Super 7 within a 500-meter radius. The team leader's all attributes will receive a 50% boost for each additional member. The boost can reach a maximum of 300%. Currently bound to the Super 7. Number of members in the current range, 1. Current number of overlay layers, 1. Current growth rate 50%, I need to send. Wu Yanzu couldn't help but swear, a 50% increase per capita. Maximum 300% in other words. If you gather 5 people around you, your attributes will be 4 times their current level. Back the Nevin if Odin came. He would dare to go up and give the old man 2 big punches. Then calmly face death. Wu Yanzu burst into wild laughter in his office. Avengers Tower, Mark's workshop. Tony Stark was staring blankly at a holographic projection. The projection displayed the structural diagram of Jessica Jones' shield, which Jarvis had analyzed based on the video footage, sir. Based on spectral analysis and impact feedback, there's a 98% chance the coating on that shield is vibranium. Jarvis was reporting the results to Tony Stark. Vibranium, Tony rubbed his temples. This stuff is rarer than a unicorn horn on the market. The Wakanda guys have it locked tight. My dad used almost the entire world's stockpile on Popsicle's shield. Where did that blonde B*** D get it? Tony zoomed in on the image, looking at the intricate mechanical structure. And this mechanical structure looks familiar. Tony squinted. This folding technology is somewhat similar to the design concept of my previous Mark V, but more streamlined. Star Industries used to be involved in real estate and bioengineering. When did they become so advanced in military machinery? Sir, perhaps they have a research and development team that we are unaware of. No, Tony shook his head. This doesn't look like something developed. This looks like they just got the finished blueprints. Where did he get my blueprints? Jarvis, are there any signs of intrusion in the database? No, sir. Oh, right. I also have a handwritten design sketch of the Mark V. I remember locking it in the vault. Could he possibly see through my alloy steel door? Shit, that guy can see through things. Christmas Eve. Tony suddenly woke up, immediately rubbing his forehead in frustration. We let a wolf into the house. That guy isn't just an actor, he's a F***G thief. Whose next superhero is more than just a reality show. It's a money-printing machine running at full power. Vought's New York headquarters conference room. Wu Yanzu sat in the main seat, toying with a Montblanc pen in his hand, an amiable smile on his face befitting a superior. Opposite him sat representatives of mayors from various cities, including Chicago, Detroit, Miami, and Seattle. These politicians, who usually act arrogantly in the city hall, now resembled a group of primary school students waiting for their homework to be corrected, sitting upright with fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. Gentleman Wu Yanzu's voice wasn't loud, but it was deafening. I think you may have misunderstood something. He pushed a thick stack of contracts back, which spread smoothly across the conference table. Walter doesn't sell mercenaries, what we offer is a brand. It's a sense of security. It's a reason for your citizens to feel safe enough to turn over and go back to sleep when they hear noises in the alley in the middle of the night. The Los Angeles mayor's representative wiped his sweat, his voice trembling slightly. But Mr. Starr, the $200 million annual hero service fee takes up almost 10% of our police budget. Last year in Los Angeles, property damage caused by superhuman crimes alone reached $350 million. Wu Yanzu interrupted him, a cold glint in his eyes. Not to mention the plummeting approval ratings that can't be measured in monetary terms. Mayor, I think your re-election campaign next year will need some strong endorsements. Their role is far more significant than you imagine. He pointed to the large screen behind him. On the screen, the resumes of the heroes signed by Vought are scrolling. Look at these kids, Wu Yanzu said, introducing his children like a kind father. Frostjack, his freezing abilities are extraordinary. If a major fire breaks out in Los Angeles Summit, how much damage can he help you recover? And Iron Lady, although she's not exactly a heartthrob, she can withstand RPGs. The Miami gangs will face their doom. Even though they didn't make it into the Super 7, they're still part of Vought. They'll receive professional training, understand the boundaries of the law, and, most importantly, Wu Yanzu leaned forward, revealing his signature smile. They are obedient if any of you sign up. These heroes could arrive in your cities as early as next month. They'll have the full Walter package, and even their own comics and merchandise. Your cities will have their own guardian spirit. Of course, if you think it's too expensive. Wu Yanzu shrugged and leaned back. You know SHILD. His phone number. You can go find Nick Fury and see if he can send that acrobat with a bow and arrow to take the bullets for you. 5 seconds later, the representative of the mayor of Chicago was the first to pick up a pen. Where do I sign, Mr. Starr? Just 1 week. The speed at which Vought expanded its territory was suffocating Pentagon analysts. The hundreds of superpowered individuals eliminated in the preliminary rounds were not thrown back into society like trash. Instead, they were transformed into city heroes by Walter's contract. Ashley divided the massive holographic map of the entire United States into countless small pieces. St. Louis City Hall just sent a contract. They're willing to pay $180 million annually to hire 3 city heroes to assist police in combating gang crime in the South District. The Detroit Police Department has also relented. Although they don't have the monies, General Motors is willing to sponsor them, as long as the hero's cape has the Chevrolet logo on it. Philadelphia, Boston, Miami, my God. The mayors of these cities are all lining up to give us money. Ozu sat in a huge leather executive chair, his feet comfortably propped up on the conference table, a blue Vought superpower drink swirling in his hand, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Did you see that, Ashley? He pointed to the screen. This is called resource reuse. While selecting the top 100 elites to advance to the next round of the reality show, those superhumans who were eliminated, those with mediocre abilities, unattractive appearances, or simply bad luck were not kicked out by Vought. Instead, Ozu offered them an irresistible Class B contract. You can't make it into the 7, no problem. You can go to Cleveland and become the guardian of the city. You could go to Seattle and be a rain patrolman. Cities across the country are vying to buy it, after all. Who wouldn't want a breathing superhero business card? Even a second-rate one is better than a fat cop who only knows how to eat donuts. The truly top-tier monsters were left in New York to continue fighting for the next game. The list of the top 100 has been released. In the Advanced Training Center built by Walter Reed specifically for reality TV in upstate New York, a silver blur vanished instantly on the track, the resulting gust of wind overturning the scoreboard next to it. Whoosh! Peter Ramaksimov stood at the finish line. Silver-haired, wearing a flashy silver tight-fitting tracksuit, 0.2 seconds. He looked at the timer, grimacing in annoyance. How can it be so slow? Is this machine broken? Not bad. Wu Yanzu stood by the observation window on the second floor, a glass of bourbon in his hand. This kid's arrogant, but he has the right to be. A speed-type ability user, a natural-born center. Ashley reported from the side, especially the young women. They're totally smitten with this bad boy. Where's that red pervert? Wu Yanzu asked. Ashley's expression instantly turned as if she had swallowed a fly. Wade Wilson. She clicked on another surveillance video. In the video, Wade is wearing a tan bodysuit that he sewed himself, with several blades between his fingertips, frantically poking countless holes in the training robot while muttering incessantly, "I'm not your father, I'm just your weapons." Wolverine has. Although it's quite abstract, Ashley had to admit, his engagement rate on social media is #1. As long as he doesn't poop on stage, I can tolerate it. She's outside that Skye. Ashley suddenly lowered her voice. She looks not in a good mood. She's been waiting outside your office for 2 hours. A glint of light flashed in Wu Yanzu's eyes. Let her in. 5 minutes later, Skye walked into President Zhu's office. She wore a hoodie and carried her ever-present worn-out backpack, still looking like a homeless hacker living in a van. Completely out of place here. But her eyes revealed deep weariness and anxiety. What's wrong, our genius hacker? Wu Yanzu stood up, adopting the demeanor of a caring older brother, and walked to the bar. Would you like a drink? I have some excellent bourbon. No. Skye threw her backpack on the sofa, her voice hoarse. I've hit a wall. Oh, as you holding his wine glass, leaned against the edge of the table. In this world, is there any wall that can stop the rising tide? Skye bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. I found it. I found a clue about my parents. A file from 1989, code 084, but more information is in IELD's core database, physically isolated. I can't get in. Skye raised her head, her large eyes glistening with tears, and looked directly at Wu Yanzu. Anthony, you said you were after the truth. You said you would help me. I want to know who I am. I want to know if my parents, if they really abandoned me. Wu Yanzu looked at her quietly. Of course he knew who she was. Daisy Johnson. Quake inhuman, to be honest. The Kree have really gone to great lengths for the Earth. Obelisk, Terrigen Crystal, Kree Temple. They created all sorts of superpowered beings, including Captain Marvel's. Wu Yanzu was also extremely interested in this Terrigen Crystal. If Vought could control the Inhumans, then his territory would not be limited to Earth. You want to go in? Wu Yanzu walked up to her, bent down slightly and met her gaze. I dream about it. Then don't knock on the door from the outside. Wu Yanzu pointed out the window in the direction of the SHILD triangular wing building. If you want to break into the vaults, the best way isn't to bring explosives but to have the bank manager open the door for you personally. Skye was stunned. What do you mean, Trojan horse? Skye. Wu Yanzu's smile became meaningful. What does SHILD like most right now? Your revelations have thrown them into a frenzy. And the Hydra mole has made them paranoid. They need talent, especially a technically skilled clean-cut genius. You mean? Skye's eyes widened. That I walk right into a trap. This is called strategic infiltration. Wu Yanzu straightened up and poured himself a glass of milk. Nick Fury is a suspicious old fox. But he's also a crazy person who appreciates talent. If you were caught as the Tide hacker SHIELD, would most likely recruit you, although they'd be wary of you. But more importantly, he'd feel they could control you. Once you're inside that system, with its internal interface, Wu Yanzu pointed at Skye's head. What firewall in this world can stop you? Skye's heart began to pound. This is a crazy plan. But that's SHIELD. Agents, assassins, and a super prison. What if? What if they don't play by the rules? The Skye's voice trembled slightly. What if they think I'm too dangerous and decide to execute me? Or lock me up in SHIELD's secret prison, after all. I've been digging into their underwear every day lately. Fear this is normal. Wu Yanzu looked at the girl in front of him, whose voice was trembling slightly. Right now, she's not the catapulting woman who can shatter everything. She's just a wandering hacker yearning for the truth, Skye. Wu Yanzu suddenly reached out and grasped her cold hand. That warm, powerful touch gradually calmed Skye's trembling body. Look at me. Skye looked up and met those deep blue eyes. As blue as the sea. Do you know who I am? You are a Homelander, that's right. Wu Yanzu's lips curled into an arrogant and confident smile. I am a citizen of the motherland. I am the most powerful being on this planet, SHIELD. Has helicopters and Quinjet fighters, but in my eyes. He chuckled lightly, his expression full of disdain. They are nothing. He gripped Skye's hand tightly, his voice low. If they dare to lay a finger on you, if they dare to lock you in any of those cages, I will tear their helicarrier apart, crush their tri-wing towers. I will find you and bring you home. On this earth, no one, no place, no wall can stop me. Did you understand, Buzz? Skye felt her mind go completely blank. These words, though domineering and arrogant, were also so reassuring. In this world filled with lies and conspiracies, there is a God among men who has made a promise of absolute protection to himself. Skye looked at Azure's nose tingling slightly, and the fear in her eyes slowly subsided. I understand. Skye took a deep breath. A bright smile spreading across her face, a genuine smile she hadn't had in a long time. Then you'd better keep your word, boss. I never break my promise. Wu Yanzu released his grip, took something out of his desk drawer, and gently placed it on Skye's slender wrist. It was a very ordinary-looking mechanical watch. What's this? Skye touched the watch face. The insurance I got for you. Wu Yanzu pointed to a small protrusion on the crown. This is a special item just delivered by Vought Labs. Prepared for the 7, it's not connected to the internet. Has no electronic signal and SHIELD. Scanners will only treat it as an ordinary mechanical watch. However, if you turn this knob, Wu Yanzu pointed to his ear. It emits a special type of ultra-high frequency sound wave. Humans can't hear it, dogs can't hear it, and SHIELD. Instruments can't detect it, only I can hear it. He leaned down and whispered in Skye's ear. No matter where you are, as long as you call me, I will come and take you home. Skye stroked the watch. The cold metal was now warm to the touch. Okay. Skye looked up, her eyes bright. Go. She's smart, she knows this isn't charity without a reason. The Homelanders are helping her. Surely with ulterior motives, but that's not important. The important thing is she has someone backing her up. Ding gained 10. 0 special popularity points from Mary Sue Potter. A system notification sounded in Azu's mind. Very good. Mary Sue watching Skye's departing figure. Wu Yanzu revealed a meaningful smile 3 days later. In Los Angeles at a retro-style cafe near Union Station. The sun was shining brightly, but the atmosphere in the cafe was somewhat eerie. Skye, dressed in a plain sweatshirt and wearing a baseball cap, sat in the corner, her fingers flying across her laptop. Inside the black SUV outside the cafe, Phil Coulson was holding binoculars. A half-smile on his face. Sir, target confirmed. Ward's voice came through the headset. Coulson lowered his binoculars. May, prepare to move. Don't hurt her, receive. May pushed open the car door with a cold expression. Inside the coffee shop, Skye stared at the deliberately left-in program vulnerability on the screen, silently counting 3 to 1. "May I buy you a drink, miss?" Ward's voice rang out above her head. Skye looked up. Feigning panic, closed her laptop and was about to run away. But the back door was blocked by an Asian woman wearing a leather jacket with a cold expression. The middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline and a professional smile walked in through the front door. "Phil Coulson, Skye, right?" Coulson flashed the black badge. "Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Agency. Or you can call us SHIELD. We'd like to talk to you." Skye leaned against the wall. Her eyes filled with fear and wariness. Her right hand unconsciously touching the cold mechanical watch on her wrist. "SHIELD," Skye sneered. "That organization that wants to turn the whole world into a prison. Are you here to arrest me or to silence me, perhaps?" Melinda Maith, woman known as Iron Rider, appeared behind Skye at some point and spoke coldly. Skye slowly raised her hands, making a gesture of surrender. Fine, the renowned SHIELD. Actually deploying such a large force to arrest a weak woman. Skye mocked. "Should I feel honored? You're not some weak woman." Coulson walked up to her, his kind smile fading. "You hacked into our database, you exposed our agents. And you made us lose face in front of the whole world. Logically, I should lock you in the refrigerator." Skye's heart skipped a beat, and she resisted the urge to touch her watch, but Coulson changed the subject. "I think you have talent. We have a new proposal. I've assembled a small team to handle some special cases. We need someone who understands computers. Someone whose way of thinking is different from ours." Coulson extended his hand to Skye. "How about it? Want to see the real world?" Skye looked at the hand. "All of this is in Azu's script. It's exactly the same down to the last detail." She feigned hesitation and struggle, finally letting out a reluctant sigh. "If I say no, will you let me go? What do you think?" Ward added coldly from the side. "All right." Skye rolled her eyes and took Coulson's hand. "But I have one condition." "Explain." "I'm taking my van," Skye said, pointing to the alleyway. Coulson smiled. "No problem, our plane is very big. At an altitude of 30,000 feet. A modified Boeing C-17 transport aircraft dubbed Air is currently cruising in the stratosphere." Skye was led into a lounge. The door was locked. She sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. The first step was to successfully infiltrate SHIELD. The next, he needs to play the role of a recruited hacker, well in front of the shrewd people at SHIELD. The door opened. Ward walked in, carrying 2 bottles of water. "Want some water?" He placed the water on the table, trying to break the ice with his tough guy charm. "I don't drink water given to me by people I don't know." Skye looked at him warily. Ward shrugged indifferently, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. "Listen, Skye. No matter who you worked for before or what your purpose was." Ward sat opposite her, leaning forward, his brow furrowed, exuding an air of menace. "Now you're on my ship. If you dare to try anything funny, what would you do?" Skye glared back defiantly. "Kill me with your eyebrows." Ward was momentarily speechless. "I just wanted to remind you," Ward said coldly. "SHIELD doesn't keep idle people. If you're not valuable, Coulson can't protect you either." "Value?" Skye smiled. She took a USB drive out of her pocket and threw it on the table. "Here you find intelligence about 3 secret outposts of Project Centipede that have recently been operating in Los Angeles. This is a gift I'm giving you as a token of our meeting." Ward froze, his eyebrows twitching involuntarily. He picked up the USB drive and glanced at Skye with a complicated expression. "Project Centipede is one of SHIELD's most troublesome cases recently. A super serum capable of causing human bodies to explode is spreading through the streets." "How did you get it?" Ward asked. "I have my own channels," Skye smiled mysteriously. "After all, I have friends too. This was of course given to me by Azu. Vought's intelligence network has infiltrated the underworld. That so-called centipede warrior is nothing more than a degraded version of the extremis virus created by Hydra. Azu gave this information to Skye so that she could quickly establish herself in HIELD. Very good. Ward put away the USB drive and stood up, it seems. You're more useful than I thought. He walked to the door and stopped. Welcome to SHILD. Skye, the door closed. Skye breathed a sigh of relief and gently stroked the watch on her wrist. I did it, Fatherlander. The Manhattan skyline outside the window was dazzling like twinkling stars. But Azu wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. His attention was completely focused on the system panel. Current special popularity value, 69,500. Azu stared at the number, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest of his seat. That's almost 70,000. He muttered to himself, his brows furrowed slightly. Based on my past life as a Kryptonian, I should have saved up 300,000 by now. And do a 10 pull to try and get an SSR. The problem is he's a gambler. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. A single pull brings miracles, a 10 pull ruins your life. He stared at the superhero blind box option on the panel. The thing was gleaming enticingly as if saying, come on. Have some fun, you have plenty of time, system. Azu communicated mentally, we need to discuss something. Your lottery interface is too plain. There aren't even any special effects. It's making me feel unfulfilled. The system did not respond. Azu pouted, could you add a sound effect next time? Like when I get something good, could you yell something like, wow, golden's legendary. Can't you add a little ceremony? The system remained silent as if it had crashed. Fine, you're so high and mighty, you think you're so great. Azu rolled his eyes and stopped talking nonsense. Come on, all in, give me 2 shots. Consuming 60,000 special popularity points. Superhero blind box draw in progress. In the space of consciousness, the 2 familiar blind box orbs of light reappeared, spun. And then exploded. The first blind box exploded. A flash of silver blue light appeared, ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special building facility, Cyberdyne T850 Terminator fully automated production line. Item description. This is a complete industrial production line that can continuously produce T850 infiltrator robots for you, provided that sufficient metal raw materials and energy supply are provided. Performance description. The T850 Terminator features a superalloy endoskeleton, resistant to plasma weapon attacks, powered by a dual hydrogen battery, with a service life of 120 years. Its outer skin is made of active human tissue, giving it extremely strong combat and infiltration capabilities. Current production capacity, 10 units day, limited by the grade of raw materials. If higher grade materials are used, the production capacity will decrease, but the individual combat power index will increase. Attached technologies, Skynet basic fire control algorithm, self-awareness stripped, absolutely loyal, and realistic skin cultivation technology. Note, this facility needs to be deployed in a physical space, covering an area of approximately 5,000 square meters. Once deployed, it cannot be retrieved or moved. Azu's eyes lit up. T-850 Arnold Schwarz is eating a cigar. Although in the Marvel universe, where gods and monsters fly everywhere, the T-850's individual combat power might only be enough for Hulk to dismantle and play with, or for Thor to use as a lightning rod. But its core value lies in mass production loyalty. Tireless work, no salary, and working 24/7 for 120 years. Moreover, it can be upgraded using vibranium or other high-strength metals. This is a good deal. Azu was already planning where to put this thing. Then their gaze turned to the second orb of light, ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, Paramecia-type devil fruit. Item description, a specialty from the Grand Line. Consuming it grants a superpower that breaks the rules. Side effect, those who consume it will be rejected by the sea and become unable to swim for life. Seastone has a very strong restraining effect on this. Note, the current world seawater also contains a small amount of special keratin particles that counteract devil fruit abilities. The light faded. Azu now held a strange-looking fruit in his hand. It resembles both a cantaloupe and a pineapple. But its skin is covered with strange spiral patterns, and its entire body has an unsettling purple hue. Devil fruit. Azu toyed with the fruit that he had no appetite for. His brow furrowed slightly, although he can fly. The probability of him falling into the sea is low. But in the Marvel universe with Namor and Atlantis, turning himself into a landlubber is clearly not a wise move. And this stuff supposedly smells like poop. He continued to ask the system which specific paramecia-type devil fruit it was. Upon hearing the system's reply, Azu threw it into the safe without hesitation and ignored it. Ashley, he pressed the call button on the table. Less than 10 seconds later, Ashley yawned and rushed in. Her high heels clicking on the floor. Sir, are you heading back? I'll arrange a car for you. Don't rush off work, Ashley. Azu stood up and walked to the French windows. I need you to do something. Find a secluded place in upstate New York. Whether it's an abandoned bomb shelter or an old mine. I need to build an underground project there. How big? Over 10,000 square meters. It must have an independent nuclear power supply system and the highest level of security measures. No one except me can enter the core area. Ashley paused for a moment, but wisely refrained from asking further questions. Okay, sir, what's the project code? Azu looked out the window at the night scene. A flash of red light passing through his eyes. Code name. Skynet. After explaining the Skynet operation, Azu sat back down on the sofa. Just then Ashley, who had just left the office, came back with a tablet in her hand. Sir, you'd better take a look at this, as per your request. Our commercial satellites have finally detected the anomaly in London. In the Hillingdon district. Azu took the tablet Ashley handed him. The image shows an abandoned factory area in London. But the scene is very strange. A freight truck weighing several tons was floating in midair like a balloon. Several children were playing there, throwing cement bricks into an invisible hole, then watching the bricks disappear and fall out again from another place hundreds of meters away. Space overlaps, gravity anomalies. Azu's pupils contracted slightly. This is an alignment of 9 stars. A celestial convergence that occurs only once every 5,000 years, linking 9 great nations into a single line, and the ether particles sealed in the abyss, also known as the Reality Stone. That's the most bizarre infinity stone in the Marvel universe. It turns lies into truth and matter into dark matter. Good stuff. Thor 2's plot has begun, hee. Azu chuckled softly. Although he is currently very powerful, he is still somewhat inadequate in the face of a true cosmic-level powerhouse. Even if it's just to prevent Thanos from snapping his fingers. We have to get our hands on this gem. In the original storyline, Thor's girlfriend Jane Foster accidentally enters that folded space, gets possessed by the ether, and then triggers a series of mishaps, ultimately awakening the dark elf Spicy Chicken, who looks like a corrupted version of the Teletubbies. But he was also well aware that the ether particle was a bit strange. Like a parasite, it lives inside a host and drains its life force. I really don't know how Jane Foster, that mortal, managed to survive. It must be the blessing of a true protagonist. No wonder she's the future female Thor. Although he is physically fit, it is still unknown whether he can withstand the erosion of the Infinity Stones. And he cannot risk his life. We need to find a container. Azu picked up the office phone and dialed the number. Beep beep. Hello, what's up? It's the middle of the night. Jessica Jones's slurred voice came from the other end of the phone, clearly still nasal from alcohol. If it's to film some bullshit commercial, I'll climb up the phone line and beat you to death. Good evening, Queen. Azu's voice was magnetic. Still drinking. That's not in line with a superhero's health regimen. I'm off work. UB **** D. It's 1 a.m. Azu laughed. Stop drinking, get ready. What are you going to do? Come with me to London first thing tomorrow morning. No way. What's the point of going there? What's there besides awful fish and chips and endless rain? Jessica was clearly uninterested. A vacation. Azu lied without batting an eye. You've been under a lot of pressure lately. Ashley said you almost broke the makeup artist's wrist. We need to relax, by the way. There's a local charity game. And they specifically requested Queen Jones to attend. The appearance fee of $2 million. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone. US dollars GBP, what time do we depart? Tomorrow morning at 8. Dress warmly, it's cold in London, the next morning. They did not travel by private jets. Azu carried Jessica directly from New York and took off across the Atlantic. At 30,000 feet in the air. Jessica clung tightly to Azu's neck. Hanging on him like a koala, slow down, you lunatic. The wind's going to blow my face off. Open your eyes, Jessica. Azu's voice remained clear despite the howling wind. Look at this world, how beautiful it is. Jessica managed to open one eye. Below us stretched an endless sea of clouds. Golden sunlight spilling across them like a burning golden plain. This is truly beautiful. If you ignore the fear of falling and being smashed to pieces at any moment. I think flying first class is pretty great. Jessica yelled, you can't get this view in first class. Azu suddenly swooped down and pierced through the clouds. Foggy London soon appeared beneath their feet. Abandoned factory on Bryce Road, Hillingdon Borough. London's weather was damp, cold and gloomy. With a lingering musty smell, I hate this place. Jessica Jones tightened her trench coat. It smells like a giant ashtray of stale beer. That's right, that's authentic British style. This place doesn't look like a charity gala, Jessica said. Looking around warily, it looks more like a hideout for a psychopathic killer, so. Because I drank at work. They tricked me into coming here to murder me. Don't be so pessimistic. Azu pointed ahead, look there. A cement mixer truck ahead was inexplicably floating in the air. Slowly flipping over, wow, what is this magic? Jessica's eyes widened, is this also your kung fu? Jessica asked, pointing at the car. No, this is a gravity anomaly, Azu shook his head. A weak point in space, we've found the right place, and he pointed to a building not far away. There are some interesting friends there. Several local children were playing a shuttle game. They threw a glass beverage bottle into the stairwell. But instead of falling, the bottle disappeared into midair, only to fall back down a few seconds later. Repeating the cycle, meanwhile Thor's girlfriend, the future female Thor Jane Foster, is throwing an empty soda can into the stairwell. But the can disappears and doesn't come back. Just as she was wondering, an elegant cough interrupted her scientific exploration. Jane and her two interns, Darcy and Ian, turned around at the same time. Then their jaws dropped, my God. Darcy covered her mouth and nose with both hands. Her face filled with disbelief. She pinched Jane's arm hard. Jane, look, who's that? Jane Winston Payne, you're a Homelander. And Queen Jones. Jane's male intern Ian stared wide-eyed. Azu walked over slowly with a friendly, official smile on his face. Jessica Jones followed behind him with an indifferent expression. Like a dutiful bodyguard, Mr. Homelander. Darcy had already entered fangirl mode and rushed over. But Jessica stopped her. Keep your distance, miss, Jessica said coldly. It's all right, your majesty. Azu waved her hand, winked at Darcy, you are Miss Darcy Lewis. And this one the renowned astrophysicist, Dr. Jane Foster, you know me. Darcy was so excited he almost fainted. Homelander knows me, I'm going to tweet about it, my God. I've heard Saul mention you before. And I'm very happy to meet you, Jane Foster. Having seen countless alien princes like Thor. Possessed considerable composure. But even she seemed quite surprised to see Earth's most popular superhero. Mr. Starr, what are you doing here? Jane asked, puzzled. This isn't, well, America. Walter's operations are global, Dr. Azu gestured around. Our satellites detected an anomaly here. And I felt it necessary to investigate. He walked up to Jane. Looked at the erratic instrument in her hand and asked, Doctor, what did you find? This is very unusual. Jane looked at the readings in her hand, her brow furrowed. The readings are getting stronger. I have to go check it out. Excuse me, mister. Star, I must excuse myself. A scientist's instincts overwhelmed his curiosity about superheroes. Just as Jane was about to take a step, Azu suddenly reached out and stopped her. It looks dangerous there. His voice turned serious and concerned. This unknown energy field. Nobody knows what might happen. Then he turned to look at Jessica. Jessica, what are you doing? Jessica was throwing all sorts of trash into the manhole, then watching with interest as it fell from the sky. Doctor Foster is just an ordinary person. Since we've met, it must be fate. You go in with her and protect her, huh? Jessica pointed to herself. Do I look like a bodyguard? You're a hero, Azu said in a low voice. But this place is strange. If there are alien monsters inside, you know what to do. Jessica rolled her eyes, but still walked over to Jane's side. Let's go, doctor. Jessica shrugged. Since the boss has spoken, I've got your back. Jane looked at Azu gratefully. Thank you, Homelander. Go ahead, Azu said with a smile, but his eyes held a deep, unfathomable look. Be careful. Jane carried the equipment, with Jessica following behind her, and the two figures gradually disappeared into the building. Darcy leaned closer, gazing at Azu with a lovesick expression. Mr. Homelander, can I take a picture with you, Thor? Could you sign my autograph on this jacket? Azu looked down at the voluptuous young fangirl and gave her a professional smile. Of course, sweetheart. Just as Jane and Jessica walked into a dimly lit corridor, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted. Jane only had time to let out a short scream before she was completely sucked into that invisible vortex. Jessica reacted incredibly quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, she instinctively rushed forward and grabbed Jane's arm. Got it, don't let go. Jessica yelled, her feet firmly planted on the ground. But that force was too great. It was the collapse of space itself. F***K. Jessica felt everything go black before her eyes, her feet dangling in the air, and she and Jane Foster were instantly sucked into that all-consuming maw. This is a desolate world. There was only endless darkness and huge rocks suspended in the air. The place where the Asgardian ancestor ball sealed away the dark elves. What kind of place is this? Jessica fell to the ground, rubbing her bottom as she got up. This doesn't seem to be Earth. Jane Foster stared in shock at the floating rocks around her. Obviously not. Jessica rolled up her sleeves, revealing silver-white armor, ready for battle at any moment. As they were observing and exploring, the unidentified fluid slumbering within the giant stone pillar, emitting an eerie red glow, seemed to sense the presence of the living. It suddenly boiled and burst outwards. Careful. Jessica's superhero instincts propelled her to Jane's side, instantly creating a defensive barrier to protect the mortal scientist with her body. Buzz, however, the red fluid ignored the shield's obstruction and seeped directly into her body. Ugh, Jessica screamed. She felt as if 1,000 fire ants were crawling into her veins, or as if molten lava was being poured into her heart. Jessica. Jane was terrified. She tried to pull Jessica away. Don't touch me, Jessica screamed in agony. But it was too late. The moment Jane's fingers touched Jessica's skin, the red fluid seemed to find a new outlet. It spread from Jessica's body to Jane in an instant. No. Two screams overlapped. The ether particles greedily enveloped the two women. 5 hours later, in the warehouse of an abandoned factory, Azu sat on a cement block holding a bag of potato chips, patiently waiting. Darcy was already pacing anxiously nearby and had called the police. But when the police arrived, they only put up a cordon outside. Meanwhile, Ian, the intern, was outside explaining the situation to the police. Mr. Star, why aren't you worried at all? Darcy demanded, his voice trembling with tears. They've been missing for 5 hours. There's no use in rushing. Azu calmly ate a potato chip. Trust me, they'll be back. Try this. Lecter's new flavor, classic beer. The words had barely left his mouth. Then there was a loud thump. The air vibrates. Two figures crashed heavily to the ground, Jane, Jessica. Darcy rushed over, Azu also stood up. Brushed the crumbs off his hands and walked over. Jane Foster was unconscious, her face as pale as paper. And Jessica Jones, she knelt on the ground. Panting heavily, her eyes unfocused. As if she had just experienced a nightmare, cough cough. What the hell is this place? Jessica cursed, her voice hoarse. Are you all right? Azu walked over but instead of helping you up immediately. He activated the X-ray vision at that moment. A scene that filled him with ecstasy appeared in his field of vision. Inside Jane Foster's body, the blood flowing in her veins was no longer red blood, but a fluid of dark red energy. And inside Jessica Jones' body, the same fluid was racing through her veins and bones. It was a success in the original storyline. Jane absorbed all the ether particles alone, but now, due to Jessica's intervention and her superhuman physique, the ether particles have actually been diverted. Jessica. Azu immediately put on an anxious expression and reached out to help Jessica. Watch out, don't touch me. Jessica abruptly pulled her hand back, zzz. A red energy wave bounced off her body, causing Azu's hand to go slightly numb. This thing is inside my body. Jessica looked at her hand in horror. It's moving. Jane slowly woke up at this moment. I feel so strange. Jane weakly tried to stand up. Just then, something strange happened. When Jane tried to walk to the left, Jessica's body inexplicably slid a meter to the left. As Jessica tried to back away, Jane was also pulled backward by an invisible force. What the hell? Jessica exclaimed. The two were as if bound by invisible chains. Once the distance between them exceeded 1 meter, an invisible force would pull them back like chains. It seems you've become conjoined twins. Azu narrowed his eyes, pondering how to handle this situation. Damn it. What's going on? Jessica tried to break free. But the sudden, soul-tearing pain made her kneel down instantly. Boom. Booms boomed. Just then the sky outside was suddenly torn apart. A torrential downpour began in an instant. But the sound of the rain could not drown out the thunder that shook the heavens and the earth. A blinding bolt of lightning struck precisely the open space of the abandoned factory. The ground trembled and the rain and mist dissipated. A tall figure, draped in a red cloak and wielding Thor's hammer, strode out from the lightning. Saul Odinson descend Jane. Thor's golden hair was soaked through in the rain, but this did not diminish his divine power in the slightest. He rushed anxiously into the warehouse and immediately saw Jane Foster lying on the ground. Jane, how are you? Thor rushed over, wanting to pick Jane up. Smack. A crisp slap echoed through the empty warehouse. Everyone was stunned. Jane Foster, that frail female scientist, used all her strength to slap Thor hard across the face. What's going on? Thor covered his face, completely bewildered, like a golden retriever who had just been given a big pat on the back by its master. Azu whistled from the side. Wow, that sounds painful. Where did you go? Jane sat up angrily. You promised you'd come back, and what happened? 2 years, a whole 2 years. Ugh. The Rainbow Bridge is broken, Thor explained, covering his face. The 9 realms are in wars, and I have to go quell the rebellion. That makes sense. Jane pointed at him. But I saw you on TV in New York. You were eating barbecue with this bunch of people in tights. And you didn't come to see me. She pointed to Azu beside her. Thor glanced at Azu, his expression somewhat awkward. Well, the situation was complicated, Jane, and the barbecue was awful. I didn't eat much, PFFT. An untimely laugh came from the side. Thor turned his head sharply, his gaze locking onto the man in front of him, Homelander. Saul frowned. Here too. Long time no see, Hammer God. Azu crossed his arms, a look of amusement on his face. Is this how Asgard handles things? They get the woman and then disappear. Tusk. It seems that whether earthling or alien god, the essence of a scumbag is the same. Watch your words, mortal. Thor's voice turned cold. This is a matter for Asgard. So you're getting angry already, Your Highness Thor. Azu pointed to the faint red energy thread between Jessica and Jane Foster. Haven't you noticed something's off about their current state? Well, it was then that Saul noticed Jessica and the strange connection between the two of them. He frowned, reached out and gently touched Jane's shoulder. This energy, Thor's expression changed instantly. This isn't from Earth. It's an ancient power from an unknown world. Thor's expression was grave. It's protecting itself and it's also devouring them. He looked at Jane, then at Jessica. Earth's technology can't save them. Thor made his decision, I must take them to Asgard. Asgard, Jane paused, then said, You mean? You're taking me home to meet your parents. It's to save your life, Saul said seriously. He stepped forward, ready to take their hands. I'm taking them with me, wait. A hand suddenly cut in front of Thor, blocking his path. Azu stood there, high smile gone. His azure eyes revealing a chill, take Jane Foster away. No problem, she's your girlfriend. Azu pointed at Jessica, but she Queen Jones is. One of my people, you can't take her with you, Star. Jessica exclaimed, somewhat moved. He said he can solve our problems. He says he can, so he can't, Azu glanced back at her. His gaze so tender it startled Jessica. Jessica. Do you believe an alien who abandoned his girlfriend on Earth for 2 years? Or do you believe me? Jessica was speechless. She must go, Thor stepped forward. Lightning crackling faintly on Mjolnir. This power is extremely dangerous if left unchecked. They could all die. Only Asgardian technology can handle it. I don't believe it, Azu refused to budge an inch. You say Earth's technology is inadequate. You're underestimating Earth's. And you're underestimating me too. I have the world's best biological laboratory. I have a top-notch team, we can solve it, and Azu sneered. You're going to take her to another planet. What if something happens? What if you can't cure her and just throw her away like trash? I won't let Jessica out of my sight, not even for a second. Jessica looked at that tall figure. And a warm feeling welled up inside her again, that jerk. He's actually quite reliable when it matters. But what Azu was thinking at that moment was, are you kidding me? Take it to Asgard. Would the reality stone still be mine? How am I supposed to steal it from Odin, that old B**********? Once it's in his territory, humans must be kept on Earth. Well, Mr. Star, why don't you come along too? Jane Foster suggested, no, Asgard. The realm of the gods cannot be trodden upon by mortals. Thor refused outright. Azu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Get out of the way, Homelanders. Thor's patience was wearing thin. You have no idea what you're dealing with. This isn't just about their lives. It could even be about the safety of the 9 realms. I said no. Azu's feet slowly lifted off the ground. Hovering in midair, his eyes began to redden. A sign that his heat vision was about to be unleashed. This is Earth, Thor, this is my territory. Here I'm in charge, even if you're a god. You still have to follow the rules. A chilling, murderous intent flashed across Azu's face. Boom, 2 powerful auras collided in the air. On one side is the thunder god of Asgard. And on the other is the earthly god Homelander. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. And even the dust on the ground seemed to tremble. In turn, Darcy silently retreated 50 meters away. Jane and Jessica were caught in the middle, feeling like 2 cookies about to be crushed. Tony's right, Jessica said with a wry smile, these two. It's like Mars colliding with Earth. Thor gripped his hammer tightly. Lightning flashing in his eyes, I don't want to hurt you. Mortal, but for Jane, I'd do anything, mortal. Azu smiled, then let's give it a try, son of Odin. Let's see if your hammer is harder or my fist. A major battle is imminent. Suddenly, the world seemed to be paused in Azu's mind. A sudden, fine electric current rippled through the back of my neck. And the fine hairs on my arm stood on end, spider sense. Buzz without thought or judgment. Pure instinct drove Azu's body to instantly execute a smooth sideways movement. Few almost touching his chest. A jet-black warhammer carrying destructive lightning swept past. Boom! Mjolnir Thor's hammer smashed through the three-story factory behind Azu before disappearing from sight. Azu hovered in midair, his gaze instantly turning calm. Damn, I was careless, he cursed inwardly. In his previous life, he had seen the movie and thought that Thor's hammer's flight speed was just so-so. At most a supersonic cruise missile in reality. Thor's hammer is an artifact enchanted by Odin. It is a combination of magic and physics, with the blessing of lightning power. Its initial burst velocity was ridiculously fast. His super speed is indeed Mach 105. But that's the maximum speed for sustained cruising, not the initial speed from a standstill. If it weren't for that freebie Peter's jolt, that hammer blow would have hit him squarely. Even if it didn't break his steel body, it would definitely have left him in a sorry state, and might even have ruined his hairstyle. Getting hit by a hammer is a small matter, but losing face in front of two women is something Azu absolutely cannot tolerate. Good reaction, mortal. It seems you're more than just a flying megalomaniac. Thor stretched out his hand, and a roar came from the distant ruins. Mjolnir flew back and slammed heavily into his palm. I retract my previous statement, Thor flicked his wrist, his eyes sharpening with the battle intent honed from 1,000 years of conquest across the 9 realms. You are more powerful than I imagined, mortals Thor. You've made a mistake, Azu sneered, then twisted his neck. Making a series of cracking sounds, 7 assemble. Azu silently chanted in his heart, ding. Nearby team members detected, Homelander. Queen Jones 2/7 team rally mode is now activated. Current growth rate 100% boom. A violent power erupted from the depths of every cell in Azu's body in an instant. Come, son of Odin, Azu beckoned to Thor with his finger. You've successfully caught my attention, now. I'm going to smash your golden brains out and see if they're electrified too. Arrogant, Thor roared, slamming his legs into the ground. His body crackling with lightning and raised Mjolnir high, slamming it down on Azu's head. This strike was powerful and heavy, swift as the wind. Thor's attack appears to Azu now, slow too slow. With the high-speed mode activated, his dynamic visuals have entered bullet time. Thor's ferocious charge appeared to him like a slow-motion replay. He could see every detail of Thor's movements, even the twitching of the muscles in his arms, HMPH. No wonder some speedsters always think they're gods. Azu chuckled softly when the hammer was 1 centimeter away from his head. Swish, he disappeared not by teleportation, but by an extremely fast sideslip. Thor's hammer struck empty air, and the immense momentum caused him to stagger forward a step. What? Before Thor could react, a cold voice rang in his ear. Here you are, blonde bangs. Azu appeared to Thor's right and delivered a simple right hook that landed squarely on Thor's left cheek. In that instant, Thor didn't even have time to scream. His facial muscles visibly contorted in a wave-like motion from the immense impact, and he flew out like a cannonball, thump, thump, thump. Thump. He crashed through the warehouse's load-bearing pillars, smashed through the thick brick walls, and finally rolled a dozen times on the muddy ground like a skipping stone, carving a furrow into the hard cement floor. Salt. Jane Foster screamed in terror, cough, cough. Thor crawled out of the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He shook his slightly dizzy head, his eyes burning with palpable rage, such strength. Azu hovered in midair, gently blowing away non-existent dust from his fist, and gave Thor a mocking smile in the distance. God's skin is indeed thick, it feels good to the touch. Mortal, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Thor roared, and Mjolnir in his hand spun wildly, creating a small tornado in the surrounding airflow. For Asgard, he leaped into the air, using the centrifugal force of his spin to transform into a bolt of lightning. His power and speed 3 times greater than before. He charged straight at Azu once more, for your grandpa. Azu looked at Thor charging towards him with disdain. He didn't dodge just as Thor rushed in front of him. Azu moved a clean and crisp uppercut. It landed precisely on Thor's chin, oil. Thor's charge came to an abrupt halt. and he was forcefully propelled vertically into the air. Soaring straight into the sky, it's not over yet. Azu bent his knees slightly and soared into the sky. The next second he was already above Thor. Who was still rising, Thor barely opened his starry eyes, only to see Azu's upside-down devilishly smiling face. Drop tower. Azu clasped his hands together, raised them high above his head like a heavy hammer, and slammed them down hard on Thor's chest. Thump. Thor plummeted at twice the speed he had been ascending. At the same time, zzzzz, Azu's eyes flashed red, and two ultra-high-energy heat beams followed, slamming into Thor, who was falling. Kinetic strike plus energy infusion, Aoya. Thor let out a painful roar under that terrifying force. He was thrown like a meteorite crashing into the earth. Booms, booms, boom. The entire abandoned factory area experienced what appeared to be a magnitude 5.0 earthquake. Smoke and dust blotted out the sun, and a huge crater appeared on the ground, with the surrounding concrete surging and curling up like waves. Jessica Jones had to deploy her shield to protect Jane Foster behind her from being blown away by the shockwave. My God! Jane Foster stared at the crater, her face deathly pale. He killed Saul. Jessica swallowed hard, watching the figure slowly descending from the sky. Azu landed gracefully on the edge of the crater, glanced at the disheveled figure lying at the bottom of the crater, and sneered, "Get up, stop pretending to be dead. I know Asgardians are tough." The man, who appeared to be unconscious at the bottom of the pit, suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer pupils but two dazzling, incandescent bolts of lightning. "I am Thor." Thor roared. He slammed Mjolnir hard into the ground. Boom centered on Thor. A blinding blue halo of lightning exploded outwards in a ring shape. This is no ordinary electricity. It is magical lightning imbued with the power of Odin. They're too close. Even Azu's super speed couldn't avoid the area of effect damage from the lightning. Hold. Azu only managed to utter one curse before being engulfed by the raging halo of lightning. Pain. The long-lost excruciating pain. This was completely different from the million-volt high-voltage electricity he had tested before. The electric shock only made him feel a little numb and itchy. But this lightning-containing magical power was like countless tiny knives, completely ignoring his proud steel body and drilling into his bone marrow. Well, Azu was thrown dozens of meters away, his whole body emitting blue smoke, and his handsome bodysuit was even crackling with electric arcs. Magic. Azu gritted his teeth, raised his head, and his eyes glowed red with rage. I hate magic the most. This uncontrollable numbness in his body felt deeply offensive to him. You've successfully angered me, mortal. In the distance, Thor had already flown into the air. He raised Thor's hammer high, and the dark clouds in the sky swirled wildly, with tens of thousands of bolts of lightning converging on the hammer. Feel the wrath of thunder. Boom. A giant pillar of lightning several meters in diameter struck down towards Azu. Lightning moves much faster than Azu. Not to mention Thor's magical lightning has a lock-on mechanism. There's no escaping it. Aoya. The lightning bolt struck him squarely in the chest. Azu felt like every nerve in his body was screaming. The burning sensation that went deep into his bones made him extremely angry. You damn power bank. Azu was furious. He forced his eyes open amidst the lightning. His eyes filled with a savage crimson. Thor was horrified. He never expected that this mortal could fight back under such intense lightning. The intense heat from the thermal vision instantly burned through the lightning grid, heading straight for his face. Thor instinctively raised Mjolnir to block. The terrifying lightning surrounding Azu also disappeared. Now it's my turn. Azu's voice appeared before Thor like a ghost. What followed was a devastating storm. Squeeze. Azu leaned his shoulder against Thor's chest, interrupting his breathing. Smash. He used both hands to exert force in opposite directions, almost dislocating Thor's joints. Elbow. The hard elbow slammed into Thor's temple. Hammer. The spiraling, penetrating force struck Thor squarely in the abdomen. Thor's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he spat out a mouthful of bitter water. curling up like a shrimp. With 100% attribute boosts and mastery of Tai Kai techniques, Azu defeated the Asgardian prince, who had fought for millennia like a toddler in close combat. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The rapid, resounding blows were like popping beans. Thor was completely overwhelmed, with each of Azu's attacks interrupting his spellcasting animations. As a result, despite possessing immense strength, he found himself completely suppressed in close combat. He couldn't swing his hammer, and he couldn't gather lightning. We can't beat them. We really can't beat them, this Midgard man. He's practically a cosmic monster in human skin. Thor may be reckless, but he's not stupid. He realized that if the fight continued like this, he might really be beaten so badly by this Midgardian that he would be unable to take care of himself. More importantly, Jane was still beside her, and the red fluid was still devouring her life. Heimdall. Thor suddenly unleashed a burst of lightning, bracing himself against a heavy punch from Azu, and using the force to send him flying backward. He didn't retaliate, but instead charged straight towards Jane Foster and Jessica Jones. "Take us away now," Thor roared at the sky, trying to run. Azu instantly saw through his intentions. If he takes the person away, my reality gem plan will be completely ruined. Leave it here. Azu unleashed his speed, chasing after him like a streak of light. But Asgard's taxi service is incredibly efficient. Boom. A dazzling beam of 7-colored light pierced through the dark clouds over London in an instant. Jessica just in time. Azu arrived first and, using the momentum, gave Jessica a hard shove. Just as Jessica was pushed out, "We've arrived at the Rainbow Bridge." Collapse. A sound like a snapping string rang out. The red etheric energy line connecting Jessica and Jane Foster. Under the irresistible spatial cutting force of the Rainbow Bridge and the immense tension from Azu's push. "It's broken, Jessica and Jane both screamed in pain. Half of the dark red fluid remained inside Jessica's body, while the other half disappeared into the pillar of light along with Jane. "Jessica, listen up," Azu roared amidst the raging rainbow beams of light. "Keep an eye on the house for me." The next second, the light faded, the rainbow bridge greeting Thor. Jane Foster and a bewildered Azu vanished from the spot in an instant. All that remained was a huge charred, blackened rune pattern emitting heat on the ground. The rain is still falling in the abandoned factory. Only Jessica Jonesling and the mutant Darcy, who was already terrified, remained. Anthony. Jessica struggled to her feet and looked at the empty ground. She touched her burning chest, where half of the ether particles lay dormant within her, as if waiting for something. But the man who always infuriated her was gone. He was abducted by aliens. Darcy leaned closer, trembling. Jessica wiped the rain off her face, her eyes vacant. "No." She gritted her teeth, picked up a stone from the mud, and hurled it fiercely into the sky. That be *****D. He went to wreak havoc on aliens. What does teleportation feel like, if you ask Azu? He'll tell you it's like being thrown into a washing machine made of a colorful kaleidoscope, and then being frantically spun around. Vomit. The light faded. Azu knelt on one knee. The intense spatial dizziness made him feel nauseous. But he didn't vomit. As citizens of our motherland and as representatives of the world, we must never lose face. He forcibly suppressed the churning in his stomach and slowly stood up. What greets the eye is a scene of resplendent gold and jade. This was a huge hemispherical hall, its walls cast from some unknown golden metal, covered with intricate and mysterious runes that shimmered with a faint light. Before him stood a burly black man wearing golden armor, a horned helmet and eyes that gleamed with an orange light. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of the 9 realms, at this moment. The gatekeeper was holding a 2-handed greatsword, the tip of which was pointed directly at Azu's throat. His expression grim, mortal. Heimdall's voice was deep and resonant. "Carrying a divine power, you have crossed the line." Heimdall stopped, Sol, supporting the unconscious Jane Foster, walked over from the side. His armor still bore the marks of Azu's fist, and blood stained the corner of his mouth, making him look somewhat disheveled. He was an accident. Thor looked at Azu, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Azu dusted himself off, ignored the greatsword pointing at him and looked around. Is this Asgard? He walked to the edge of the dome and looked out. A gigantic island floating in the starry sky. Golden palaces stretch endlessly, and a shimmering rainbow bridge extends to the horizon. Countless stars hung in the sky, seemingly within reach. Beautiful, it is indeed beautiful. A beauty imbued with divinity classicism, and a touch of nouveau rich extravagance. The decor is a bit ostentatious, all gold. Nouveau rich taste, Azu commented, turning around, but the location is good if your mouth doesn't clean up. I don't mind shutting it forever. Heimdall's sword moved forward slightly, the tip almost touching Azu's Adam's apple. You can try Minotaur. A red light flashed in Azu's eyes. I wouldn't mind giving you another pair of eyes on your forehead. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Enough. Saul roared, Jane is dying. I have to take her to the treatment room. He looked at Azu. As for you, Star. Now that you're here, behave yourself. This isn't Earth, your methods won't work here. Really? Azu withdrew the red light, revealing his signature smile. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, but since I'm a guest, shouldn't there be a welcoming ceremony? Welcome ceremony. An aged yet dignified voice came from the end of the rainbow bridge. Thou mortal, trespassed into the realm of the gods with arrogance and power. Azu turned his head. A group of golden-armored soldiers escorted a one-eyed old man as he slowly walked towards them. He wielded Gungnar's spear of eternity, and was clad in golden armor, though his hair was white. The kingly aura emanating from his very bones made even the stars appear dim. Odin, the father of the gods. Azu's pupils contracted slightly. He sensed a threat from the old man through his spider-like senses. The real threat if it were Odin at his peak. Azu knew he would most likely be utterly defeated, but now, this old man is nearing his death. His life force was already as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. He dared not act rashly unless he wanted to hold a grand ceremony ahead of schedule. Odin, Azu did not fawn or bow, not even lowering his head. He straightened his back, his feet slightly off the ground, so that his line of sight was level with Odin, who was riding the eight-legged winged horse. I've long admired your name, Azu said with a smile. I am a citizen of the motherland, the guardian of Earth. Guardian, Odin's single eye stared coldly at him. As if piercing his soul, I see into your heart, mortal. What I see is not protection but desire. You crave worship. You crave power. You crave to be above all others, Father. Thor interrupted hastily. Although he has a terrible temper, just saved Jane. And he also saved Midgard before. Shut up, Thor. You always ignore me, Odin snapped. Bringing mortals back to Asgard is a grave offense. They don't belong there. Just as goat meat is unfit for a banquet, goat meat. Azu laughed. Are all one-eyed people this annoying, old man? You need to get glasses for that presbyopia. Azu slowly floated to Odin's side. The distance between them no more than 3 meters. The golden-armored soldiers around them instantly drew their swords, exuding a murderous aura. But I prefer another term, god among men. Azu pointed to himself. You, who proclaimed yourself king of the gods, ruled the 9 realms for millennia, but you have grown old. Look at you, Odins. Your hands are trembling. What are you afraid of, Ragnarok? Or not being able to enter Valhalla after death? How dare you? Heimdall flew into a rage and was about to bring his greatsword down. Stop! Odin raised his hand to stop Heimdall. He stared intently at Azu, a glint of unreadable light flashing in his single eye. You have a lot of guts, Midgard, but this is Asgard. Here power is not the only law. Odin glanced at the unconscious Jane Foster and sensed the fluctuations of the ether particles. Take that woman to the treatment room. Odin commanded Thor. As for this guest, Odin's lips curled into a cold smile. Since he's here, let him see what the true divine realm is like. Arrange a room for him. Somewhere close to the Variskaf dungeon, father. Thor was taken aback, take him away. Odin turned, not looking at Azu again. Don't let him run around, Asgard doesn't like rats. Azu shrugged, completely unconcerned, a dungeon. Sounds interesting, I've heard an interesting. Second prince lives there. He looked at Thor and gave him a meaningful smile. Lead the way, hammer gods. I'm tired, I want to sleep for a while. The guest rooms in Asgard are undeniably luxurious. The rooms near this so-called dungeon are better than 5-star hotels on Earth. Azu stood on the terrace, looking at the rainbow bridge in the distance. He is now under house arrest. 4 elite Asgardian guards stood at the entrance. Though they were no different from paper to him, they still demonstrated Odin's attitude. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Azu remained calm, he's waiting. Awaiting the invasion of the Dark Elves. According to the plot, the villain named Malekith will soon sense the ether particles and then enter Asgard in his cloaked ship. At that time, the entire divine realm will be thrown into chaos. That was the perfect opportunity for him to take advantage of the situation. But Azu stroked his chin now. Half of the ether particles are in Jessica's body, and half are in Jane Foster's. The plot has changed. How do you make spicy shredded chicken? I was just thinking about it, knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door, please come in. The door opened. It wasn't Saul who came in, nor was it a guard, instead. She is an elegant noble woman who radiates maternal warmth. Frigga, Queen of Asgard, Mr. Starr, it's nice to meet you. I'm Frigga, Saul's mother. Frigga walked in with a smile, carrying a plate of fruit. I heard guests from Midgard have arrived, so I specially brought some Asgardian specialties. This is a golden apple, it's good for your health. Azu was stunned for a moment, this isn't right. The queen personally delivering the fruit platter. Your Majesty, Azu bowed slightly. Displaying proper gentlemanly manners, you are too kind. I am merely an unwelcome intruder. Odin can be too stubborn sometimes. Frigga placed the fruit bowl on the table. Looking at him gently, but I can tell you're not a bad person. Oh, Azu raised an eyebrow, why do you think that? We don't know each other, a witch's intuition. Frigga smiled. Though your heart is filled with desire and arrogance. I see in you the will of a guardian, Azu fell silent. This woman is not simple. She was the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. And Loki learned all his magic from her. It's not surprising that she could see through people's hearts. What do you want to say, Queen? Azu's smile faded. I want to ask you for a favor. Frigga walked to the edge of the terrace, gazing at the distant starry sky, a hint of worry in her eyes. I have a premonition that darkness is coming. Thor was too impulsive and Odin is too old. She turned around and looked at Azu. If disaster strikes, if Asgard falls into despair, I hope you can help Thor. Azu looked at her mother, who was about to face her own tragic fate. In the original storyline, she would die at the hands of the Dark Elves while protecting Jane Foster. Help Thor. Azu picked up a golden apple and took a bite. Click, juice overflowed, and a surge of pure energy flowed down my throat. Your Majesty, I'm a businessman who owns a company. Azu mumbled, chewing on an apple. My appearance fee is very high, I know. Frigga smiled, a hint of slyness in her smile. There's something good in the Asgardian vaults. If only you could help Thor through this crisis. I can tell you how to use that thing safely. Azu stopped moving. Which thing? The Infinity Stones, Frigga said softly. A mortal body cannot unleash their true power, but if you could use this thing, Azu's eyes lit up. Make a deal. He swallowed the apple and gave a bright smile. You are truly a great mother. There's something I can repay you for immediately. It's a matter of life and death, Mr. Starr. Frigga interrupted him. Fate is sealed. Wu Yanzu watched Frigga's departing figure. He didn't say anything more, but simply picked up the golden apple he had bitten into. Lost in thought, fate is sealed. He repeated the queen's words in a low voice. In his past life, he is a movie star. He had read countless scripts. He knew that some characters were meant to survive to the end, while others were meant to die a worthy death. Frigga, the most powerful mage in the 9 realms. If she didn't want to die, that dark elf couldn't even touch the hem of her garment. She saw the future, and she also saw her own fate. In Asgardian tradition, only the souls of those who bravely sacrifice themselves in battle are entitled to enter Valhalla and drink with their ancestors. For a goddess, dying in bed or from old age might be the greatest disgrace. She chose her own way of living. Respecting the fate of others is a basic quality of adulthood, especially when this other person is a god who has lived for thousands of years. Earth London, a persistent drizzle fell, and a chilling wind seeped into the bones. In the open space of the abandoned factory, huge, charred ruin was still emitting wisps of heat. Jessica Jones sat in the mud, looking utterly disheveled. She clutched her chest. Thighs thing seemed alive, restlessly coursing through her veins with every heartbeat, bringing waves of burning pain and an eerie sense of power. That be ****D. Jessica stared at the empty floor, gritting her teeth. What happened to the vacation? What happened to the £2 million? They just dumped me all alone in this godforsaken place. That. Beside him, Darcy Lewis cautiously leaned closer. Jane and Mr. Homelander. Did they get sucked away by the rainbow like in The Wizard of Oz? Well, shut up. Jessica forced out the 2 words through gritted teeth, barely suppressing her discomfort. Okay. Darcy shrank back. But shouldn't we call SHIL? D, after all, that's Homelander and Thor. You can tell me the number, I'll call. I said shut up. Jessica suddenly raised her head, a strain, dark red glint flashing in her eyes. Crack. A forklift beside me was twisted and compressed without warning by an invisible force, eventually turning into a ball of scrap metal. Darcy was so frightened that he sat down hard in the mud and covered his mouth tightly. Jessica gasped for breath, forcibly suppressing the restless energy within her. Outside the abandoned factory, the sound of police sirens finally and belatedly entered the battlefield. Scotland Yard police, like a flock of startled penguins, cautiously surrounded the area, hands up. This is the Metropolitan Police. The voice from the loudspeaker carried a typical British restraint, but everyone could hear the tremor within it. After all, this place was just struck by lightning and had a 7-colored beam of light. Even a blind person would know that it was a battle of gods. F***K. Jessica cursed under her breath and tried to stand up, but her knees buckled and she almost fell again. Darcy and the intern named Ian were already terrified, cowering to one side, trembling with fear. Madam, please maintain your posture, do not move. 2 police officers wearing reflective vests approached cautiously, holding stun guns. Don't touch me. Jessica looked up abruptly, her pupils flashing an eerie dark red once more. I don't want to hurt you, but if you stick that damn stun gun into me. Jessica gritted her teeth, enduring the churning sensation inside her. I'll shove that thing up your asses. The officer was startled by the red light in her eyes and instinctively took a half-step back. We need your cooperation in the investigation, ma'am. The officer said, swallowing hard. Jessica began to take deep breaths, trying her best to control herself. Calm down. That blonde B******D is gone. Now no one is there to protect her. She reached down to her waist. Don't move. The police officers were on high alert. Relax. You bunch of idiots, I'm on the phone. Jessica rolled her eyes and pulled the satellite phone that Azu had left with her from her pocket. Since Homelander's bodysuit didn't have pockets, beep. Beep. Hello, sir. Ashley's respectful voice came from the other end. Your signal is a bit unstable. Is there any instruction? He's not here. Jessica's voice was curt. I'm Jessica. Ms. Jones. Ashley's tone changed instantly, from obsequious to her boss to businesslike to her employee. According to the schedule, you should be attending. Are you on a date? Date my asterisk, Jessica snapped. He was carried away by a rainbow, a literal rainbow, along with that female scientist named Jane Foster, and that blonde muscle man with the hammers. There was a full 5 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Rainbow's hammer's okay. Ashley's voice quickly regained its composure, demonstrating her professionalism. What do you need me to do? In short, he's gone right now. I'm surrounded by a bunch of London police, and they want to handcuff me. I suggest you settle this before those British guys ***s me off. Walter's efficiency, lubricated by money, was astonishingly fast. 10 minutes later, London police received an emergency evacuation order from their superiors. Half an hour later, a Gulfstream G650ER customized business jet landed on Heathrow Airport's private runway. A huge V logo is printed on the fuselage. Jessica sank into her leather seat and refused the champagne offered by the flight attendant. Give me whiskey, a whole bottle. Her body needed alcohol to numb the burning sensation. The plane took off smoothly and soared into the sky. Ashley sat opposite of her, holding a thick black leather folder in her hands. You just said, Jessica swirled her glass, looking out at the clouds, that he has some kind of contingency plan. Does this guy think he might die at any moment? No, Mr. Homelander never thought he would lose. Ashley pushed up her glasses. But he's a highly forward-thinking perfectionist. He has to make sure that even when he's not around, the Walter machine keeps running according to his will. He anticipated all sorts of scenarios, including but not limited to getting lost in outer space, being trapped in another dimensioner, his body mutating so he had to spend years sunbathing on the surface of the sun. Jessica's lips twitched. What on earth is he thinking? Ashley then pulled out a thick document and handed it to Jessica. What is this? Jessica frowned. According to Mr. Homelander's contingency plan, once he is confirmed to be out of Contaktha's left Earth, or is unable to perform his duties due to force majeure for more than 24 hours. Ashley paused, then pointed to the name on the document. What? You will assume the position of acting president of Water International. Jessica sprayed a mouthful of whiskey all over Ashley's expensive Chanel suit. She looked at the document and felt like she had heard the biggest joke of her life. Mia, she pointed to her nose, her voice distorted with absurdity, acting CEO. Ashley, have you lost your mind? Last year I was in Hell's Kitchen catching a cheating husband for $200. And now you want me to manage a company worth tens of billions. What? Ashley calmly pulled out a tissue and wiped the wine stains off her clothes. Her face expressionless. It wasn't me who asked you to interfere. It was him. This is his order. It's in black and white. Look carefully. I don't care. Jessica pushed the documents back. I can't do this. I can't even understand an Excel spreadsheet. I'm going back to my apartment to sleep. You can refuse. Ashley said coldly. But do you want to watch his hard work go to waste? Do you want to see Child? Or the military take advantage of the situation? Take over Vought and kidnap those kids who believed in Homelander and came to compete with dreams to experiment on. Jessica fell silent. She remembered the last words Wu Yanzu shouted from the pillar of light on the Rainbow Bridge. Keep an eye on the house for me, F***K it. Jessica closed her eyes in anguish, downing the rest of her whiskey in one gulp. I hate this so-called sense of responsibility. She grabbed the document and signed her name on it without even looking at it. The pen tip almost tore through the paper. A wise choice, ma'am. Ashley immediately flashed a professional smile. So shall we issue your first resolution? The first item. Jessica pointed to a photo of someone wearing a white bodysuit on the airplane display screen. It was her promotional photo, with the words Queen Jones written below. Change that damn name. My name isn't Queen Jones. That sounds like a washed-up drag queen. What would you like to be called? Ashley asked. Jessica looked at the amber liquid in her glass and recalled the glittering neon lights she used to see when she was feeling down in the gutter of Hell's Kitchen. In this world full of lies and pretense, she wanted to do something precious no matter how small. Treasures, Jessica uttered the word. Treasure heroines. It sounds like I'm selling jewelry, but at least I chose it myself, Jessica said with a self-deprecating laugh. Treasure Woman, Ashley's eyes lit up. Although a bit retro, she's very approachable. We can redesign her image and go for a more relatable approach. She quickly opened her laptop and sent out emails one after another. I'll notify the PR department to update all online materials within an hour. The PR message is, the Queen is not just a ruler, but also a precious protector. I mean, no offense to Mr. Star, but his taste in names is truly appalling. Right, you think so too? The two women smiled at each other, as if a friendship had been born at that moment. Meanwhile, Wu Yanzu was lying on the luxurious bed in his Asgardian guest room, tossing golden apples while contemplating life. Suddenly, a series of crisp notification sounds rang in my mind. System notification. Changes detected in the Super 7 team member information. Member Queen Jones has been renamed Treasure Woman. Wu Yanzu's handwich was catching the apple, froze in midair before the golden apple slammed onto his forehead with a thud. What the hell? He stared at the effeminate new name on the system panel, feeling as if his aesthetic sense had been attacked tenfold. Treasure Heroines. That name sounds like something outdated from an 80s girl group dancing under a disco ball. Jessica Jones, you tasteless woman. The name Queen I gave you was so powerful, and you changed it to this cheap, effeminate name. Are you trying to sell Barbie dolls? Wu Yanzu got up and paced back and forth in the guest room, his teeth itching with anger. When I get back, I'm going to pin you down on my lap and spank you hard until you change your ways. New York President Walter's office. Jessica sat behind the enormous desk that had once belonged to Wu Yanzu. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, the chair was too big, the leather too soft, giving her the illusion that she might sink into it at any moment. Jessica rubbed her temples. What's the most important thing right now? Ashley stood at the table clutching a stack of documents, speaking rapidly. 3 things. First, appease the board. I've arranged a video conference. You just need to show your face and maintain that I want to kill someone look, and they'll buy it. Secondly, the media is using the same narrative. Homelanders are carrying out a top-secret space mission involving national security, and President Ellis has already tweeted about it from the White House. Third, Ashley paused, looking troubled. The most difficult. The reality show Who's Next Superhero. What's wrong with reality shows? Keep airing them. It's not that simple, Ashley sighed. The show's core selling point is Homelander. He's the mentor, the judge, the absolute core of its viewership now that he's gone. Sponsors are watching, and ratings are predicted to plummet. Many of the contestants who made it into the top 100 are troublemakers, without Homelander to keep things under control. I'm afraid things will go wrong. Jessica frowned, then let me go. I'm the Treasure Woman and the acting CEO. Excuse my bluntness, Jessica. Ashley said cautiously, your star power isn't enough. You're a great fighter, but you can't command the stage. We need a heavyweight guest. Someone who can fill the void left by Homelander. Heavyweight, Jessica scoffed, like who? Hulk? The one who wrecked the studio? No. Ashley pulled up a photo and projected it onto the wall. We don't need monsters, we need legends. Photos of 2 people appeared on the screen. One of them held a red, white, and blue shield, his gaze resolute. A man dressed in gold and red armor, cynical and irreverent. Captain America, Steve Rogers, Iron Man, Tony Stark. Ashley's eyes gleamed with calculation. If it's them, plus you, this big 3 mentors will definitely boost the ratings. You're crazy, Jessica leaned back in her chair. They're the Avengers. Tony Stark would buy Vought's headquarters and turn it into a public restroom. Steve is easygoing, but he's tired of this show. That's why we need you. You're the most trusted person in the Homelander family, and the only one who can speak to them effectively, and Ashley gestured to the desk in front of Jessica. You're now the person in charge. You need to learn to trade resources for resources. Jessica stared at the 2 photos for a long time. Prepare the car, Brooklyn, an old-fashioned boxing gym. Bangs, bangs, bangs. The dull thuds echoed through the empty hall. Steve Rogers wearing a sweat-soaked gray t-shirt, was channeling his excess energy into a deformed punching bag. Each punch was powerful and heavy. Each punch carried an indescribable sense of oppression. Knock knock, a knock sounded on the door. The doors unlocked, Steve didn't turn around, continuing his rhythmic pounding. If it were an insurance salesman, I'd already bought it. I'm here to sell a job, Captain. Jessica pushed open the door and entered. Steve stopped moving, steadied the still swaying sandbag, and turned around. He looked at Jessica, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Jones, oh no, now he's president of Walter, right? I saw the news. Steve picked up a towel and wiped his sweat. Congratulations on the promotion. But when did Walter start doing door-to-door sales? Anthony's not here, Jessica said bluntly. Too blunt for any of that, he went to Asgard. I'm in charge of Walter now. Steve paused, his expression turning concerned. Asgard. Didn't the news say the news is for idiots? Jessica walked to the boxing ring, leaned against the ropes, and said he fought Saul to help me. And then he was taken away by the Rainbow Bridge. Steve looked at her, and the keen insight typical of a World War II veteran made him realize the strength Jessica was putting on. Do you need help? No, I don't need it. Walter doesn't need it either. Jessica stubbornly raised her chin, but the children do. Child, who's the next superhero? Jessica said. I know you hate that show. I know you think it's making a fool of heroes, but Steve, many of the contestants with superpowers are 16 or 17-year-olds. Jessica looked directly into Steve's eyes. When Anthony was around, he could keep them in check. He was a B*******D. But he was strong enough that those guys were afraid of him and obeyed him. He's gone now. If this program gets out of control, these children will have no one to guide them. No one to tell them what is right and what is wrong. Jessica took a deep breath, mimicking what Wu Yanzu had once said. They will become those villains we see in the news. They will lose their way and use their power to hurt others. You are Captain America, you are a moral benchmark. You can choose to sit at home hitting the punching bag and reminisce about the past. Or Jessica held out her hand and pointed to the door. Or go to that stage and teach those lost bastards what a true hero is. Steve fell silent. He looked at Jessica and saw a reflection of himself from years ago. That Brooklyn kid who just wanted to do something for his country. After a long while, Steve unwrapped the bandages from his hands, revealing a helpless yet warm smile. Treasure heroine. The way you speak is starting to sound more and more like him. They were forced into it. Jessica rolled her eyes. Okay, Steve draped a towel over his shoulder. If it's for the young people, I'll join. But I have one condition. What? I don't read advertising slogans. Make a deal. Having dealt with the most difficult moral exemplars, the remaining challenge is dealing with the most difficult capitalists. Avengers Tower. Mark's workshop. Tony Stark, wearing goggles, was using a welding torch to fine-tune a new Mark armor prototype. Sir, we have a guest, Jarvis's voice rang out. And she didn't make an appointment. She just landed on the tarmac. Besides that one-eyed guy, who else is so rude? It's a Vought international helicopter, the visitor is MS Jones, or based on the latest intelligence. She should now be called Treasure Woman. Tony's hand stopped that violent girl. Tony was a little surprised. Let her in, I quite like her. I'm in, Stark. Jessica's voice rang out directly from the lab doorway. She walked to the workbench and placed a bottle of 1945 Romanée Conti on it, which she had taken from Wu Yanzu's wine cabinet, a bribe. Tony glanced at the wines. Nice taste, but I've seen this in Anthony's wine cabinet. Are you trying to pass off something as a gift? Just tell me if you're going to drink it or not. Drink. Tony waved his hand, immediately opening a bottle and pouring 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Jessica. So where did that golden snitch go? Don't tell me he really went to outer space to save the galaxy. He went to Asgard, huh? Tony laughed. Going to meet the parents, I knew it. There's this weird tension between him and that big guy Thor. Looks like your position is in jeopardy. When is he coming back? I don't know. Jessica's eyes dimmed for a moment, then returned to their cold hard state. Tony's smile faded. He had keenly sensed the shift in Jessica's emotions. So you're at the helm now, Tony sized her up. Walt's new queen. It's treasure girl, Jessica corrected. She paused, then continued, I need you, Tony. Cough cough, Tony nearly choked on his drink. Well, while I may be very charming, I've turned over a new leaf. Pepper will kill me, and Anthony will come back and slice me to pieces with his heat vision. Shut up, Stark, Jessica rolled her eyes. I need you to be my mentor on Vought's reality show. Come on, Tony said, turning back to fiddle with his armor. I'm Iron Man's. I have my own company to run and I have to clean up SHIL. These messes at my own expense. I don't have time to be a mentor on that hype-filled reality show. Besides, Tony scoffed. Why should I help Walter make money? Because you are a hero. Anthony said you've always wanted to arm the Earth with steel to fight off alien invasion. But what if things get out of control? Jessica didn't waste words with him and went straight to the point. I've seen that top 100 list, Peter Romaximov. So fast he can disable your armor's locking system. And this cyborg covered in Tubesh claims to be a mutant. But he's actually injected himself with some kind of unstable toxin and could go out of control at any moment, becoming a second abomination. Jessica lowered her voice. And many more are unregistered, undocumented ability users. With Anthony gone, nobody can control them. If they get out of control, New York will be the first to suffer, Mr. Stark. You don't want to. Wait until they've demolished the city before you put on your metal suit and go to the rescue. Do you? Jessica pointed to Tony's chest. Or should you stand before them now and use your irresistible charm and wisdom to show them who's in charge? You can call it surveillance, Jessica added. Or a risk assessment, call it whatever you want. But as long as you're on that judging panel, you have the power to decide who advances and who gets kicked out. Tony Stark remained silent. He had to admit that Jessica's words, though crude, made a lot of sense. Didn't you go see Steve? Tony suddenly asked. Yes, he agreed an hour ago. That old fogey's going too, Tony raised an eyebrow. If I don't go, wouldn't I look heartless? And letting him teach those kids God. He'll turn them into Boy Scouts who only know how to salute. Tony stopped, picked up his glass and swirled it. Okay, I'll do it, but Tony held up 2 fingers. I want 20% of the revenue from Walter's reality TV ad. 20%, Jessica's eyes widened. Why don't you just rob me? Hey, I'm Tony Stark, Tony flashed a smug grin. My presence alone guarantees high ratings, and this money will go to the Bureau of Damage Control, specifically for repairing the streets we superheroes wreck. On deal, Jessica gritted her teeth. 3 days later in New York in Walter's newly built studio. The top 100 candidates for who's the next superhero have been selected. The lights at the scene turned the night into day, and tens of thousands of fans screamed in the cold wind, holding up light boards, although Homelander is not here. Vought's teasers about a mystery guest have already whetted everyone's appetite. Backend, Jessica Jones is wearing the brand new Jewel Woman costume. A set of dark purple tactical light armor, paired with a black leather cloak, retained her personal style while also appearing capable and domineering. The logo on the chest has been changed to a dark gold gemstone shape in the shape of a V. She regulated her breathing and pressed her hand to her chest. The agitation of the ether particles had been suppressed and was temporarily calm. Are you ready? Steve Rogers walked over. He was wearing the classic red, white, and blue uniform, without a hood but carrying a shield on his back. I'm a little nervous, Jessica admitted honestly. I've never hosted anything like this before. Relax, just be yourself. Steve patted her on the shoulder. Either later. That's right, as long as you don't swear at people on camera. Tony Stark walked over, dressed in a flashy red suit. I know it's difficult. Shut up, Tony. 3 heroic mentors, 15 points to gadget ready to go. Ashley shouted into her headset, her voice trembling with excitement. The curtain rises, ladies and gentlemen. Although our leader, the Fatherlanders, is currently in the vast universe, guarding the frontiers of the Earths, but he left behind his will, he left behind his friends. Tonight, let's welcome America's strongest team of hero mentors. The host's voice was almost drowned out by the screams of the 10,000 audience members. On the giant LED screen, red, blue, and white particle effects flashed wildly as the countdown reached 0. The first spotlight shines. Steve Rogers slowly rose from the platform, his classic red, white and blue bodysuit drew cheers from the crowd, and his iconic vibranium shield gleamed brightly on his back. He smiled and waved, his movements as precise as a military parade. But his handsome face and American-style perky buttocks still elicited screams from the women in the audience, as well as some men, Captain America, Captain America. Then the lights suddenly changed, turning into a mesmerizing purple-gold color. Jessica Jones, no jumbo woman, emerges from the side of the stage with a cool expression. Sporting her new look, she didn't seem to want to stay there at all. Her "I want to beat you all up" expression only made her seem cooler. Treasure heroine, finally. A burst of heavy metal rock music shoot to thrill instantly bombarded the eardrums of everyone present. Buzz whoosh, a whooshing sound came from overhead. Everyone looked up on the dome of the studio. Dozens of meters high a figure was plummeting rapidly. There was no armored Tony Stark, dressed in that flashy red suit, spread his arms and slammed straight onto the stage like a professional diver. "Oh my God," the audience exclaimed, just as he was less than 10 meters from the ground, and about to be smashed into a bloody pulp. "Come on, prodigal son." More than a dozen golden and red streaks of light shot out from all around the stage. Those were the disassembled Mark 42 components. Click, 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 click. The mechanical meshing sound was like a heavy metal symphony. Leg armor, chest armor, mask, in a mere second. They precisely struck Leked and closed onto his body. Click, buzz with a final crisp click as the mechanical parts closed. The visor glowed with a ghostly blue light, with Iron Man just 10 centimeters off the ground. The thrusters in his palms suddenly activated, allowing him to hover precisely. The airflow tousled the hairstyles of the audience in the front row. Tony Stark does a stylish backflip bang. He landed on one knee in the center of the stage with the classic superhero landing, and the shockwave sent the hair of the front row audience flying. The visor opened, revealing Tony Stark's nonchalant face, who raised an eyebrow at the cameras. "Okay, you can scream now, Alia." The studio erupted in chaos. Steve Rogers sat in the instructor's seat, shaking his head helplessly, and said to Jessica beside him, "Does he really have to do this? Will taking the stairs kill him? That's Tony Stark after all." Jessica Jones looked helpless. "If he doesn't show off, his reactor will shut down." "All right, stop complaining like a middle-aged couple." Tony walked to his mentor's chair and plopped down. "Don't tell me you didn't think about how embarrassing it would be if you accidentally fell and died." Jessica, sitting in the middle, rolled her eyes. "In that case, what's headlines tomorrow will be Iron Man falls, Jumbo woman loses best friend, and the ratings will be even higher. You're welcome." Tony straightened his posture. "So, shall we begin?" The host quickly explained the rules. 3 mentors. Each has 10 team slots. When you see a contestant you like, press the light in front of you. If multiple mentors light up, the power reverses, and the contestant will decide whose team to join. The 30 finalists will enter the next round of grueling training. And those eliminated, don't be discouraged. Vought has prepared a level contracts for you, covering all 50 states across the U.S. First player. Enter the arena. The contestant's information scrolls across the big screen. Robbie Baldwin, codename Fastball, a somewhat nervous young man, ran onto the stage, wearing a suit that looked like a modified diving suit, decorated with strange spherical ornaments. "Hi everyone, my name is Fastball." Robbie nervously rubbed his hands together. "My ability is kinetic energy absorption and release." Sounds like an inflatable punching bag. Tony commented sarcastically, "Show me, kid. Don't tell me you're just a punching bag." Robbie took a deep breath backstage. A staff member rushed up with a baseball bat that you can find anywhere on the street and hit Robbie hard in the stomach with a home run. Bang! A gasp went up from the audience. However, Robbie remained completely still. The next second, a blue ripple spread out from his injured abdomen. Robbie suddenly pushed his hand, and an energy shockwave shot out from his palm, directly knocking the staff member holding the broken baseball bat back 3 or 4 meters, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Interesting. Tony raised an eyebrow and pressed the red button in front of him first. Zump. The light pillars belonging to the Iron Man team on the stage instantly lit up. The kinetic energy conversion rate is around 60%. Tony said, looking at the data Jarvis had transmitted. If you can increase that efficiency to 90%, you can serve as a backup battery if my reactor fails. I want you. He's not the battery, Tony. Steve Rogers also pressed the button. Thump. He's a guardian. Steve looked at Robbie with approval. You can absorb damage, which means you can be a pillar of support for your teammates. A shield for the people, and you can save their lives. That's remarkable, kid. Jessica glanced at the two of them. Shrugadan didn't press the buzzer. All right, Robbie, the host said, you have 2 choices. Learn from the rich how to become a battery, or learn from the veterans how to be a shield. Robbie was flushed with excitement, looking at Tony with eyes full of admiration. I'm a huge Iron Man fan. My room is full of Iron Man figurines. Tony curled the corners of his mouth and gave Steve an apologetic look. But my mom said a person should be honest. Robbie looked at Steve, so I choose Captain America. Tony rolled his eyes. Okay, another one who wants to be a Boy Scout, next. The host began the announcement. Please welcome the next contestant. The fiery lady, Angela. Accompanied by dynamic background music. A woman with fiery red hair walked onto the stage. She wore a fiery red, tight-fitting leather outfit with a daring cut, exposing large expanses of her snow-white skin to the air. Her figure was so hot that it was impossible to look away. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Ash blew a sexy kiss, and a ball of fire exploded in the air into the shape of a heart. Well, Tony Stark's eyes widened and he instinctively whistled. His hand moved faster than his brain, and he slammed the light shut. Smack. This is what a superhero should be like, I mean. This kind of visual impact, Tony. Steve frowned. She hasn't even shown her abilities yet. She's already shown it, Captain. Tony pointed to Angela. Her ability is to raise the temperature in the room. I feel like the room temperature has already risen 2 degrees. That's a superpower. Angela ignored Tony's flippant remarks, walked to the center of the stage, and gave the camera a charming smile. My name is Angela. My power is burnings. Then she stretched out her arms and shouted, full power. With that slogan, a loud boom. The blazing flames instantly engulfed her entire body. She transformed into a burning fire spirit, flames swirling around her, soaring into the sky, and even coalescing into a pair of fiery wings in midair. Using the flames, she flew through the air and drew a giant Walter V logo, then condensed the flames in her palm, transforming them into a delicate flame rose. A wave of heat hit them, and even the audience in the front rows could feel the burning sensation. Tony put on his sunglasses without thinking. Steve Rogers, watching this scene, suddenly seemed somewhat dazed. Thump. He instinctively pressed the button. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Tony Stark looked at Steve with surprise. Old popsicle. Are you serious? I thought you were only interested in, well, the kind of female agents in military uniforms carrying files. I didn't expect you to like the hot type too. Tony, watch your words. Steve snapped out of his daze, a little embarrassed. She just felt somewhat familiar to me. Furthermore, her abilities have significant tactical value. On the battlefield, fire can serve to suppress enemy forces and clear paths. Shut up, Tony curled his lip. You're just after her because she's hot. I agree with Steve. Jessica had been silent until now. suddenly spoke up, "This girl is indeed quite good. Not only is she beautiful, but her control over fire is also very precise." Thump. Jessica also pressed the button. All three lights are on. Wow, the first three lights of the round. The host exclaimed, "Angela, the power is reversed. Let's see what Angela has chosen." Angela extinguished the flames and returned to her original form. The Vought-sponsored tight leather suit was completely unharmed. "All right, Miss Hot," Tony spread his hands. "Who do you choose? Come with me, and I'll forge you a suit of flame armor, making you fly faster and generate even more heat." Angela glanced at Tonatu lecherous, then at Captain Americadu Sirius finally. Her gaze settled on Jessica. "I want to join the Treasure Girls team." Angela tossed her red hair. "Girls help girls." "Well done," Jessica smiled appreciatively at Angela. Tony slumped back in his chair, frustrated. What are young girls thinking these days? Aren't billionaires appealing anymore? The selection process continues. The following contestants were a chaotic mess. Some are emo boys who can instantly plunge those around them into sadness. Some are fluid people who can turn their bodies into water that flows through gaps. And some can make their teeth as hard as steel. Another guy claimed he could talk to fish, only to be asked by Tony, "Do you eat sushi?" After which he left in embarrassment. Until contestant number 35 took the stage. Next up was a silver-haired young man wearing a silver tracksuit. Peter Romaximov. He stood on the stage, hands in his pockets, chewing gum with an air of arrogance on his face. When his gaze fell on Tony Stark, the undisguised hatred in his eyes sent a chill down Tony's spine. "Who's that?" Tony whispered to Steve. "Do I owe him money? That look in his eyes makes him look like he wants to devour me." "Perhaps you're a victim of weapons you sold." Steve said frankly. "You know, you have quite a few fans like that." "Fine, I guess I'm just unlucky." "Let's welcome the fast boy from Sokovia, Pietro." Before the host could finish speaking, Pietro had already vanished. Whoosh. Only a silver afterimage remained on the stage. A second later, he reappeared in the same spot. She now had 3 extra things in her hands: Tony Stark's sunglasses, Steve Rogers' vibranium shield, and the unopened bottle of whiskey in front of Jessica Jones. Pietro put the things on the ground, looking arrogant. There was a 3-second silence. Then erupted a thunderous cheer. "Too fast. I can't see it at all. Speed Force. Is this the F***G Speed Force?" The audience members were buzzing with discussion. Thump thump thump. The 3 lights turned on almost simultaneously. Speedsters of this caliber are strategic resources that no team can refuse. "Hey kid, give me back my sunglasses," Tony with his messy, unkempt hair said. "You messed up my hairstyle. But this speed, I admit, faster than my Mark armor. Come here, I'll make you even faster." "No." Pietro looked coldly at Tony and uttered a single word stiffly. Then he looked at Steve. "I'm not going to your place either." Finally, he turned his gaze to Jessica and placed the bottle of whiskey back on her table. "I want to join your team." Pietro's reasoning is simple. He had studied this woman at the base in Sokoviath's Woman, formerly known as Queen Jones and now called Jumbo Woman, was Homelander's closest teammate. There were even rumors that she was Homelander's lover. Jessica is the best springboard to get close to Homelander and to dismantle this hypocritical superhero empire from within. Jessica raised an eyebrow and picked up her whiskey, a wise choice. Welcome, Pietro, if Pietro was the coolest guy in the room. Then the next one is indescribable. Hey everyone. I'm your friendly neighbor, Captain Logan's. Accompanied by a burst of upbeat pop music, Wade Wilson, dressed in a red and black bodysuit, swayed his hips as he rushed onto the stage. I want to see you out that door, baby, bye bye bye. Wade danced wildly on stage, his hips swaying so violently that the director had to give him a close-up. What kind of dance is that? Steve Rogers' senses were jolted. It looks pretty energetic. Whoever he is, he dances well. Tony watched with great interest, swaying his head to the rhythm. I must admit, this kid has a nice asterisk, just as good as yours, Captain. While jumping, Wade struck various poses for the camera, ending his performance with a flamboyant butt-grabbing move. Thank you everyone, I'm Wade. But I prefer you call me that sexy bombshell in the red bodysuit. He suddenly covered his mouth and nose with one hand, pointed at Steve Rogers with the other, and his voice trembled with excitement. Oh my God. It's Captain America, a real person alive, Captain. I'm your biggest fan, I've read all your comics. I even bought the same underwear as you. I know you and I wear the same size. Wade gave Steve a very poorly executed military salute. Here I want to pay tribute to you. Can you say Avengers assemble to me? Steve looked embarrassed but still nodded politely. Hello Wade, your dance was very energetic. So what are your abilities? Jessica interrupted him impatiently. Besides wiggling your asterisk and talking nonsense. Oh. Good question, Your Majesty. Wade drew two samurai swords from behind his back with a whoosh. Before anyone could react, Wade suddenly gripped the knife in his other hand and pointed it at his ribs. On PFFT. Two knives were plunged straight into his ribs. The blood instantly made his red battle suit even redder. A terrified scream erupted from the audience. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Wade acted as if nothing had happened. Even spinning around, look. I'll go through thick and thin for you. This is my promise to my friends, isn't that touching? Then he pulled out the knives, and the wound healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without a single drop of blood splattering, ta-da. A brand new me, the host rushed up, Mr. Wade. This is an all-ages program. Please be mindful of the content, Sump. Tony Stark blew the light. I like this kid, Tony laughed. He has a great sense of humor. And my team really needs a joke teller, I'll film too. Jessica pressed the button as well. Although she's a chatterbox, her self-healing ability is quite impressive. Steve Rogers was the only one who didn't press the button. He shook his head, sorry Wade. I'm not hiring any more artists, oh Captain. You've broken my heart. Wade clutched his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. All right Wade, Tony said, I'm rich, lots of rich. Follow me, and you'll have a set of custom-made gilded swords and an endless supply of bullets. Money, Wade's tears instantly dried. He looked at Jessica, do you have money? I have fists, Jessica said coldly. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Daddy Iron Man Daddy. I'm yours now, I'm going to live in Stark Tower. I'm going to take a bath with Iron Mans. I take back what I just said, Tony regretted it. Too late, once the move is made, there's no going back. Wade had already rushed off the stage, wanting to give Tony a hug, but was blasted away by a palm strike. Keep your distance, Wade, your blood will stain my armor. The entire audience burst into laughter. That night, the ratings for Who's Next Superhero exploded as expected. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the land of the gods, the art styles are completely different. Since that day when he was accidentally teleported to Asgard on the Rainbow Bridge, Azu has been in Asgard for almost a month. He had a very comfortable month. Although nominally under house arrest, Odin clearly didn't want to push this god among men too far. As long as he didn't approach the core restricted area, he was basically free within Asgard. Moreover, he found a new powerful patron, the goddess Frigga. For the past month, he and Frigga have gotten along quite well. Of course, it's the kind of pure friendship. Frigga, dressed in an elegant robe and holding a book, gently instructed, magic isn't heat vision. You can't force it out by glaring at it. It's the mind, you must guide it. Wu Yanzu sat cross-legged on the grass, holding the half-eaten golden apple in his hand. This thing is really good. Each bite not only tasted sweet, but also seemed to generate a faint magical power within him. Though it wasn't much, every little bit counted, the mind. Azu closed his eyes. He was trying out the little spell Frigga had taught him, space folding. Buzz of the air trembled slightly. Azu stretched out his hand, and a faint golden light emanated from his fingertips. The air in front of him rippled like water, revealing a transparent void that only he could see. Go in. He threw the remaining half of the golden apple into it. The apple disappeared, then he snapped his fingers. And the apple reappeared in his hand out of thin air. "We did it," Azu opened his eyes, somewhat excited. Although the space is only about 2 cubic meters and cannot hold living things, it is very practical for him. From now on, when you're stealing, not picking up items, you'll never have to worry about not having pockets on your bodysuit again. Like Infinity Stones. Your learning ability surprises me, Homelander. Even in Asgard, few can master spatial magic in just a few days. Frigga nodded approvingly at Azu. Although your magical energy source is scarce, your mental strength is exceptionally powerful. Perhaps it's also because of your special abilities that your understanding of the structure of matter differs from ordinary people. Thank you for your instruction, Your Majesty. Azu stood up and gave a gentlemanly bow. This is more interesting than I imagined. Frigga walked up to him, and a flash of light appeared in her hand. Revealing a golden glove, the glove was enormous, studded with 6 gems of different colors, all fake. "Of course this is," Azu asked knowingly, "an artifact from Odin's vault." Frigga placed the glove on the table. A replica of the Infinity Gauntlet. Although the gems on it are fake, the glove itself is made of Uru gold, a prototype forged by the Dwarf King. Frigga stroked the glove. While it can't withstand the energy of 6 gems simultaneously like the real one, it can serve as a vessel, allowing you to borrow the power of the gems individually without being harmed by the energy backlash. Azu picked up the gloves heavy. He tried to put it on. The gloves automatically adjusted to fit his right hand perfectly. "Very good." Azu clenched his fist, feeling a sense of power. "Anthony." Frigga suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat unsteady. "Saul. He's a good kid, but he's too impulsive. Too easily swayed by his emotions. I'll be watching him," Azu continued, his eyes sincere. "After all, we're friends who fought side by side." Frigga gave him a deep look, as if trying to see through his true feelings, but in the end, she simply reached out and, like a mother, gently straightened Azu's red collar. "Fate is a long, ever-flowing river. Sometimes we think we can change its course, but we only manage to create a few ripples." Frigga's voice was soft, tinged with a sigh. "Farewell, Guardians of Midgard, ding. You've gained plus 5,000 special popularity points." From Frigga she turned and left, her silhouette appearing strangely lonely in the golden corridor. Azu watched her retreating figure until she disappeared at the end of the corridor. He picked up the golden apple on the table, took a big bite, and juice spilled out. What a pity. This is probably what they call entrusting one's children to someone on one's deathbed. "Don't worry, Queen," Azu stroked his gloves. "I'm a man of strong principles when it comes to contracts." He then put the gloves away and placed them in his magical space. Asgardian dungeons. This place holds the most heinous criminals in the 9 realms. Loki was lying in his cell, idly fiddling with a cup. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps broke the silence. The guards escorted in a masked prisoner who was as burly as a wild beast. Argorim, the last cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. He was put in the cell opposite Loki's. When no one was watching, he silently pulled a dark gray stone from his body, the cursed stone. Click, the stone was crushed. A surge of violent dark energy instantly engulfed him. His body began to swell. His skin transformed into hellish lava, and his power began to multiply. The cursed warrior roared and easily broke through the cell's energy barrier. He opened the cell doors of the other prisoners, and the dungeon instantly descended into chaos as countless mobs poured out and clashed with the Asgardian guards. Loki didn't mind at Alan the contrary. He was happy to see it happen and thoughtfully showed the cursed warrior the way. The alarm blared throughout the entire divine realm. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the once clear sky was suddenly torn apart. The enormous black cross-shaped dark elf spaceship, like a ghost, broke through Asgard's defenses and roared towards the palace. That was the dark elf's flagship, the Harlow. Malekith has arrived immediately afterwards. Countless blade-like fighter jets roared out and rushed towards the celestial palace. Enemy attack protect the divine realms. Heimdall ran back to Asgard, activated his defensive shield. And the shield slowly rose, protecting Asgard. But the civilian wards outside the city were not so lucky. Boom, a fighter jet crashed in a civilian area. And the huge shockwave overturned countless houses. Flames soared into the sky and cries of agony filled the air. Help my child. The civilians of Asgard fled in panic. Inside the guest room of the celestial palace, Azu was lying in bed dozing when he heard the alarm and suddenly opened his eyes. It's finally here, showtime, Azu whispered. Boom. He stepped outside, bent his knees slightly, and soared into the sky, transforming into a red and blue shooting star that hurtled towards the center of the chaos. Asgard's main city market, the streets, usually filled with laughter-fine winning music, have now become hells. The dark elves' scythe-wielding fighters swept low overhead, unleashing a deluge of energy projectiles. The sounds of explosion screams and the roar of collapsing buildings mingled together. Run fast, large numbers of Asgardian civilians, along with their families and children, are stumbling and running through the ruins at that moment. A massive stone pillar was blasted apart and was about to crush the group of Asgardian women and children who were fleeing the disaster. A mother closed her eyes in despair, clutching her child tightly to her chest. However, the expected pain did not occur. Zzzzz. A series of ear-piercing cutting sounds rang out. The mother opened her eyes, trembling. She witnessed a miracle. 2 crimson beams of light descended from the sky, slicing the massive stone pillar, weighing over 1,000 tons into several pieces. A red and blue figure flashed past, slamming the still-falling stone pillar pieces into the dark elf soldiers who were landing behind them. Boom! The soldiers were instantly turned into mincemeat. The mother looked up in surprise. She saw the man. He was suspended 3 meters above the ground, his stars and stripes cape fluttering in the flames of war. Her golden hair shimmered in the firelight, and she wore a smile that gave off an incredibly reassuring feeling. "You're welcome, ma'am." Azu landed slowly, reached out a hand and helped the mother up. "It's not safe here. Take the children to the celestial palace." Who are you?" the mother asked, trembling. "Are you a warrior from Asgard?" The Asgardian civilians around him all looked up at him. Waiting for his answer, Azu raised an eyebrow. "Asgard." He shook his head, activated amplification magic, and his voice resounded throughout Asgard. "No. I am a citizen of my homeland. I am the guardian of Midgard. And today I will also be the guardian of Asgard. I will save you, all of you." At that moment, a powerful light shone in that mother's eyes. The system has detected a new popular map. The Asgard popularity section is now open. Ding. You have gained 21,520 Asgardian popularity points. Ding, you have gained 15,115 Asgardian popularity points. Ding harvest. Wu Yanzu was overjoyed. Holy crap. They added so much. This is Asgard. Although its population is small, everyone here is a descendant of the Aesir gods. Even the commoners possess a life level far superior to that of earthlings. I've struck it rich. The red light in Azu's eyes intensified. He whirled around and looked at a squadron of dark elf scythe-like ships wreaking havoc at the end of the street. "Hey, you over there, Blackie," he yelled. "Your great-grandfather's here." Azu's eyes reddened, this time from excitement. He was like a blue lightning bolt, darting across the battlefield wherever there is danger. There are the people of the motherland. Wherever there were enemies, he would rush towards them. He even took the time to help an elderly woman who had fallen. "Are you all right, madam?" "Oh, thank you, young man. You are very handsome, even more handsome than Thor. You have excellent taste." Ding. You've gained 1,000 popularity points. The warriors of Asgard were fighting a fierce battle when they discovered a strange new ally on the battlefield. He carried neither a sword nor a shield. He punched the dark elf's head into his chest cavity. He used the beams of light from his eyes to slice the enemy ships apart like slicing a cake. Who is that?" an Asgardian guard asked in shock. "It seems to be that Midgardian Thor brought. The Midgardians are that strong, watch out, a grenade." A black hole grenade rolled to the guard's feet. The guard closed his eyes in despair. Hugh. A gust of wind blew by. Azu appeared instantly and kicked the grenade into the air like a soccer ball. Buzz, the grenade exploded in midair, creating a small black hole that swallowed up the surrounding air. Azu gave a thumbs up to the dumbfounded guard. "You are brave warriors, you are the true heroes." The captain of the guard was moved to terse raised his spear and roared for the fatherland. Ding. You have gained 24,520 Asgardian popularity points. Ding. You have gained 32,115 Asgardian popularity points. Ding. Harvest. Asgard's current popularity, 1,202,524. Ding. Asgard's popularity level has increased. Current level rising fame. Ding. Ability enhancement, steel body planetary level max. Super speed Mach 155, super strength 3,500 tons. Awesome, so awesome. Azu felt like he was playing a roguelike game. And every time he made a kill, he could hear the crisp sound of coins going into his pocket. Ding, you've gained 1,000 popularity points. Less than an hour. Wu Yanzu's prestige in Asgard was even approaching that of their eldest prince. Thor, if saving a few civilians would make him this popular. What if I save their beloved goddess? A greedy smile crept across Azu's lips. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I need to revise your script. Meanwhile, just as Azu was frantically boosting his popularity, deep within Asgard, Frigga, wielding a short sword, stood alone before Malekith. Malekith drew his sword, not even glancing at her. But he underestimated her. Frigga wasn't just about magic. With a flash of sword light, Frigga's movements were clean and deadly in a few rounds. The blade knocked Malekith's weapon away, tracing a silver arc in the air the next second. Malekith fell to his knees. Frigga's dagger pressed firmly against his throat. However, she failed to notice the cursed warrior lurking in the shadows. The cursed warrior grabbed Frigga by the neck and lifted her into the air. Well, Frigga's short sword fell to the ground. She struggled desperately, but her resistance was futile against the terrifying power of the cursed warrior. Malekith stood up, slowly walked to Jane Foster in the corner, and extended his hand. You took what didn't belong to you. But the moment his hand touched Jane, light and shadow flickered. That simple thing vanished like a bubble. It's an illusion, which Malekith was furious. The humiliation of being played by a woman drove him to madness. He turned around and handed the cursed warrior a death sentence. Kill her without the slightest hesitation. The cursed warrior drew his sword and plunged it into Frigga's back. This was supposed to be an execution with no suspense. Frigga closed her eyes. She was already prepared. Zzzzz. A deep red, high-energy ray shot in from outside the palace gate without warning. This ray was terrifyingly precise. Azu didn't aim for the thick-skinned cursed warrior's head, fearing he wouldn't be able to kill him with a single blow. He'd seen the movies. The cursed warrior was a force to be reckoned with, easily defeating Thor and Loki instead. It precisely targeted his left wrist, where he was holding the sword with its heat vision, PFFT. The intense heat of the heat vision instantly burned through the cursed warrior's wrist armor and seared his tendons. Well, the cursed warrior winced in pain, and the blade in his hand veered off course. Sizzle. The blade didn't pierce Frigga's heart instead. It grazed her ribs and cut deeply across her side. Although the blood instantly stained the long dress, it was not fatal to the Aesir gods, who? Malekith exclaimed in surprise. Is this how you treat ladies, long-eared gray goblin? A cold voice rang out from the doorway. Azu hovered at the entrance of the main hallbaclit, his stars and stripes cloak billowing behind him. The red light in his eyes remained fixed and unwavering, carrying a chilling aura of intimidation. Who is that? The Malekith frowned. He had never seen a warrior with this style before. Just then, a piercing roar, accompanied by rolling thunder, came from the doorway. Thor has finally arrived. He saw the blood on his mother's body, and he saw the monster strangling her. Thor completely lost his mind. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning struck Malekith directly in the face. Malekith's face was instantly charred black by the electric shock. His skin torn and bleeding, seeing the situation was dire. The cursed warrior threw Frigga aside and rushed over to help the heavily injured Malekith up. Malekith glanced unwillingly at the hall. But he knew that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. Facing Thor and an unknown powerful being, the cursed warrior carrying Malekith took a blow from Thor's hammer, used the force to smash through the balcony railing, jumped onto the waiting spaceship, flew back to the mothership and disappeared into thin air. No! Thor put down his hammer and rushed over like a madman, helping Frigga up from her pool of blood. No. You'll be all right, this tough guy, who was fearless on the battlefield, was now crying like a 200-pound child. Frigga was pale, and the wound on her side was still bleeding. She weakly raised her hand and touched Thor's face. Don't cry, my son, I'm all right. If you tighten your belt any further, I'm really in trouble. Thor then realized what had happened, quickly letting go of his hand. Flustered and at a loss, I'm sorry, I thought. You thought she was dead. Azu landed slowly and walked to the two of them. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I wasn't fatally injured. Frigga looked at the young man. She saw her future. She did indeed die. Died by that sharp blade. It was the fate she chose, but now fate has been rewritten. You saved me, Anthony. Frigga said softly, but you shouldn't have changed fate. Upon hearing this, Azu knew it was time to test his acting skills. He looked at Frigga, his eyes filled with deep emotion, which contained 12% of the power he had gained as a movie star in his previous life. He even used his secret technique, self-hypnosis. He slowly squatted down, his eyes slightly red. His voice choked with emotion. I just don't want to see this tragedy repeat itself. I lost my mother, Martha, and I lost my home. Sal, he's an arrogant, reckless B*********D. Azu pointed at Saul. He can't live without his mother yet. The people of Asgard facing danger. They cannot be without their queens. You too, you're so beautiful. You deserve all the love in the world. You shouldn't just lie here like this. As he spoke, Azu grasped Frigga's blood-stained hand. And I cannot stand by and watch the most beautiful soul in the world vanish. Even if the goddess of death herself came to take someone away, she would have to step over my body first, even if this goes against so-called fate. The entire room fell silent. Even Odin, who had rushed over, stood at the doorway, and upon hearing these words, his single eye trembled slightly. Frigga looked at the sincere man in front of her and felt the warmth from his hand. She had already prepared herself to die, but now, Mr. Star, Frigga smiled, weak yet incredibly noble. You're right, perhaps fate really can be changed. She felt relieved, realizing that she shouldn't have been so selfish as to abandon everything she loved. Looking at Saul's face, which was both crying and laughing, she felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. Yes, he is still just a little over 1,000 years old, and he still needs his mother. Thank you, Mr. Star, Frigga said softly. Bite a crisp, pleasant notification sound exploded in Wu Yanzu's mind. That was a series of screen-filling events. Ding. Defying fate. You have successfully saved the storyline character, Queen Frigga. Ding. New ability unlocked. Source of magic. Ability description. Increases affinity for all magical elements. Accelerates magical growth. Allows the user to learn and use magic from any system without experiencing any adverse reactions. Ding gained 15,000 special popularity points. From Frigga. Ding gained 20,000 special popularity points from Thor. Ding, you have gained 5,000 special popularity points. From Odin's. Ding. Current special popularity value, 49,500. Azu lowered his head, his face showing a mixture of sadness and relief. But in his heart, he was already celebrating with wild laughter and the sound of firecrackers going off. Damn, this is a huge profit, ha 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 ha. That evening at the Celestial Palace, a victory celebration banquet was held. Although Asgard suffered heavy losses, with its defensive towers collapsing, its palaces damaged, and many civilians killed or injured. But importantly, the Queen survived for Asgard. This was a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Odin sat on his high throne, his one eye fixed on the Midgardian in the center of the hall who was drinking with Thor. His feelings were complicated. As a god-king who had lived for nearly 5,000 years, he instinctively rejected this mortal whose eyes were full of desire. But he saved Frigga for this reason alone. Odin was unable to pull Gungnir from him. Odin, having recovered considerably, Frigga, dressed in her finest attire, walked to Odin's side and gently took his hand. He's a good kid, just a little special. Odin snorted, he's a dangerous fellow. I know him as well as I know myself, but he's on our side. Frigga said softly, at least for now. In the center of the main hall, dry Thor, raising his enormous goblet, laughed heartily. To my homeland, to Asgard's eternal friends. For the people of our motherland. The Asgardian warriors around them shouted in unison. They witnessed firsthand the Midgard's valiant performance on the battlefield. More importantly, he snatched their queen back from the clutches of death. In the martial world of Asgard, this is what a hero is. Azu held up his wine glass, a perfect smile on his face, feeling a surge of popularity welling up inside him. 3 days later, the Asgardian palace square was bathed in a solemn and majestic splendor. The enormous pipe organ roared, playing the triumphant symphony belonging to the Aesir gods. Thousands of golden-armored guards stood in perfect unison on both sides of the main hall, their spears striking the ground with a thunderous rhythm. Thump thump thump. Odin, the father of the gods, sits on the highest throne. The Gungnir in his hand emitted a faint glow, and his single eye swept over the crowd below. The first half of the ceremony was lengthy and tedious. One by one names were Caladaned, one by one. The wounded Asgardian warriors stepped forward, knelt on one knee and received Odin's blessing and medals. Azu stood at the front of the main hall, his posture upright, with an impeccable smile on his face. But he was already mentally yawning. That old man talks too much nonsense. He knew perfectly well. It's like the technical awards ceremony before the Oscars. Nobody cares who got best editing. Everyone's waiting for best actor. Finally that moment arrived. Tyr, step aside. Odin waved his hand, signaling the previous recipient of the medal. The one-armed god of war to step aside. The hall fell silent. Odin slowly stood up, while Gungnir slammed heavily to the ground. People of Asgard, Odin's voice, edged yet deep, echoed like rolling thunder throughout the heavens. The day before yesterday darkness descended, that enemy swept into the dust of history, sought to steal our light. Odin's single eye swept across the crowd, finally landing on Frigga. The queen sat beside him, her face slightly pale yet still dignified and noble. We bled, we sacrificed, but we did not fall, because a warrior from Midgard stepped forward. Odin stood up, and the spear of eternity was pointed at Wu Yanzu. Antinous to star, that is, Homelander, with a mortal body, stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. He snatched Queen Frigga's life from a seemingly certain death. Odin's single eye looked at Wu Yanzu, his gaze complex, yet his kingly demeanor remained undiminished. Step forward, Antinous to star, Homelander. Azu straightened his collar, and in that instant, he seemed to channel his inner Oscar-winning actor. He did not fly, but instead walked steadily up the steps. Solemn and dignified, he approached the throne and bowed slightly in greeting. You have every right to be proud, child. Odin said in a deep voice. He raised the eternal spear, its tip gently touching Wu Yanzu's shoulder. I, Odin the Allfather, hereby declare, we accept you, Homelander, as an honorable member of the Aesir. I bestow upon you the title of God among men. Buzz. A golden beam of light erupted from the spear of eternity, instantly enveloping Azu's entire body. As long as Midgard exists, as long as human civilization there continues to thrive, Your power will be inexhaustible and endless. Odin's voice was full of majesty. You were the guardian of Midgard now. You are a god recognized by Asgard at the same time. A system notification sounded in Azu's mind. The crisp system notification sound was like heavenly music. System notification, high-dimensional cosmic divine power infusion detected. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an epic buff, God of the Mortal Realm Asgard certified version. Buff Effect 1, you establish a link with the Earth's origin. Within Earth's sphere, your vitality will receive an epic boost. Your base life regeneration speed will increase by 1000%. And you will be extremely difficult to kill completely. As long as human civilization on Earth continues, you will be reborn over a long period of time after death. Buff Effect 2, popularity conversion rate increased by 20%. Holy crap, Azu lowered his head, looking at his hands that were gleaming faintly. His heart filled with turbulent emotions, that old man. He's really giving out some good stuff. Binding to Earth's civilization. Does that mean that as long as I don't recklessly blow up Earth, it will be my resurrection point? The light faded. Azu slowly straightened up, facing the cheering crowd that roared like a tsunami. God among men, God among men, God among men. That fervor was purer and more intense than anything on Earth. Azu raised his hand and gently pressed down. The square gradually quieted down. He didn't use magic to amplify his voice, but his voice now naturally carried a divine penetrating power. Thanks, he looked around, his gaze sweeping across the face of every soldier. His Majesty Odin says I am a god, he shook his head, pointing to the Asgardian veteran in the audience, whose body was covered in wounds but who still stood ramrod straight. You shielded 3 children from the falling enemy with your body when the naval guns came at you. You are a god. He pointed to the young mother who was still wiping away her tears. You did not flinch when facing the dark elves' guns. And you still protected your child. You are a god. He spread his arms wide, and the cloak behind him shimmered in the sunlight. This honor, this title does not belong to me alone. It belongs to every soul who in darkness falls, chooses to stand up and face the abyss. It is your courage that has forged the glory of Asgard. Are you? Azu took a deep breath and shouted out that line that never failed him. That is the true god. Wow, at this moment, Asgard's emotions were completely ignited. Woo-ha. Thousands of warriors roared in unison, their spears forming a forest. For the people of our motherland, for Asgard. The common people were moved to tears, even Odin, sitting on his throne, had a hint of admiration in his single eye. That kid. Thor grinned, clapping his hands loudly. That's F ***** G great. I almost want to kneel down before him. Frigga watched this scene with a smile and whispered to Odin. You see, I told Yao's a good boy, Odin snorted, offering no rebuttals, but simply tightened his grip on Gungnir. Ding. You have gained 35,222 Asgardian popularity points. Ding, you have gained 41,212 Asgardian popularity points. Ding, you have gained 38,127 Asgard popularity points. Ding, harvest. Current popularity in Asgard, 5,652,012, ding. Asgard's popularity level has increased, household name. Ding, ability enhancement, steel body stellar level. Super strength 5,000 tons, thermal vision 18,000. Super speed Mach 255. The investiture ceremony concluded amidst the public's jubilation. However, after the climax subsided, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the Asgardians' war room. On the massive holographic sandbox, Asgard's defense system displayed its inadequacy. The situation is terrible, Your Majesty, Vandal, one of the 3 great warriors of Asgard, reported with a solemn expression, his voice filled with undisguised unease. The cursed warriors have destroyed Asgard's energy core, and the defensive barrier generators are disabled. Our cannons can't detect them, and even Heimdall can't see them, Your Majesty. We have no defensible terrain left. The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone understood what this meant. Asgard now resembles a giant stripped of its armor, exposed naked to the blades of the Dark Elves. If Malekith were to return, he could drive straight in and bring his ship right to Odin's bedroom door. We must take the initiative. Saul slammed his hand on the table, breaking the silence. Malekith came for the ether, and as long as the ether exists, will not stop. So what do you intend to do, Thor? Odin sat in the head seat, his voice low and suppressed, barely containing his anger. I'm taking Jane with me. Thor pointed to a dark area on the sand table. I'm going to the dark world Vought Altheim, that's their lair. And a place Malekith will inevitably visit. I'll take Jane with me and take the ether away from Asgard. A mad glint flashed in Thor's eyes. Malekith will appear to extract the ether. The moment he removes the ether from Jane's body, it is at its most vulnerable. I'll take this opportunity to destroy the ether particles. Then I'll kill that dark elf B*******D. Absurd. Odin's hair and beard bristled, his single eye glared. And his roar shook the hall. If you fail, Malekith will obtain the weapon to destroy everything. Then not only Asgard, but the entire 9 realms will be plunged into eternal darkness. So we're just going to stand here and wait to die. Thor refused to budge, displaying the stubbornness of the god of thunder. Wait for him to blow our home to rubble. Wait for him to come and kill Mother again, we will fight. Odin roared, we will fight here on the land of Asgard. Until our last drop of blood is shed. That was a pointless sacrifice, that's glory. The father and son stared at each other like 2 fighting bulls, the air thick with tension. Azu stood in the corner observing coldly this old man. He wasn't just stubborn, he was afraid. Thousands of years ago his father Bauer paid a terrible price to seal away the Dark Elves. Now he is old and the shadow of Ragnarok still looms over him. He dares not gamble. Just then, a gentle hand rested on Odin's trembling shoulder. Calm down, my king, Frigga approached. Her voice was like a clear spring, extinguishing Odin's anger. Anger will cloud your wisdom. Saul's plan is risky but not without a chance of success, Frigga said, looking at Azu. And we're not betting everything's. Frigga turned her head and looked at Azu, who had been leaning against a pillar watching the show. We have gods among men. Don't look at me like that, I'm under a lot of pressure. When Azu saw everyone looking at him, he shrugged, but then straightened up, his expression becoming slightly serious. I think Thor's plan, oh no, I think it's feasible. Don't forget, Odin, the Aether isn't just one piece. There's another half on Earth in Midgard. These words were like a reassuring pill, making Saul's eyes light up. That means even if I fail, Malekith will only gain half the power. Thor added urgently, he's still not invincible, and I. Azu looked at Odin, his eyes sharp, will stay by my side. This is called risk sharing, your majesty. If Thor messes up, Azu flashed an extremely confident smile. Malekith will have to come looking for me. Then I, this god among men, will show him what hell on earth truly means. Odin remained silent. He looked at Thor, then at Frigga, and finally at the arrogant yet powerful god among men. Really, previously, the ether particles were a unified holiance, they were lost. The entire system would be destroyed, but now, due to the unexpected intervention of this Midgardian, the situation has become delicate. How do you plan to get there? Odin's voice finally softened as he asked Thor. Heimdall can't see the dark world, and he can't cross the Rainbow Bridge. I know a way. But I need someone to help me, Thor said, looking at Odin. Odin nodded slightly. You can take him away, but you must be responsible for the consequences. Asgardian dungeons. Unlike the other prisoners' meager surroundings, Loki's cell had bookstables and chairs, and was even kept clean using illusion magic. Loki was sitting at the table, elegantly turning the pages of a book. Looks like my Thor brother has finally remembered his poor little brother. Loki didn't look up, but he had already sensed who was coming. Outside the energy barrier stood Thor, Jane, and the gods of the mortal realm. Stop pretending, Loki. Thor stood outside the light curtain, his voice hoarse. I know what you saw, Loki paused for a moment. I don't understand what you're talking about, Thor. Loki turned around, his face still bearing that mocking smile. Are you here to laugh at me? Or to show off your mortal girlfriend? Frigga doesn't blame you. Thor ignored his taunts and directly uttered those words. Loki's smile froze on his face. What did you say? The cursed warrior, Thor stared intently at Loki. That kind monster who gave us directions. He almost plunged a blade into my mother's heart. If it weren't for Homelander's buzz. Loki's magical disguise collapsed instantly. The clean and tidy cell had vanished, replaced by a scene of utter chaos. The tables and chairs were smashed to pieces. The books were torn to shreds, and the walls were covered with signs of vandalism. Loki himself was no longer the elegant prince. He was disheveled, his hair was messy, and he stood barefoot amidst the shards of debris. His eyes red-rimmed, his face bearing a deep sense of self-loathing. He knew. He heard the alarm and the rumors in the dungeon. He was the one who showed the cursed warrior the way. He almost killed the person who loved him most in this life. How is she? Loki's voice trembled, tinged with pleading. She's alive, Thor said. But Malekith will come back and we're going to kill him. I need you, Loki. Thor looked at his younger brother, whom he both loved and hated. I know a secret passage leading to the dark world. Only you know how to get there. Help me and I can give you a chance for revenge. Loki raised his head, his nonchalant mask returning to his face. But the burning flames of vengeance in his eyes could not be concealed. When do we depart? Meeting point, side hall of the Celestial Palace. Thor removed Loki's shackles and warned him not to try anything funny. So this is your plan? Azu leaned against a pillar, watching the group of people who were fully prepared to go. You steal a crashed dark elf ship, travel through a secret passage to Wadalheim, and then Thor pretends to be betrayed by Loki, hoping that Malekith, the villain who looks like a Teletubbies character, will obediently extract the ether particles so you can smash them. This is the only way, Saul said, draping a cloak over Jane. Anthony, are you really not coming with us? More strength means a better chance of winning. No. Azu shook his head. I'm not going. Loki scoffed from the side. See, I told you mortals are unreliable. So what if they have divine power? They're still cowards at heart. Watch your words, reindeer monster. Azu gave Loki a cold glance. Want to try my special skill? The red light flashing in his eyes made Loki instinctively shut his mouth, trembling with fear. I'm not going because I have more important tasks. Azu straightened up, his expression turned serious, and he began to show his strategic thinking. Sal, your plan has a fatal flaw. What if? What if you fail? What if Malekith steals the ether from Jane's body? Or what if you didn't even manage to destroy it? Where will he go next? Thor frowned. He will come to Earth. Azu pointed to the ground. Because the other half of the ether particle is in Jessica. If I went to the dark world with you and we got trapped there, Malekith could bypass us and attack Earth. Then who will protect Jessica? Who will protect the other half of the ether? Who will protect Midgard? Thor was stunned. He hadn't considered this aspect. His mind was filled with revenge and Jane. Ignoring the crisis on Earth, you mean? I want to go back to Earth's. Azu walked up to Thor and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Let's split up, brother, go to the dark world. Lure those bastards out and destroy them as much as you can. And I'll go back to Earth to guard our home. If you succeed, that would be great. If you fail. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Azu's eyes. Then I'll stay on Earth and wait for Malekith to walk right into my trap. I will prepare a grand funeral for them. You're right, Anthony. Thor gripped Azu's hand tightly. You've thought things through better than I have. Protecting Midgard. That's a more important responsibility. You are our last hope, don't say that. Azu said with a seemingly sincere expression. I believe you will succeed and come back alive, Saul. I haven't even taught you Tai Chi yet. Loki rolled his eyes. clearly disgusted by this sentimental drama. But he had to admit that the mortal's logic was impeccable. Now that we've made up our minds, let's get started. Azu glanced out the window before Odin changes his mind. However, what Azu was really thinking was this. Go to the dark world with you, are you kidding me? It's the dead end, they're pitch black. Not a single spectator in sight. What's the point of me trying to boost my popularity? Do you even have any besides? How could I not know that you would definitely be defeated? The Aether is the Infinity Stone. The embodiment of the universe's rules, Thor. You think you can destroy the Infinity Stones with your measly hammer. Dream on when Malekith absorbs the ether particles. Just in time for the celestial convergence. With the 9 realms aligned, he will definitely be able to sense the other half of the ether particles on Earth. All I need to do is comfortably return to Earth. Drink some soda and wait for the boss to come knocking. When that time comes, Earth will once again face an alien invasion. And under the watchful eyes of all humanity, in front of cameras worldwide, I will then strike and eliminate Malekith. That's true profit maximization. They got the gems, gained popularities, and even managed to save the world on the side. That's what you call winning big. The operation begins. Jane Foster was weak and was held in Saul's arms. Loki was responsible for piloting the Dark Elf's scythe-like warplane. Do you know how to drive this thing? Thor asked skeptically. I am God Thor. Loki's fingers flew across the control panel. And the interface is pretty intuitive, maybe, boom. The spaceship took off erratically, crashing into and breaking 2 stone pillars. Watch where you're going, shut up. I'm getting used to the sensitivity. Watching their spaceship roar as it hurtled out of the celestial palace. Azu also took off alone and arrived in front of Heimdall. Heimdall remained standing there, steadfast in his post though he could not see the dark elves. I'm going back to Earth, gatekeeper, Azu said. It's Odin's order, well I guess so. Heimdall gave him a deep look, said nothing, and inserted the guardian sword into the slot, boom. The Rainbow Bridge is activated. Azu disappeared in Asgard, Washington, D.C. The White House, the rain poured down and thunder rumbled, as if foreshadowing some ominous future. The fireplace in the Oval Office was burning brightly, but President Matthew Ellis still felt cold. His whiskey was empty, but he was still unconsciously swirling the glass. The ice cubes clinking against the glass, you mean? Ellis's voice was hoarse as he stared at the strongest superhuman on Earth before him. They're coming, aliens again. Azu sat casually on the edge of the president's desk like an old friend. His stars and stripes cape was wet and dripping water. Not just aliens, Matthew. Azu picked up a crystal bottle from the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass, and moved with the practiced ease of someone in their own living room. They're a bunch of madmen who want to turn the universe into a dark forest. Dark elves. You can tell from their names that they definitely don't believe in the holy light. Dark elves. Ellis loosened his tie and slumped into his chair. God, I thought that was something from a bedtime story. What about SHIELD? Why didn't that one-eyed fury report it, SHIELD? Azu scoffed dismissively. By the time those bureaucrats finish filling out those forms, the Dark Elves' ships will probably be barbecuing on your south lawn. He leaned down, looked directly at the president, and his tone became serious. Listen, Matthew. Crisis can also be an opportunity, a turning point. Have you seen Independence Day? Azu pointed to the gloomy sky outside the window. You mean the movie? Ellis was taken aback. That's right. In that movie before the alien invasions, the president was just a politician being criticized. But what happened after that? Wu Yanzu pointed out the window. He piloted a fighter jet into the sky, became a hero, and became the leader of all mankind. You're the president, Matthew. You're the face of this country. The Battle of New York was the Avengers state, Nick Fury's show, and you were just a backdrop hiding in the bunker. Ellis's expression changed. This was his sore spot. But this time is different this time. The whole world knows that Earth is a piece of meat. Fear is spreading and fear Matthew. Fear is the best glue, Azu's voice was seductive. The people need a tough leader. A president who can flip out those alien bastards and kick them back home. Imagine that scene. Matthew Azu stretched out his hand, sketching a grand vision in the air. When you stand before the ruins of Capitol Hill, announcing to a ravaged world that we have defeated the invaders. Guess how the people will react. You will surpass Roosevelt, surpass Lincoln. You will be the fifth head on Mount Rushmore. Ellis's breathing quickened, and the fear in her eyes was gradually replaced by ambition. And what I need, Azu smiled, pushing his glass towards the president, is simply your cooperation since SHILD is blind and deaf. Let my Vought take over defense. Give me authorization, stand up for me, and suppress those bureaucrats who only know how to blabber. We share the glory. President Ellis stared at the amber liquid in his glass and remained silent for 3 seconds. Then he drank it all in one gulp, bottoms up. Ellis slammed his glass down, his eyes turning fierce. To hell with SHIELD. Homelander led us to victory. As you wish, Mr. President. Azu bowed slightly, a perfect smile curving his lips. This is my Earth and I won't let anyone take it away. New York Vought International Headquarters. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the CEO's office, Jessica Jones was gripping the window frame so tightly that the alloy frame was deformed and twisted from her grip. Her face was as pale as paper. Her forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat, and the veins in her neck occasionally shimmered with an eerie dark red light. That was the restlessness of the etheric particles within her body. Damn it, she cursed under her breath, her hands trembling as she pulled a bottle of painkillers from the drawer. Without paying attention to the dosage, she poured a handful into her mouth and swallowed it without even using water. But it was no use. The searing pain that burned my soul continued to wash over me in waves. Bang! The office door was pushed open. Jessica turned around abruptly, a flash of red light in her eyes. She instinctively tried to hide it, quickly turning her back and grabbing the sunglasses on the table to put them on. Who let you in? Get out. I said I didn't give you any orders. Is this how you welcome your boss, Queen? That familiar voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Yet reassuring. Jessica froze. 3 seconds later, she slowly turned around. Azu stood at the door, his red and blue uniform gleaming under the light, his face showing a hint of weariness that he was deliberately trying to project. You, Jessica's voice trembled slightly. She wanted to rush up and punch him, but she also wanted to run into his arms and cry her heart out. But in the end, she just snorted coldly across her arms and put on a nonchalancer face. Hey, isn't this our missing person? I thought you died in outer space. I was just about to turn your office into a bar. Sorry to disappoint you, Azu walked in with a smile. The alien food was too off, also I came back. Where have you been for the past months? Jessica grabbed her employee badge from the table and threw it at Azu. Do you know how I've been these past months? Do you know how difficult those old foxes on the board are to deal with? Do you know how chaotic that damn reality show is? Azu easily caught the work badge, still smiling as he looked at her. You just happen to be back, I'm quitting. Jessica gritted her teeth, her voice trembling slightly with pain. This is your mess, you clean it up yourself. Give me my wages, I'm going back to my apartment to sleep. After saying that, she endured the excruciating pain from the burst of etheric particles within her body, pushed away Azu and started to walk out. She couldn't let him see her like this. Like a monster, like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Jessica. Azu didn't move aside, instead he grabbed her wrist. Let go, Jessica struggled. But the hand remained firmly planted like an iron clamp. Your hands are very hot, Azu's voice lowered, his earlier teasing tone disappearing. Can't I have a fever? Let go, you're in pain, aren't you? This sentence was like a needle, piercing through Jessica's disguise. Her struggles stopped. Azu gently removed the sunglasses from her face. Her eyes were bloodshot with a reddish glint in them. and her face looked so haggard it was heartbreaking. Azu sighed inwardly and activated his performance mode. His eyes softened considerably, even carrying a hint of deep remorse. "I'm sorry, Jessica." He reached out and gently stroked her cheek. The coolness from his fingertips soothed Jessica's burning skin. "I'm late, you." Jessica's eyes reddened. She bit her lip, stubbornly holding back her tears. "Why did it take you so long to come back?" "I've been searching for a cure for you," Azu sighed deeply, his eyes revealing a weariness born of hardship. "I know that thing is dangerous inside you, and as I expected. Even Asgard, where that idiot Thor is, can't do anything about it. So I broke into Odin's forbidden library, was imprisoned by Odin, made a deal with the treacherous Loki, and even fought the Dark Elves, finally." Azu conjured a golden apple out of thin air, waving it under the lights. "I've found a way to suppress it somewhat. While it can't cure it completely, it can at least reduce your pain, Anthony, you idiot." Jessica couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Azu's arms, hugging him tightly. "Trust me, Jessica," he whispered in her ear, "just a little longer soon. I'll be able to get it out completely, then you'll be free. I trust you." Before she could finish speaking, Jessica suddenly felt dizzy and her body fell backward uncontrollably. But she didn't fall to the ground. A strong embrace caught her. Azu gently wrapped his left arm around her waist and back, while his right hand steadily supported her knees, lifting her up in his arms. "Let me go." Jessica struggled weakly, but her strength was like that of a baby in front of Homelander. "Don't move." Azu carried her to the sofa in front of the French windows and sat down, letting her lean against him. Jessica wasn't going to back down. She was Treasure Girl, a tough nut to crack straight out of Hell's Kitchen. But she couldn't resist. I really couldn't resist. She reached out and wrapped her arms tightly around Azu's neck, burying her face in his chest and sobbing softly. The fear and grievances that had been suppressed for so long finally burst forth at this moment. Azu didn't say anything but gently patted her back. After a long while, Jessica calmed down a bit. She seemed to realize that her behavior just now had been too weak, and she pushed Azu away abruptly, trying to stand up. "All right," she wiped her face, her eyes hardening again. "Now that you're back, my temporary job is over. I'm going back to Brooklyn now." After saying that, she turned to leave, etc. Azu pressed down on her shoulder, his expression turning serious. "I know you want to leave, but right now you can't. War has come, Jessica. Those bastards who caused you so much pain, they're here." Jessica's heart skipped a beat. "What?" "They're after you." Azu looked directly into her eyes. "Or rather, they're after something inside you, called the Aether, a weapon used by an evil alien race called the Dark Elves to destroy the world. If you go back to Brooklyn now, your apartment will be a ruin in less than half an hour. And your neighbor, that stray cat, will all be dead. And..." Azu walked up to her and took her hand in his. "Walter needs youth. Kids on the reality show need you, and I need you too. This isn't just about saving yourself. It's about saving the world. This is what a treasure woman should do." Jessica looked at him. The excruciating pain within her body was still there. But at this moment, another force sustained her. "Okay." She took her work badge back, hung it around her neck, and her eyes sharpened again. "Let's do it. After we slaughter those alien bastards, you'll give me double overtime pay. Make a deal." The following day, a media storm swept across the United States. The White House press briefing room. The White House spokesman stood solemnly in front of the podium. But the background behind him was not just the national flag, but the Vought International logo and the American flag side by side. As many have guessed, Homelander, the founder of Vought International and leader of the Super 7, carried out a top-secret space mission directly authorized by the president during that period. The reporters in the audience erupted in an uproar. During the mission, Homelander successfully intercepted crucial intelligence. A hostile alien force, the Dark Elves, is attempting a full-scale invasion of Earth. This is the second major survival crisis facing humanity since the Battle of New York. But please rest assured, people, The spokesperson raised his voice. President Ellis has authorized Vought International and its superhero team to take full charge of this Earth defense operation. At the same time, Water International's official Twitter account and the White House's Twitter account posted a pinned video. In the video, Azu floats in the stratosphere. With the blue Earth behind him, I'm back. It's just a short sentence, but that's enough, ding. You've gained 31,252 popularity points, ding. You've gained plus 26525 popularity points, ding. Gained popularity, the entire internet is buzzing. I knew it, Homelander didn't die. He went to outer space to conduct reconnaissance. My god, aliens again. But with my homeland here, I'm not afraid at all. That's real style. While some mysterious organization is still checking the water meters, Homelander is already outmaneuvering aliens in outer space. SHIELD, the Tri-Wing building. Nick Fury watched the press conference on the screen. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, F***KU. Fury tossed the remote on the table. He couldn't even be bothered to tell us, sir. Agent Hill said, clutching a folder, her face grim. The Security Council just sent an urgent message, given SHIELD. So serious intelligence delays and gross negligence. They've decided to temporarily freeze 30% of our budget and demand our unconditional cooperation with Vought International's operations during this crisis. Cooperate, Fury sneered. They want us to be that blonde D's babysitters. He keenly sensed that the net was tightening. Walter wasn't just stealing their jobs. He was uprooting them, and Hilton paused. They're discussing a proposal called the Near-Earth Orbit Defense Outsourcing Act. If passed, future alien defense missions will be prioritized for Vought International. Some board members even suggested that SHIELD's functions were too bloated, recommending a restructuring or even dissolution. Fury sneered, disband. They really dare to dream of that. They have no idea that it's like handing a sword to the devil. Hill said indignantly. Those politicians are blinded by Homelander. Not just politicians. Steve Rogers strode into the office, still in his signature uniform, carrying his shield. Captains, you're here. Fury turned around. You also think I shouldn't have come? Steve's eyes were filled with disappointment. I just think, Walter, though radical, at least they're doing something. And us, Nick, the Dark Elves are coming. The whole world knows, Homelander told everyone. And what about SHIELD's intelligence network? Still searching for these so-called ghosts all day long. We're catching a mole, Captain, Hill argued. Have you caught all the moles? The enemy ships are practically at our doorstep. Steve slammed his shield down on the table, back in Vought. I watched those kids training to protect Earth, and at SHIELD, all I saw was suspicion buck passing. And damn bureaucracy, if SHIELD cannot protect the world, then it truly has no reason to exist. Natasha has found some clues. After this is over, don't come looking for me again. I want to do something more meaningful. After saying that, Steve put down a USB drive, turned around and left. Fury watched Captain America's retreating figure without offering any rebuttal. Meanwhile, in the shadows inside the building, Alexander Pierce is on the phone. This won't do. Pierce tried to keep his voice calm, but the underlying anxiety was unmistakable. SHIEL. DIS our life's work. If SHIELD falls, what will our 50 years of infiltration mean? After hanging up the phone, he leaned back wearily in his chair, pressing his temples listlessly. Sir, what should we do next? Rumlow asked nervously. Listen, Rumlow, this time we're going to help Fury. What? Rumlow looked surprised, thinking he had misheard. You heard me right, Pierce said coldly. We'll do everything we can to help SHIELD. Through this crisis, we need to prove that SHIELD still has value, even if it's just as a supporting role to Vought. With the host dead, the parasitism is meaningless, but Rumlow found it hard to accept. No buts. Pierce slammed his hand on the table. Execute the order. Hydra has suspended all destructive activities until this crisis is over. Fully cooperate with Nick Fury. We must be more patriotic than anyone else. Braver than anyone else, we must prove that SHIELD is not only useful but indispensable, even. Pierce gritted his teeth if necessary. Have our agents take the bullets for Nick Fury. No matter what, we can't let the SHIELD brand be ruined in our hands. Jesus, long live Hydra. Long live Hydra. Meanwhile, the system gave Azu another surprise. Ding. The system has detected that the organization under the host's leadership possesses a large team of heroes. League of Legends module officially activated. Module description: when the host is the leader. Leads a large-scale public battle involving superhero teams within or outside their group. 10% of the positive popularity points gained by all team members, including temporary members, will be converted into popularity points rewards. Note, this reward is an extra bonus and does not affect a member's own popularity gain. Holy crap, Wu Yanzu jumped up from his chair. A 10% commission, what does this mean? It means he wants to expand and strengthen his business and create new glories immediately following this. Wotech Media dropped a second bombshell. The official Twitter account for Who's the Next Superhero updated: this is war, this is not a drill. Reality show format fully upgraded. The Ultimate Trials. Iron Man team, Captain America team, Jumbo Girl team. 30 top trainees sold by 3 mentors. Will serve as the vanguard in the defensive operations against the aliens. Wotech will provide its latest Hummingbird micro-drone swarm, bringing you a first-person live view full live stream. The top performer will directly advance to a formal spot in the Super 7. At the same time, all city heroes under the Vought contract will have their vacations cancelled before and after the final battle, and will be fully committed to fighting evil. We cannot allow any villain to take advantage of the chaos. This tweet caused an uproar online. Sending hero trainees to fight aliens, that's so hardcore. Vought headquarters conference room. In the conference room, the 3 mentors gathered together. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Azu sat at the head of the table with Jessica to his left, pouring whiskey into her coffee. Sitting opposite him were Captain America Steve Rogers, with a serious expression, and Iron Man Tony Stark, who was playing on his phone with a disgruntled look on his face. So Tony didn't even look up. Did you get your brain caught in the Rainbow Bridge? These kids have only been training for a few weeks. You're taking them to fight an alien regular army. Do you think this is Half-Life? It's real combat, Tony, Azu corrected, not a game. This is war, Anthony. Steve jumped to his feet, slamming his hands on the table. This isn't a reality show, those trainees. The youngest is only 16. Some have never even fought before, you'll kill them. Captain, how long did you train before you went to the battlefield? Azu countered, if I remember correctly. You also jumped straight from the stage of selling national debt to the Hydra base. Right? Steve was speechless. That's different. I'm a super soldier and nothing's different. Azu stood up, placed his hands on the table, and glanced at the 3 of them. The Dark Elves' goal is to destroy the world literally. If the world is destroyed, where can these kids hide? We're selecting a Super 7-member group, not a boy band or girl groups. If they hadn't been tempered by blood and fires, why would they stand by my side? What right do they have to join the Super 7? Tony, Steve, do you know what we're facing this time? Azu pulled up a holographic star map and pointed it at the dark void. The Dark Elves, led by Malekith, wield the ether. His goal is not to conquer Earth nor to seize its oil. His intention is to use the aggregation of celestial bodies to release ether particles, dragging this universe into eternal darkness. If he succeeds, there will be no death toll. Azu's voice was chillingly cold. Because everyone will die. Azu walked up to Tony and looked him straight in the eyes. In the face of such a threat, you're talking to me about protecting children, but... Tony wanted to argue. No buts, Tony, Azu interrupted him. This is a total war. We need every ounce of strength, those trainees. Since they chose to become heroes, this is the threshold they must cross. Tony Stark remained silent. He looked at Azu, wanting to retort, but found that his throat felt like it was blocked. Steve Rogers took a deep breath and picked up the shield that was on the table. If what you say is true, the captain's eyes hardened, then we have no way out. That's why I'm doing this reality show. Azu pointed to the door. They chose this path. They chose to wear the leotard and enjoy the cheers and applause. Then there will be a price to pay. This battle is their coming-of-age ceremony. Only those who survive are qualified to stand beside me and become part of the Super Seven. Those who died, Azu's eyes were indifferent. That is the fate of heroes, he's right. Jessica took a sip of her drink, her voice hoarse. This world is a mess. It's better to face reality sooner rather than later than live in a fairy tale. Tony Stark remained silent for a long time, then finally sighed, all right. He stood up, the hesitation in his eyes disappearing. I'll give them the best equipment, and I'll have Jarvis monitor them the whole time. If anyone can't hold on, I'll kick them off the battlefield immediately. Me too. Steve picked up his shield. I'll lead the charge, stand in front of them. As long as I'm standing, I won't let them die. That's right, Azu smiled with satisfaction. He stretched out his hand and placed it between the four people. For my planet, it's mine too. Tony added irritably but still placed his hand on it. To live, Jessica let go. Steve finally placed his hand on it, looking at everyone with a determined gaze. For tomorrow, Walter Studios. The air was thick with a mixture of tension and excitement. The 30 contestants who made it into the top 100 are now standing below the stage, dressed in their own colorful and flamboyant outfits. Azu stood in the center of the stage without a microphone, yet his voice clearly resonated throughout the entire venue. Originally, today's schedule was for you to have head-to-head battles, fighting tooth and nail for those damned qualification spots. He paused, his gaze sharp as a knife. But now the rules of the game have changed. We're not playing house anymore. War has come. Dark elves, a group of evil aliens who want to destroy Earth, are on their way. SHIELD is unreliable, and the military's mobilization speed is too slow. Only we can protect human civilization. Azu pointed to the 30 people below the stage. I know why you're on this show, for money, for fame, for having your posters plastered in Times Square. No problem, Walter can provide it. But the prerequisite is, you have to prove you deserve it. From now on, who's the next superhero enters the real-world testing phase. No ring, no referee, no call to stop. The battlefield is right here, right on Earth. You will all be led by your mentors to directly confront the invasion of the Dark Elves. Live stream throughout, witnessed globally. The best performer will directly advance to the Super 7. Even if they don't make it, they will receive the Earth Guardian Medal personally awarded by President Ellis. In Vought's S-Class contract, boom. The audience erupted in uproar. Some people were so excited their faces turned red, while others were so frightened their faces turned pale. Wait, Homelanders. A burly man capable of multiplying in size raised his hand, his voice trembling slightly. We're going to fight aliens, really this. This isn't in the contract, yeah. We're just here for the audition, what if we die? Another girl who could manipulate plants exclaimed. Steve Rogers stood up from the mentor seat, children. His voice was steady and powerful. This is the price of heroism, this is not a game. If you are not prepared to sacrifice, you can choose to quit, Azu chimed in. The door's over there, no one will laugh at you after all. Being a hero isn't something just anyone can do. Even if you withdraw, Walter will still offer you a-level contracts. There was a minute of silence, finally. The burly man lowered his head, silently stepped out of the line, and walked towards the gates. Once there's a first one, there's bound to be a second. I'm sorry, I still have family. I don't want to die. One by one, 11 people left the group. The remaining 19 people stood still. Some with trembling legs but did not move. Ha. A soft laugh broke the silence. Pietro chewed his gum, watching the departing figures with an indifferent expression. He turned to look at Azu, his eyes brimming with ambition. Hey, big star, if I take down that alien leader, can I take over your captain's position? The entire audience gasped. Azu laughed. He liked this kind of ambition, if you can do it. Pietro Azu pointed to his chest. This captaincy. What's wrong with me giving it to you, however? Azu's tone shifted, his eyes turning dangerous. If you're all talk and no action, I'll hang you on the lightning rod of Stark Tower and let you dry like a piece of cured meat. Cool, Pietro shrugged. Me too, Wade Wilson, dressed in a red and black bodysuit, jumped out. Brandishing 2 knives, I'm going to kill aliens. My god, aliens, I've never seen aliens before. You have no idea how much I hate myself for not coming to New York sooner and missing the first alien war. What color do you think alien blood is? If it's green, will it be sticky like slime, Wade? Tony Stark rubbed his temples. If you can shut up for 5 minutes, I'll make you 2 gilded longswords, deal, Daddy. That's great, Daddy. You have no idea how envious I am of Spider-Man for having a daddy like you. What little spider? Stark asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Nick Fury issued a call to arms for the Avengers. However, there were very few respondents in video link. Tony, the Avengers need to get back on track. Fury's one eye betrayed his weariness. This is a global crisis. Back with the team, Tony, clad in his armor, was adjusting equipment on Vought's helipad, with cadets preparing for deployment in the background. Nick, I have my team. Look at these kids, they are humanity's hope. And Tony sneered, do you even know where the aliens are? Following you. Waiting until humanity is wiped out before seeking revenge. Tony, he's hanging up, busy saving the world. Tony abruptly ended the call. Fury looked at another screen. Steve Rogers is helping a nervous cadet check his shield buckle. I'm sorry, Director Fury. Steve's voice was calm but tinged with disappointment. During the Battle of New York, you didn't even know the nuclear bomb was on your heads. And this time, you don't even know who the enemy is. I can't entrust my back to an organization I don't trust. I want to stay with these trainees, they need me. The Avengers are outdated. The video went black. Silence fell over Fury's office. Finally, Clint Barton, the last one remaining silently, wiped his bow and arrows. Boss, I'm still here. Natasha Romanoff sighed, propping her legs up on the table. And me. While I also think that blonde megalomaniac has a lot of influence, I still prefer working with people I know. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Dr. Bruce Banner walked in somewhat awkwardly. I saw the news. I felt I should come and help after all. I really wrecked New York last time. Looking at the remaining trio of Man, Woman, and Beast, Fury felt an unprecedented sense of desolation. The once invincible Avengers have fallen to this state. Water Mobilization Center, you've chosen this path. Azu waved his hand. Several bodyguards came up carrying black metal cases and opened them. As the cold air dissipated, neatly arranged green syringes were revealed inside. T-Vex, what is this? Tony Stark leaned closer, his armor visor scanning the syringe. Gamma radiation. No, this energy reading is strange. This is our trump card. Azu picked one up and held it in the air. This is the latest achievement of Water Life Sciences Division, T-Vex. Hulk Experience card. It can increase your strength by at least 20 times within 20 minutes, making you invulnerable to blades and bullets, and even granting you superpowers. The entire audience erupted in uproar. And the price? Steve Rogers asked sharply. Yes, Azu admitted frankly. After the effects wear off, you'll be as weak as a drowned rat and, at most, 2 doses a day. He tossed the syringe to Steve. This is insurance for you. If you encounter a life-or-death situation, insert it. It can save your life. Of course, these are also weapons for you. Azu looked at the students. Ordinary dark elves are more than 10 times stronger than humans. With this, you'll be hunters for at least 20 minutes. 2 bottles each, remember, don't overindulge. The process of distributing the medicine was quick. Everyone eagerly inserted the green test tubes into the slots in their suits. Even Tony Stark took 2 and stuffed them into his armor's storage compartment. Zwaddleheim, the dark world, there is no color here. Only endless ashes and the deathly silence of the wind. The sky was a dirty rag shrouding this cursed wasteland. Is this your plan? Loki looked at the massive black cross-shaped ship before him and sneered. I thought that after the Battle of New York, your brain would have developed some new wrinkles. Shut up, Loki. Thor held the pale-faced Jane Foster tightly. His eyes hardening, proceed with the plan. They stood on the sand dunes, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, slowly stepped off the spaceship, exuding an oppressive aura, that face as pale as a corpse. Had only one side intact. The other half bore scorch marks from lightning strikes, a gift Thor left in Asgard. Behind him followed the mountain-like monster, the cursed warrior Argorim. Asgardians. Malekith's voice was laced with suppressed rage. How dare you trespass into my territory? I'm here to end all of this, Thor roared suddenly. Loki attacked, stabbing Thor in the waist with a dagger. Thor screamed and fell to the ground, while Jane Foster screamed in terror. Thor reached out to summon Mjolnir, but Loki severed his arm. This was a performance staged for Malekith's benefit. To lower his guard, the ether particles were extracted from Jane's body. Malekith fell for it. He looked at Jane Foster greedily. That was the power he had always dreamed of. He raised his hand and a dark magical field enveloped Jane. Jane was suspended in midair in agony as a red fluid was forcibly extracted from her eyes. Ears, nose, and mouth like silk. The red particles gathered in the air, condensing into a restless dark red energy sphere. Now, Thor, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. Loki's, you don't need to shout, you big dummy. Loki instantly dispelled the illusion, and Thor summoned the most violent lightning from Mjolnir in his hand. Booms! In the instant before the ether particle separated from its host and was absorbed by Malekith, Thor's hammer, carrying immense power, slammed into the red energy sphere. Explode. A violent energy wave swept across the entire wasteland. The smoke and dust cleared. Thor, panting heavily, looked ahead expectantly. However, when the dust settled, the red substance did not dissipate. It transformed into countless tiny crystal fragments, suspended in the air as if summoned by some force. They coalesced again, but this cluster of ether particles looked somewhat thin. Malekith reached out his hand, and the ball of red energy obediently merged into his body. Power surged. What's going on? Malekith suddenly opened his eyes. His dark pupils filled with rage and confusion, only half. He felt a kind of incomplete hunger within his body. Where is the other half? Malekith roared, his voice deafening, and the surrounding rocks crumbled with his fury. I've already destroyed the other half, you black scum. Thor laughed smugly. Kill them. He didn't have time to play games with these 2 Asgardians. The once in 5,000 years celestial conjunction was fast approaching. Kills. The cursed warrior Argorim moved. He charged at Thor like a giant heavy tank. Thor raised Mjolnir and swung it down hard. Bang. What happened next horrified Saul. This Mjolnir, which was indestructible throughout the 9 realms, was actually knocked away by the cursed warrior with a single hand. What? Before Thor could react, the cursed warrior's heavy punch had already landed on his chest. PFFT, Thor felt as if he had been hit head-on by a planet. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away and embedded himself hard in the black rock wall. Unable to be pried out, no Thor. Jane was truly terrified this time. The cursed warrior turned and looked at Loki. Loki twirled the dagger in his hand as he looked at the monster who could kick Thor like a ball. A forced smile appearing on his face. Hey, big guy. Do you remember I even gave you directions? His answer was a boulder thrown by the cursed warrior. Loki dodged with illusion magic, but his opponent was too fast. and a punch from the other side knocked him to the ground. The gap in strength is too large. This is an absolute crushing defeat. Just as the cursed warrior stepped forward, about to crush Loki's head with his giant foot. Wait a moment. Loki suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "I surrender. I know where the other half is." The cursed warrior's feet hovered above Loki's nose. Malekith slowly walked over, looking down at the god of mischief. "Give me one reason not to kill you, Asgardian." Loki got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and the fear on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a fawning expression as if he had found a new patron. "The reason is simple," Loki said, pointing to Thor embedded in the mountains in the distance. "Because I hate him, I hate Odin. And I'd love to see Asgard perish." And Loki approached Malekith, lowering his voice, a cunning glint in his eyes. "I know where the other half of the ether is. It's in Midgard, in the hands of a very arrogant mortal. I can take you there." Loki spread his hands, gesturing for you to proceed. "I am the best guide in the 9 realms." Malekith stared intently into Loki's eyes, seemingly trying to determine the truth. A few seconds later, he let out a cold laugh. "If you dare to lie to me, I will tear your soul out and roast it over the fires of darkness, subjecting you to eternal torment." "It would be my pleasure," Loki bowed gracefully. In the distance, Thor finally struggled out of the rock and witnessed this scene. "Loki." Thor's roar was filled with disbelief and the fury of betrayal. "You actually surrendered, you actually betrayed us." Loki turned around and glanced at Thor. "A wise man submits to circumstances, me brother." Loki said coldly, "You're always so foolish, resorting to brute force only. As for me, I will live on." After saying that, Loki turned around and followed Malekith toward the spaceship. "Goodbye, Thor." The cursed warrior turned around, preparing to deliver the final blow to Thor, Mjolnir. Thor knew that all was lost. He suddenly opened his arms. Buzz! Thor's hammer came hurtling through the air from afar. But he didn't use it to attack. Instead, he used the hammer's momentum to grab Jane Foster, who was standing next to him. Walk. The two transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the murky clouds. Malekith watched Thor escape but did not order a pursuit. "Let him get away, we don't have much time left. Go to Midgard, Earth, United States, West Coast." 1 second it was a beautiful sunny afternoon tea time, and the next second God suddenly turned off the lights. The once azure sky was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of haze. Buzz, the atmosphere is mourning. A colossal black cross-shaped spaceship appeared out of thin air, abruptly appearing above the Pacific Ocean. It was so big that it blotted out the sky. It was the Dark Elves' mothership, the Ark. Inside the bridge, Malekith closed his eyes. Feeling the call from the same source of power, I felt it. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked down at the blue planet. "It's right here. The pulse, though faint, is present on this continent. But the exact location is vague." Malekith frowned. "The host seems to be suppressing its power." "Then let her lose control." Loki stood to the side, looking at the earth outside the porthole, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "These mortals are fragile, sensitive, and prone to panic. Just give them a little push." Loki pointed to the city below. "Make them feel pain and fear. This will cause the host's emotions to fluctuate, and the ether particles will erupt uncontrollably. It's like scalding an ant nest with boiling water." Malekith nodded. "Let's do it. Release all fighter jets. Turn this continent into a sea of fire." Earth's defense system responded immediately. Warning. Warning, unidentified flying object detected, huge size. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The Pentagon is in complete chaos. And on the top floor of Vought's headquarters, Azu was holding a glass of red wine, looking at the satellite cloud image on the big screen. "It's finally here. Has the nationwide live stream started yet?" Azu asked Ashley beside him. "It's on all channels, including streaming, now all of America. No, the whole world is watching us." Ashley's hands were trembling. A mixture of fear and excitement, very good. Azu put down his wine cup. Tell those city heroes and those trainees. Those who don't want to die, you'd better be on your guard. The performance has begun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless small black, sickle-shaped fighter jets swarmed out of the mothership like locusts. They have no specific target, or rather, their target is all moving objects. Washington, New York, Boston, Philadelphia. Major cities on the U.S. West Coast were hit by a barrage of attacks at the same time. Boom, 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 explosions echoed continuously. Skyscrapers collapsed like building blocks under the bombardment of energy cannons. Streets turned into hellcars were blown away. And crowds screamed and fled in all directions. This is what you call defense. Inside the White House bunker, President Ellis roared into the phone. Where's the Federal Air Force? Where are the surface-to-air missiles, Mr. President? Our missiles have been launched in the sky. Thousands of Tomahawk cruise missiles and Patriot air defense missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, surged towards the alien warplanes and mothership like fire dragons swimming upstream. This is a collision between modern technology and ancient mythological technology. However, the result was devastating. Just as those missiles were about to hit their targets, a black ripple suddenly appeared on the surface of the Dark Elf's fighter jet. That's the same technology as the black hole grenade, the singularity defense field. Buzz, there was no explosion, no fire. Those high-tech missiles costing millions of dollars vanished into thin air the instant they came into contact with the black ripples. As if swallowed whole by a monster, what? The generals in the ground command center were dumbfounded. This is illogical, that's a high-explosive warhead. Even interception would cause it to explode. At this moment, the Dark Elves launched their counterattack. Several sickle fighter jets flew over a U.S. military base. They launched a few inconspicuous black spheres. Annihilation bomb, boom, buzz. The sphere landed and collapsed instantly. Miniature black holes formed in the center of the base. Fighter jets, armored vehicles, Patriot launchers. Even an entire barracks, everything was torn apart. Stretched, twisted, and then sucked into that tiny black dot. No bigger than a fist under that terrifying gravity. 3 seconds later, the black hole disappeared. All that remained was a smooth, mirror-like circular crater, tusk, tusk, tusk. He shook his head and said to Tony Stark beside him, "Did you understand, Tony?" Tony Stark, clad in his battle armor, stared intently at the data stream on the screen. Gravity weapons, space folding technology, damn it. How did these aliens even develop their technology? Tony gritted his teeth. Our firearms are like slings to them. That's why space wars always involve close combat. Azu pointed to the screen. When technology advances to a certain level, missiles can be detected the moment they are launched. They have enough time to counter such beyond visual range attacks, making the attack meaningless, therefore. The deciding factor has reverted to the most primitive method. Azu clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. That means using your fists to twist their heads off. He turned around and looked at the group of heroic cadets behind him, who were already fully equipped and ready to go. Their eyes filled with fervor, children, Azu said, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his face. Now it's your turn, go tell those alien bastards. Earth does not welcome illegal immigrants, set off. Dryola Street in Manhattan. The sirens blared through the sky, but they could not drown out the roar of the explosion. Boom, a scythe fighter jet swept across Fifth Avenue. Its energy blast turning a Starbucks into ruins. Help. The crowd fled in panic. Just then, a familiar whooshing sound came from the sky. Whoosh, a golden red figure burst out of the smoke. Its chest-mounted cluster cannon roaring, accurately striking the flank of a sickle fighter jet. Boom, the fighter jet went out of control and crashed. Tony Stark, clad in the latest Mark 42 armor, hovered in midair. His voice amplified throughout the block, hey. Gray goblins, you don't have visas, get off my planet. It's Iron Man. The crowd hiding in the ruins erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, on the ground battlefield, beside an overturned bus, several dark elf soldiers were raising their energy rifles, aiming at the civilians hiding behind the bus. Clang. A red, white, and blue shield came hurtling, bouncing around the necks of the three dark elves and knocking them all down. Captain America burst out of the smoke and dust, caught the rebounding shield, and slid in to knock down another dark elf. Kids, keep up. Steve yelled behind him. A group of superhero trainees dressed in various colored suits rushed out. That's Captain America, and those are the hero trainees from TV. Camera drones buzzed, transmitting all of this in real time to screens of viewers around the world. On the other side, Angela, the fiery red lady, displayed astonishing destructive power. She was bathed in flames, like a fiery meteor charging into the ranks of the Dark Elves. Ordinary bullets are ineffective against the armor of Dark Elves, but high temperatures are a universal law of physics. Burn! Angela unleashed two fire dragons from her hands, instantly engulfing the three Dark Elves. The aliens screamed in agony under the intense heat, burning to a crisp. Watch out on the left. Fastball Robbie Baldwin weaves between his teammates. Using the rapid propulsion device Tony Stark gave him to bounce around the battlefield. Using his kinetic energy absorption ability, he deliberately crashed into the energy projectiles aimed at his teammates, then released the shockwave energy to blast the enemy aircraft. Bangs, bangs, bangs. Although the pose wasn't particularly stylish, the effect was outstanding. In contrast, the SHIELD agents, while also doing their jobs, seemed to have no presence on camera. People flooded the internet with comments, SHIELD. That's ancient history. We want Homelander. We want our treasure woman. Disband SHIELD. Give my taxes to Vought. This pressure from public opinion made the SHIELD agents feel incredibly frustrated, and also filled Hydra with immense panic. They have to fight with all their might to avoid losing his job. Hydra agent Rumlow is now leading his commando team, working harder than ever to maintain order on the streets. Boss, who are we working for? The subordinate complained. Shut up. Rumlow smashed a thug who was taking advantage of the chaos to buy something for free with the butt of his rifle. Ford SHIELD, however, when the live stream switched to a hero in a red and black bodysuit, the tone suddenly changed. Ha ha ha. This is exactly the party I've been dreaming of. Wade Wilson brandished his two katana like a fruit ninja. I can't see who sewed my mask shut. Oh, it was myself. Thud. A hapless dark elf soldier had his eye socket pierced by the longsword he swung. Wade bent down and picked up the alien energy rifle. How do I use this thing? Is there an instruction manual? Do I need to scan a QR code to pay first? Chirp. He pulled the trigger randomly, and an energy blast blew off one of his own legs. F***K. My legs, that's my third leg. Oh no, my left leg. Thank goodness. Wade hopped on one leg, picked up his broken leg and waved it at the camera. Oh mom. Look, I'm on TV. I'm sacrificing myself for my country, even though I only donated 20%. The surrounding National Guard soldiers were dumbfounded. Is this also a superhero? Probably. What's happening right now is both a chaotic battle and a show. Walter's drones faithfully recorded every frame. Audiences around the world were in an uproar. They watched as these celebrity contestants, who usually appeared on television during talent shows, were now fighting a real bloody battle to protect them. That's Angela. I voted for her. That guy is so handsome. I want to marry him. That red-haired pervert was disgusting, but he really fought hard. A massive influx of popularity points flowed towards Azu, who was firmly positioned in the center of the group. As Azu watched the numbers in the system surge, the red light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Ding. League of Legends module activated. Team reward bonus. Ding. Team popularity points gained plus 22,100. Ding. Team popularity points gained plus 32,155. Ding. Team popularity points gained plus 34122. Current popularity score for Earth region, 12,252,100. Ding! Popularity level in Earth region has increased, extremely popular. Ding ability enhancement, super strength 7,500 tons. Thermal vision 22,000 super speed Mach 300. Ding team rallying ability enhanced. Effect when there are officially certified members of the Super 7 within a 1,500-meter radius. The team leader's all attributes will receive a 60% boost for each additional member. Maximum boost of 360%, watch me. Peter Romaksimov is currently acting alongside Jessica Jones. Whoosh, he transformed into a silver lightning bolt. Traversing the battlefield. The dark elf soldier had just raised his gun when he discovered it was gone. The next second, their braids were tied together. The next second, they were hit in the back of the head by an energy beam from their own teammate. Too slow, Pietro stopped in a square, holding a bunch of alien guns, and struck a cool pose for the cameramen. See that? Speed is everything. However, the next moment, a black hole grenade rolled to his feet. Pietro's expression changed, and he was about to run when he discovered that the gravity of the surrounding space had been distorted, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Oops. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the black hole. Stop right there, Superboy. A massive V-shaped vibranium shield blocked his way. Jessica Jones descended from the sky, slamming her shield into the ground to desperately block the suction force of the miniature black hole. But it clearly didn't have much effect. Ow. Jessica let out a painful scream. A dark red energy wave erupted from her body, and the miniature black hole turned into black ash the instant it came into contact with the red light. Don't try to look cool on the battlefield, you idiot. Jessica roared, Thanks, boss. Pietro was still in shock. Meanwhile, on the arc far beyond the atmosphere, Malekith abruptly turned his head, staring intently in the direction of New York. A cruel smile spreading across his lips found it. Azu watched Jessica's outburst on the screen, then glanced at the dark elf fleet that suddenly turned and surged towards New York. He smiled. She straightened her collar and cloak, then slowly walked to the edge of the balcony. A gentle breeze ruffled his blonde hair. Finally. It's my turn, Ashley. Add some background music for my live stream. Which song? Of course it's theme from Superman. Boom. Homelanders strike Manhattan, New York. The sky was no longer the sky but a huge, oppressive black iron plate. Malekith had absolutely no patience for playing cat and mouse games. Once he confirmed that the woman with the aura of ethereal particles was indeed in this concrete jungle, he issued the sole command, erase. Tens of thousands of scythe-shaped fighter jets no longer attacked in a scattered manner. Instead, they converged from all directions like a swarm of killer bees summoned by their queen. They didn't dive, they didn't fight. They simply hovered silently over every corner of Manhattan. This stillness was even more suffocating than the previous bombardment. From Central Park to Wall Street, from the Empire State Building to the Statue of Liberty, layer upon layer blocking out the sky and the sun. The entire city of New York was shrouded in gloom, with only the low hum of fighter jet engines audible. Sizzle, 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 buzz, 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 the deep, resonant energy like a rusty saw, repeatedly tugged at the nerves of every New Yorker. That was the sound of charging. Thousands of dark cannon muzzles simultaneously lit up with a crimson light. That wasn't the starlight of hope, it was the eye of death. They want to wipe New York off the map, on the ground. Tony Stark tilted his head back, his visor open, revealing a face with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Jarvis, channel all your energy into the chest cluster cannon. Sir, the reactor temperature is currently too high. If we proceed with the launch, the reactor may explode due to overload. Then let's bomb it. Tony looked at the destructive light about to pour down from above, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Let's fight to the very end. Steve Rogers stood atop an overturned school bus. His shield covered in scorch marks, he looked at the sky, clenched his fist and his nails dug deeply into his palm. A sense of powerlessness. This is an emotion that Captain America rarely experiences. He could charge into Hydra's tanks. He could throw punches at alien armies. But faced with such devastating saturation attacks, mortal courage seemed so pale. Children, hide behind me. These superhero trainees, who were just moments before full of confidence, now finally understand the cruelty of war. As long as we're still standing, we haven't lost. Steve tightened his grip on the shield strap and said to the trembling superhero trainees behind him, "If this is the end, then let us face it like warriors." This was the only thing he could do. Jessica Jones knelt amidst the ruins, the etheric particles within her body surging wildly due to the impending emotional upheaval. The excruciating pain nearly made her lose consciousness. But she clung tightly to the ground, refusing to fall. That B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the other side, Wade Wilson was picking his teeth with a broken knife. Wow, what a grand display. Wade looked up at the sky and even whistled. These special effects are way better than that movie where they're wielding lightsabers and hacking their dads to pieces. But shouldn't the director cut to that scene? Shouldn't some guy in red underwear be saving the world at a time like this? Oh wait, your guy doesn't wear underwear. He likes to hang upside down. Despair spread like a plague through the city. On every street corner, whether it was civilians hiding in air raid shelters or live streamers broadcasting on their phones, everyone looked up, watching the impending destructive light. No one cried out. When fear reaches its extreme, one loses their voice. Until Peter Parker, a boy covered in dust, stands on the lawn of Hunter Cape South Park in Queens, clutching a copy of Homelander comic book signed by Joe. He looked at the Sky High's small body trembling. But there was a stubborn belief in his eyes. Homelanders. The boy muttered to himself. His voice was very soft, drowned out by the hum of the energy charging. Homelanders, the boy raised his voice. A homeless man nearby heard this and, as if grasping at a straw, shouted, "Homelander, Homelanders, Homelanders." These three words seemed to possess a kind of magic. In this world shrouded in darkness, it is the only light. The sounds began to converge. It spread from Central Park to Fifth Avenue, and from Brooklyn to Queens. The chat room exploded with comments. There were no other words, only those rows and rows of neat, uniform text, so many that it made your eyes dizzy. Homelander, Homelanders, Homelanders. That was the cry of millions, a torrent of faith. Vought headquarters control room. Ashley stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the apocalyptic scene outside, her legs trembling violently, but her hand remained firmly pressed on the control panel. She waited for the time the man gave her, 5. She glanced at the watch on her wrist. It was the countdown timer Azu had set before he left, 4. The red light in the sky had become blindingly bright, 3. The air began to scorch due to an energy overload, 2. Ashley closed her eyes and, with all her might, pressed the red play button, Skye. The current is connected. On the top floor of the Star Building, the array of sonar speakers covering the entire city was activated at full power at that moment. At the same time, background music plays on all Waters live channels across the United States. The prelude begins, the stirring magnificent and hopeful song theme from Superman resounded throughout the skies of New York. Ding ding dings 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 ding. The music reached its highest point, boom. The atmosphere was torn apart, no one saw what happened. All people saw was a streak of red and blue light, like the spear of Longinus shot from the depths of hell to heaven. Speed, extreme speed. After the team was activated, his speed reached Mach 450. Azu flew around the Earth, accumulating his kinetic energy to a terrifying critical point. At this very moment, he is a super warhead with the body of a god. Puff, 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 puff. In that instant, the sky turned into a sea of fire. Azu's figure transformed into beams of death, crashing into the dense formation of fighter jets without any hindrance. Wherever it passed, the fighter jets instantly disintegrated and exploded, turning into a rain of fire that filled the sky. In those few short seconds, a large chunk of the dark clouds hanging over New York was forcibly wiped away. The sky brightened. That was the light of destruction. It was also the most expensive fireworks that the motherland gave to all of humanity. The shockwave generated by the high-speed movement gradually dissipated. Against the backdrop of a sky ablaze with fire and rain, a figure slowly came to a stop in midair. The three-colored cloak fluttered in the heat of the explosion. His blonde hair was perfectly styled, and his uniform was spotless. He hovered there, with burning wreckage beneath his feet and the dissipating haze above him. As if premeditated, Walter's swarm of hummingbird drones flew up behind him at this perfect moment. The camera zooms in a view from behind that broad, solid silhouette, seemingly capable of bearing the weight of the entire world. Azu slowly turned his head, his azure eyes looking at the camera, as if he were looking at everyone in front of the screen. He smiled slightly and said softly, "As long as I'm here. No one can take away your tomorrow." Quiet then. Woo, as the whole of New York, the whole of Americas. The loudest cheers in human history erupted. Homelander's God, he is God among men. Long live the people of our motherland. Countless people knelt on the streets of New York, weeping bitterly, and countless others embraced and kissed those around them. Even Tony Stark was staring blankly at that figure. Well, he stole the spotlight again. He opened his visor, taking a deep breath, but good thing he did. And Azu's system backend started flooding with messages again. Ding, you have gained 150,210 popularity points. Ding. You have gained 121,440 popularity points. Ding. You have gained 138,125 popularity points. Ding. Earth region popularity level increased. All eyes are on you. Ding, ability enhancement, super strength 10,000 tons. Super speed Mach 400, steel body stellar level plus. Ding, new ability unlocked, Fist of Bonds. Note, consumes 5,000 special popularity points to increase the destructive power of the next attack by 10 times. The fluctuating numbers in the system made Azu's eyes dazzled. Cool, Azu roared inwardly. This feeling of being the center of attention and turning the tide is 1,000,000 times more exhilarating than anything else in the world. However, some people don't find this scene beautiful. Enough! A furious roar came from the mothership high in the sky. You disgusting crawler! The mothership's hatch exploded open. Malekith flew out. At this moment, dark red fluid covered his entire body like a living armor. Ether particles erupted from his body, transforming into a tangible dark storm. The world changed color. The red storm expanded rapidly, like a gaping maw of an abyss ready to swallow all of New York. Along with that arrogant blonde manhole, Azu turned around, snorted coldly, completely unfazed, and suddenly glared at her. Zzz, too thick. High-energy heat beams slammed into the red mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The two energies collided violently in midair. However, something unexpected happened to Azu. That invincible heat vision, after shooting into the red mist, seemed to vanish into thin air, turning into countless black ashes. Azu was stunned for a moment. Holy crap. Is this some kind of magic trick? I am the ruler of darkness, Malekith sneered. Your power is meaningless before me. Ineffective thermal vision. Azu twisted his neck, making a crisp cracking sound. Then I'll use a simple and straightforward method. Supervision activate, piercing through layers of red mist, locking onto the blurry figure hidden within the core of the ether particles. Although the resolution was poor, it didn't matter much. Found it, system load, Fist of Bonds. Ding. 5,000 special popularity points consumed. Bond Fist fully charged, multiplier 1,000%. Loading, team assemble. Ding. Nearby team members detected. Homelander, Gem Woman 27. Team rally mode is now activated. Current growth rate 120%, high in the sky. Azu's figure suddenly stopped, and he assumed a slingshot stance. Boom. The sonic boom cloud exploded instantly, even shattering a section of the cloud below. Spicy shredded chicken. Azu's voice still echoed in the air. But he had already arrived. Take this punch. Malekith only had time to see a red and blue light. Bangs! Azu's fist had already landed solidly on his chest, before even the pain receptors could transmit signals to the brain. Malekith was propelled by this incredible force, instantly breaking the sound barrier, shooting straight into the sky above New York, piercing the heavens, and disappearing on the eastern horizon. The sky over New York cleared up instantly. The crimson mist dissipated as it lost its controller. What just happened on the ground? Deadpool struggled to put his severed leg back together, scratched his head and asked, "Where's the ultimate villain? Was he banished to the second dimension?" Tony Stark's visor displayed a line of red data, target movement speed. Estimated landing point, Asia. Tony swallowed hard. He kicked someone to the other side of the world. 10,000 kilometers away, Tokyo, Japan. In the bustling streets of Shibuya, lights flash, and a giant LED advertising screen plays a promotional video for an idol. While the world is focused on the war in the United States, for the people Heritade is their idol's concert until booms, a meteorite fell from the sky, piercing through the Shibuya 109 building before crashing to the ground. The top floor of that landmark building shattered instantly. A massive shockwave swept across the entire building. Countless glass curtain walls exploded, and pedestrians screamed as they were thrown over by the blast wave. Smoke and dust billowed. Malekith lay in the rubble, half of his body completely gone, white bone fragments exposed, black blood flowing everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. He's not dead yet. The dark elf's life force, combined with the protection of the ether particles, kept him alive. Damn Midgardians. Malekith's eyes were a mixture of hatred and terror. That kind of power, pure physical strength, could it really be this strong? Buzz. The etheric particles within his body began to operate wildly. It was a dark red fluid like sentient tentacles, gushing from his wound, weaving and reassembling. Bone regeneration, muscle reconstruction, skin healing. Malekith's shattered body was visibly regenerating. This is the power of the ether particles. I am immortal. Damn Midgardians. Malekith looked at the sky, his eyes burning with rage that seemed to set the world ablaze. Do you think you can defeat the power of Aether with brute force? A boom. The sound of something cutting through the air came again from the sky. A red and blue figure descended from the sky and hovered above Shibuya. Azu has arrived, but he is not alone. He was also holding a pale-faced woman in his arms, Jessica Jones. At the Shibuya crossing, a large group of young people gathered, watching the arrival of the National Guard and letting out gasps of surprise. Skye dies, my fellow countrymen. Azu slowly landed not far from Malekith, raising an eyebrow as he watched the monster rapidly recovering. Not bad for recovery, little dark-skinned guy. He put Jessica down and straightened his gloves. However, that's perfect, that punch just now. Azu's smile was chilling. I haven't had my fill of playing yet. He turned to look at Jessica. Can you hold on, Your Majesty? Jessica clutched her chest, which had become burning hot from being near Malekith, as if a fire were burning inside. She raised her head, her eyes fierce. As long as I can kill this ugly freak, he said. His arms jerking again, the vibranium arm shield popped out, flashing with a cold light. I could fight all day long. Haha, that won't be necessary. Azu smoothed Jessica's wind-blown hair. Wait for me here. It'll be over soon and you'll be free of pain in no time. Jessica looked at the berserk dark elf in the distance, a hint of worry in her eyes. That guy seems unkillable. Anything that's alive must be killed. Azu straightened up and looked around. This is Tokyo. Azu laughed out loud. So here I can finally. Now we can do whatever we want. Malekith rose from the ruins, completely healed. It hurts, it really hurts. Malekith stretched his newly recovered body, his eyes filled with hatred. Midgardian, you have utterly enraged me. Azu didn't waste any more words with Malekith. You seem pretty tough. Hopefully your health insurance covers being beaten up by Superman. After saying that, Azu's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Boom. A sonic boom cloud exploded in the center of the Shibuya intersection, instantly cracking the asphalt road surface. Before Malekith could even blink, a hand carrying destructive power had already gripped his face. The immense kinetic energy propelled him backward. Azu pressed Malekith's head down like a human cannonball and smashed it through the Shibuya 109 building in front of him. Reinforced concrete was as fragile as a wafer in front of Azu. The building's glass curtain wall instantly turned into a shower of crystals. But this is just the beginning without slowing down. Azu pushed Malekith across the street and crashed into the office building opposite. Desks, computers, and documents flew everywhere. The third building, the fourth building. The roaring sounds blended together, like an out-of-control express train crashing through the urban jungle. Along a straight line, 10 high-rise buildings were forcibly chiseled through. Enough, immortals! Malekith's furious roar erupted from the ruins. Buzz. A terrifying energy surge erupted from him, the body, which was on the verge of collapse, rapidly recovered under the influence of the dark red fluid. Azu was thrown back by this unreasonable energy, tumbling twice in the air before landing steadily, his feet carving 2 furrows in the asphalt road. He patted the dust off his chest and looked at the figure shrouded in red mist in the distance. That's interesting. Malekith floated up from the ruins and looked up at the sky. He sensed that space was distorting. Celestial bodies were converging, and it had reached its highest point. That was a sign that the 9 realms were connected. The moment when the cosmic barrier was at its weakest. Malekith's voice was hoarse and anxious. He could tell that it had been less than 30 minutes. If he cannot obtain the complete ether particles and reach the center of the convergence to release them within these 30 minutes, then the gate will close. The next time it will open will be 5,000 years from now. He can't wait 5,000 years. Give me back my ether. Malekith roared and suddenly spread his arms wide. This time he held nothing back. Boom. The ground began to tremble. Countless dark red tentacles erupted from his body. These were materialized ether particles, which danced wildly in the air like a swarm of hungry pythons. Tentacle play. Azu chuckled and his figure instantly blurred. Super speed, he darted through the gaps in the tentacles, moving so fast that only a red and blue afterimage remained. The tentacles struck the ground, instantly obliterating the asphalt road and turning it into black ash. Too slow, Azu suddenly stopped. Dodging a sweeping tentaclethon accelerated sharply, delivering a straight punch to Malekith's chest. Just as his fist was about to touch Malekith, buzz. The dark red mist surrounding Malekith seemed to possess its own consciousness, instantly condensing into a shield that blocked the fist. Whence a loud bangs. Azu felt as if his punch had struck an invisible rubber wall. The force was instantly dispersed and absorbed. It moves by itself. Azu frowned and used the momentum to retreat. You cannot touch the darkness, Malekith said coldly, half of his attention on Jessica Jones not far away. He could sense that the other half of the ether particles were calling for their return within the woman's body. Really, I like challenges that are different. Boom. Azu's figure disappeared completely. The speed at which it is displayed is so fast that it cannot be detected by the human eye. Countless figures of Azu appeared around Malekith. That was an afterimage. Smash, 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 smash. The sounds of intense impacts were like a torrential downpour. Azu launched a fierce and relentless attack on Malekith from all directions. Malekith stood at the eye of the storm, surrounded by a surging etheric particles, like a living cocoon, automatically defending against attacks from every angle. The red fluid shifted unpredictably in the air, sometimes transforming into shields, sometimes into spikes, and sometimes into tentacles to retaliate. Not fast enough, Azu roared as he moved at high speed. He could sense that with each attack, the reaction speed of the ether particles was increasing. The red fluid was adapting to his rhythm. Then go even faster, Azu's eyes flashed red. And he once again approached his maximum speed. Boom. Accelerate once again. The air in Shibuya seemed to be ignited. The supersonic shockwave generated by Azu's movement shattered all the glass within a 1-kilometer radius. And cars parked on the roadside were blown away like toys. Malekith's defensive barriers began to tremble. At the same time, on the other side of the world in New York, 10,000 meters above the ground, the Dark Elf's cross-shaped ship hovered above the clouds. Inside the bridge, the cursed warrior Algorim was watching a holographic image that was stuck on the moment Malekith was knocked away. Malekith's danger. Algorim let out a low growl and turned to head towards the control panel. Send the spaceship over there, I need to support him. Wait a minute, big guy, a hand stopped him. Loki leaned against the control panel, toying with the dagger in his hand. A nonchalant smile on his face. What do you want? Algorim glared at the Asgardian. I want to save your masterand while I'm at it. Save your poor brain. Loki pointed to the red and blue figure on the screen. Look at that guy. He could fight Malekith from one end of the planet to the other. Do you think your clunky ship could even touch his cloak? Argolim remained silent, although he was reluctant to admit it. The mortal's speed was indeed beyond his comprehension. Then what brilliant idea do you have, God of Deception? It's very simple, Loki turned around, waved his hand. And the image on the holographic screen switched to the ground in New York. Those are the superheroes busy working in the ruins. Iron Man, Captain America, and those students in outlandish costumes. Look at these people, Loki said, pointing at them. His heart filled with the pleasure of revenge. They are that person's friends. Loki walked up to Algorim and lowered his voice. If you go to him in your spaceship right now, he'll just turn you into scrap metal, but if you stay here. Loki pointed down at Manhattan, grabs them. Grab those he cares about, grab the Tin Man by the neck. And stomp the old soldier with the shield under your feet. Then tell the cloaked man if you move again. Your friend will be turned into mincemeat. Loki laughed, a laugh like Nick Wilde. Believe me, this trick always works against so-called superheroes. Algorim stared at the screen, pondering for a moment. You are right, Asgardian, despicable but effective. Algorim turned and walked toward the hatch. That's right. Loki watched the cursed warrior's departing figure, his smile widening. A street in Manhattan. The smoke of battle had not yet cleared, but cheers already resounded through the sky. We won. Homelander blew that alien litter away. The trainees collapsed onto the ruins, embracing each other in celebration. Pietro was panting heavily. His flashy silver battle suit was torn in several places, and his face was covered in dust and blood. Hey bro. He nudged Deadpool, who was stitching up his leg. Your leg. Is it all better now? Of course. This leg has been with me for 28 weeks. I'm very sentimental. Wade grimaced as he stapled his thigh back in place. As long as it's not turned into mincemeat, I won't give it up. Ouch, this staple seems to be rusty, not far away. Tony Stark was having Jarvis scan the surrounding building structures to assess the extent of the damage. After this battle, I reckon my damage control department will be working overtime until the next century. The Tony quipped. Steve Rogers was bandaging the wounds of an injured civilian. Everything seemed to be over until, boom. A loud bang was heard and the ground shook violently. Everyone looked up in horror suddenly. A black monster descended from the sky and crashed heavily into the center of Times Square in front of them. The shockwave overturned all the surrounding vehicles, and the asphalt road surface shattered like a biscuit. The smoke and dust cleared. Argolim slowly straightened up, his eyes burning with cursed fire, sweeping over everyone present. What the hell is that? One student was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Looks like an encore, Wade Wilson, supporting his still healing broken leg, hopped up on one leg brandishing his katana. Hey's big guy. The show's over, no encore. Your alien mom's calling you home for dinner. Without a word, the cursed warrior grabbed a nearby fire truck and smashed it at Wade. Careful, Steve Rogers raised his shield and charged forward, but someone was faster than him. Watch me, fastball. Robbie wanted to show off. So he launched himself forward, curling into a ball in midair and using his kinetic energy field to smash the fire truck. Bang! Seeing this, Wade rushed over. Let me give you a pedicure. He slashed at the cursed warrior's ankle, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The last katana also broke. That's awkward. Wade looked at the broken knife in his hand. The cursed warrior lowered his head and glanced at the red-clad clown bouncing at his feet. He reached out and grabbed Wade's shoulders and waist. One on each side. Hey big guy, let's talk this out. Don't go down the path of crimes. Wade suddenly sensed something was wrong. Tear. With a powerful thrust of his hands, the cursed warrior tore Wade Wilson in two. Right before the nationally televised cameras, blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground. Oh my God, my lower body's my little Wade. Is this an R-rated movie set? Wade's upper body fell to the ground, and he crawled while screaming in pain. The entire room fell silent. Almost everyone was stunned by the bloody scene. Run. Steve Rogers was the first to react. The roared, raised his shield and charged forward. This monster is beyond your capabilities. Everyone retreats. But the cursed warriors did not give them time to retreat. He charged into the ranks of heroes like a runaway heavy tank. Bang! Just as the fiery Angela breathed out a ball of flame, she was punched and sent flying, crashing into a clothing store's thump. Robbie tried to block the ball with kinetic energy absorption, but ended up being stomped into the ground and unable to pull himself out. Stop! Pietro couldn't stand it anymore. A flash of silver light. He activated high-speed mode and rushed behind the cursed warrior, attempting to attack his joints. But the cursed warrior reacted incredibly quickly. With a sudden wave of his hand, the resulting gust of wind sent Pietro flying. Pietro crashed to the ground, and before he could catch his breath, the cursed warrior was already in front of him, holding a huge concrete slab. Die, you reptile. Pietro closed his eyes in despair. Bang. The expected pain did not come. Pietro opened his eyes and saw a golden-red figure from behind. Tony Stark. He rushed over at the critical moment and, with the body of a Mark 42, single-handedly held up the concrete slab. Run, kid. Tony gritted his teeth. His face beneath the visor flushed red from the strain. Jarvis, full power, sir. The armor is severely damaged, and the support system is about to fail. Hold on. Snap. The armor on the arm of the Mark 42 cracked, and hydraulic oil splattered. The cursed warrior sneered and increased his power. Bang. The cement slab was pressed down. Tony was forced to his knees by the pressure, but he still held on tightly, creating a space for Pietro to survive. Let's go. Tony roared. Pietro stared blankly at the man he usually regarded as an enemy and whom he called an arms dealer. At this moment, Tony Stark was no longer the aloof billionaire he once was. He was just an ordinary person, risking his life to save others. Why? Pietro murmured. Why so many whys? I'm Iron Man. Tony's chest-mounted cluster cannon suddenly exploded, shattering the concrete slab and exhausting its last bit of energy. The cursed warrior was blasted back 2 steps, but he was unharmed. He charged forward angrily and punched Tony in the chest. Thump! The armor completely disintegrated, and Tony flew out like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground unconscious. Stark. Steve Rogers' eyes widened in fury. He charged forward, his vibranium shield slamming into the cursed warrior's knee. Clang! The cursed warrior's knees bent slightly. You've got some skills, Midgardian. The cursed warrior turned around to face Captain America. The two clashed. Although Steve was not as strong as his opponent, he possessed top-notch fighting skills and a shield that defied the laws of physics. He rolled, leaped, slammed his shield, and parried. For a time, they were actually fighting this ancient monster to a standstill. But the difference in strength is absolute. After 30 moves, the cursed warrior seized the opportunity and grabbed the edge of the vibranium shield. Give it to me. He roared and actually yanked the shield from Steve's hand. Then he swung it backhand, bang. The shield slammed into Steve. Sending the super soldier flying, Steve lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unable to get up for a long time. The cursed warrior walked up to Steve and reached out his enormous hand to grab his head. Resistance is pointless, this is fate, Hulk. Smash! A deafening roar descended from the sky. The enormous green object slammed into the cursed warrior like a falling Kryptonian. Boom, the ground collapsed. Hulk rode atop the cursed warrior, his pair of green fists, the size of sandbags, raining down like a pile driver. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch was filled with anger. Every punch carried the force of smashing the opponent flat. The cursed warrior was knocked into the ground. Hulk, the strongest. The Hulk roared to the sky, proclaiming his dominance. However, the next second, a charred large hand suddenly burst out of the ruins. The cursed warrior sat up from the pit. The flame of curse in his eyes burned even more fiercely. That's a forbidden technique that drains one's life force. His lava-like muscles began to swell, and his body grew several feet taller, becoming even larger than the Hulk. Hayas. The cursed warrior let out a low growl and stopped retreating. When Hulk's fist came down again, he reached out and caught Hulk's fist head-on. Smack. A muffled thud, the enormous fist stopped. Hulk paused, a hint of disbelief flashing in his green eyes. No one had ever been able to catch his fist like that. Have you had enough, beast? Argorim's voice was like the sound of hell. He flipped his wrist, grabbed Hulk's wrist, and then pulled hard, delivering a powerful knee strike to Hulk's abdomen. Ugh. Hulk was beaten so badly he was bent over like a shrimp, spitting all over the ground. What followed was a fierce and relentless counterattack. Algorim was not only incredibly strong, but he was also the strongest warrior of the Dark Elves, possessing combat skills honed over thousands of years. Punch, kick, elbow, throw. Hulk, like a green ball, was tossed around in the street by Algorim. Hulk slash. Hulk tried to fight back. His anger was rising, and his strength was increasing. But every time he tried to exert his strength, Algorim would interrupt him with subtle yet violent means. This is an unequal form of suppression. Bang. The cursed warrior punched Hulk in the chin. Awa. Hulk was sent flying into the air, and one of his teeth broke off. The cursed warrior leaped up, grabbed Hulk's ankle midair, and slammed him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Boom. Boom, boom, left throw, right throw, the last round throw. They slammed him into the New York sewers. Hulk lay at the bottom of the pits, his eyes somewhat unfocused. He was stunned by the blow. He has always crushed his opponents with his invincible strength. But Tade encountered a monster who was tougher, stronger, and better at fighting than him. Boom, crack. A bolt of lightning ripped through the clouds in the sky. Thor has arrived, and they return to Earth through the window of celestial convergence. After settling Jane in a safe place, he immediately rushed over to provide assistance. Your opponent is here, you hideous monster. Thor spun Mjolnir in the air, unleashing dazzling divine power of lightning, and slammed it down fiercely on the cursed warrior. For the glory of Asgard, smack. Just as the hammer was about to smash into his head, the cursed warrior slapped him with his backhand. Bang. Thor, hammer and all, flew out at an even greater speed than when he arrived. He traced a graceful parabola through the air, crashed through the Avengers Tower logo, and finally disappeared into the Hudson River, creating a huge splash. The entire room fell completely silent. Iron Man is in a coma. Captain America is seriously injured. Hulk was crushed. Thor was slapped away. Earth's strongest Avengers were all defeated by this alien monster. The cursed warrior stood in the center of the ruins. Looking around, who else? He roared. No one answered. Despair descended once more. All the trainees were backing away. Who can stop this monster? Just then, cough, cough. A coughing sound came from the ruins. The pile of scrap metal shifted. Tony Stark. He's not dead yet. He struggled to crawl out of the wrecked Mark 42, his face covered in blood. Staggering. But he did not back down. He reached into the thigh storage compartment of his armor and, with trembling hands, pulled out a green syringe. That was the trump card Azu gave us, T-Vex. Looks like I'm going to become Captain Iron. He raised the syringe and aimed it at his neck, not just him. Steve Rogers, who was in the distance also, stood up, leaning against the walls, holding the same green syringe in his hand. Then the team members all took out their T-Vex cameras. Without the slightest hesitation, Tony plunged the needle deep into his carotid artery. Hiss pushed the lever all the way down. In that instant, Tony's pupils contracted sharply. A surge of violent heat, like an enraged fire dragon, rushed through his veins and spread throughout his body in an instant. The feeling was not pleasant, it even carried a tearing pain. But after this pain came an intoxicating feeling of expansion. His muscle, which he hadn't consciously trained, bulged as if inflated, with veins standing out beneath his skin. His broken ribs crackled and popped under the influence of the medication. Returning to their original state, Tony exhaled a breath of stale air, which formed a long white mist in the cold air. He looked down at his hands. No armor, no pulse cannon, just bare fists. But at this moment, he had the illusion that he could crush this planet. Behind him, the same scene was unfolding. Steve Rogers, this super soldier, already stood at the pinnacle of human physical ability. When T-Vex enters his body, the chemical reaction is exponential. His already tight uniform ripped under the strain, the muscles in his back straining against the fabric. Apart from the stains on his body, there were no visible tiny wounds. Pietro felt the world slowed down, almost to the point of stopping. The flames on Angela's body changed from orange-red to a near incandescent blue. Behind them, the dozen or so students who had initially looked terrified now had their eyes gleaming with a green light. Fear, what is that? Dopamine and adrenaline have taken over everything. Wow, the only outlier, Wade Wilson, was looking down at his crotch. Look, it sprouted like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. His lower body grew back, but unfortunately, his armor wouldn't regenerate, leaving his once handsome but now ugly skin exposed to the air. Hey, is the director there? Can you add a mosaic? He shouted casually at the live-streaming drone. Drink. Hulk jumped back to the surface from underground. This monster, who was already dominated by rage, seemed to be infected by the frenzied atmosphere around him. Although he didn't use any drugs, he could smell the getting stronger scent, which made him even more belligerent. Hulk, he won't lose. His body swelled up again, and his green skin became even greener. Click. A bolt of lightning struck. Thor, carrying Mjolnir, flew back from the river. He shook his wet hair and looked at the group of people in front of him with some confusion. Thor frowned. You look a little different. No one answered him. All eyes were fixed on the black monster in the center of the ruins. As if drawn by a magnet, Argolim, the strongest cursed warrior of the Dark Elves, felt a chill for the first time. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. As a cursed warrior felt no fear. His life was dedicated to destruction, but at that moment, the alarm bells of his biological instincts were screaming wildly in his mind. Run, you'll die, hoo-ha. Algorim tried to dispel the oppressive feeling with a roar, raising his charred hand and demonstratively crushing a piece of concrete. Steve Rogers stood at the forefront, not using his shield for defense, but instead pointing the edge of the shield at the enemy. Assuming a charging stance, his voice was no longer gentle, but filled with violent catharsis. Walter, heroes, assemble! Boom! The ground instantly crumbled. This group of superhumans, enhanced by T-Vex, like zombies unleashed, charged frantically towards the cursed warrior. Steve Rogers was the first to rush in, delivering a close-range shield bash to the cursed warrior's raised arms as he tried to block. Bang! The cursed warrior's blocking stance was deformed by the impact of the force. Before he could retaliate, a man in a suit had already bumped into him. That was Tony Stark without his armor. He didn't use any fancy fighting techniques. He simply delivered a plain and unadorned headbutt, slamming it hard into the cursed warrior's nose. Thump. A muffled thud, the cursed warrior staggered backward, his massive body being forced back 2 steps by the impact. Before he could even regain his footing, a bolt of silver lightning flashed past. Pietro's supersonic kick slammed into his knee joint. Snap, the cursed warrior knelt on one knee, Hulk slash. The Hulk leaped high into the air, clasped his fists together like a giant hammer, and slammed them down hard on the cursed warrior's back. Boom, the cursed warrior was slammed to the ground, leaving a large crater in the earth. Following that was the fiery red lady's intense heat. The kinetic energy bombardment of the fastballand. 1,000-year kill, Deadpool Wade yelled, picked up his broken sword, and plunged it into the cursed warrior's most vulnerable spot. Ow, even the cursed warrior, who felt no pain, let out a piercing scream. This was less a battle and more a form of vigilante justice. This is the most enthusiastic welcome that Earthlings have ever given to alien invaders. Back on the other side of the world in Shibuya, Tokyo, the fighting here wasn't as chaotic, but it was far more deadly. Azu's movements were so fast it was like a frame skipping in the real world. Malekith's body was surrounded by a surge of dark red ether particles, attempting to construct an all-around defensive barrier. However, under Azu's ultra-high-frequency attacks, which were thousands of times per second, this originally indestructible fluid armor began to show obvious lag. Too slow. Azu's cold laughter exploded in Malekith's ears. He accurately captured that instant, the 0.1 second gap when the ether particles were repairing the left side defense. PFFT, Azu's right hand like a knife pierced Malekith's chest without any resistance. Got you, he sneered and clenched his fist suddenly. Smack, that dark, beating heart was crushed into a lump of flesh in his palm. Malekith's body stiffened. However, only 1 second had passed, buzz. At the same time, countless red tentacles intertwined within the large hole in Malekith's chest, instantly reshaping a new heart. Huff, huff. A sinister, mocking expression appeared on Malekith's pale face. Useless mortal. With a wave of his hand, an etheric storm forced Azu back. I am the ruler of darkness, immortal, you cannot kill me. Azu hovered in midair, shaking the black blood off his hands, his eyes growing increasingly cold. Be killed. His eyes narrowed and he activated X-Sight in his eyes. He could clearly see that when Malekith was injured, the dark red ether particles would frantically draw life energy from the depths of Malekith's cells to repair it. That's a form of equivalent exchange, I see. Azu recalled the records he had seen in Odin's library. Ether particles are weapons developed by the Dark Elves based on reality stones. While granting its host immortality, it also relentlessly drains the host's life force. Each time the ether particles repair Malekith's body, the red energy forcibly draws life force from the mitochondria of every cell in Malekith as fuel. Dark Elves possess robust physiques and long lifespans, enabling them to withstand intense physical exertion. That makes things easier, Azu smiled cruelly. What did you say? Malekith frowned. I said you've got a pretty high health bar, old man. Azu raised his head and looked into the distance. Southwest of Tokyo lies a snow-capped, active volcano. Relying solely on fists is too slow. I need to find you a sauna so you can work up a good sweat. A crazy yet efficient plan took shape in Azu's mind. What do you want to do? Malekith instinctively sensed something was wrong. Let's go take a bath. Boom, Azu moved. He seized the opportunity and once again broke through Malekith's ethereal defense at lightning speed, grabbing Malekith's arms and neck tightly from behind. A strong man locks up a man, let me go. Malekith was shocked. He transformed the ether particles into spikes and frantically stabbed at Azu's body. But he could not break through his uniform. Boom, takeoff. On top of Mount Fuji, let me go inside. With all his might, Azu slammed Malekith into the snow-covered mountain pass. Boom, 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 boom. Mount Fuji, which had been dormant for 300 years, was forcibly awakened by external forces at this moment. Azu's attack pierced through the Earth's crust, opening a channel for magma immediately afterwards. A towering column of fire mixed with black smoke and lava gushed forth, shooting straight into the sky. Azu hovered high in the air, looking down at the boiling volcano below. Without stopping, he could sense that Malekith was still struggling inside. Isn't it hot enough? Azu's eyes suddenly widened, then. Add some spice, zzzzz. Two thick beams of high-energy thermal light descended from the sky, shooting straight into the churning magma. Inside the crater, Malekith is currently in hell. He was surrounded by scorching magma, the lifeblood of the earth, which squeezed him from all sides with endless heat and pressure. The etheric particles within his body were operating wildly, attempting to block the magma and repair his body, which was being eroded by thermal radiation. My life. He could clearly feel that his life force was slipping away at an alarming rate. The ether particles are frantically drawing upon their source to maintain this high-intensity activity. No, I can't die here. Malekith attempted to burst out of the magma, but above them, that savage figure sealed off the exit like a lid. As soon as he shows his face, he will be blasted back by an even more terrifying attack. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Malekith's struggles grew weaker and weaker finally. When the last bit of life force is squeezed out, the ether particles seem to realize the host's demise, and it stopped repairing the broken body, PFFT. Malekith's body was completely reduced to ashes in the lava. That dark red fluid having lost its host, floated alone in the magmas, unaffected by the high temperature. It still emitted an eerie red glow. Done. Azu, who was in the air, let out a long sigh of relief. All right, time to collect the spoils. He swooped down and plunged directly into the thick smoke. He hovered on the surface of the lava, extending his right hand. Come over. The dark red ether particles seemed to have found a new container and slowly drifted over. Shibuya. Jessica Jones leaned against a broken concrete slab, her face deathly pale. The other half of the etheric particles within her body is becoming violent, seemingly sensing the return of the other half. Cough, cough, she spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and her vision began to blur. Hey queens, you're not dead yet, are you? A familiar voice rang out. Azu landed in front of her, carrying a faint smell of sulfur. Almost there, just 2 more minutes. Jessica weakly forced a smile. Where's that ugly bee *****D? It turned into volcanic ash. He then crouched down and looked at Jessica. Now it's time to solve your problem. The process might be a little strange, just bear with it. After saying that, Azu put on the infinity gauntlet with his right hand and placed his left hand on Jessica's chest. Come out with a thought. Half of the ether particles in his body flowed into the infinity gauntlet through his arm. Using this as a trigger, the infinity gauntlet unleashed a powerful suction force. Lugs. Jessica tilted her head back and let out a painful scream. Countless dark red threads were forcibly pulled from under her skin and flowed into Azu's palm. 2 streams of ether particles met intertwined and merged above the infinity gauntlet. The fluid began to solidify, a red glow emanated from it. 1 minute later, all the red light receded. An irregularly shaped, dark red gemstone is quietly set in the groove of the ring finger of the infinity gauntlet. The reality gem back in its place. Azu looked at the red gem on the glove, feeling the terrifying power it contained, and couldn't help but laugh wildly inside. Ha ha ha. I got the reality stone, Thanos. Let's see what you'll use to snap your fingers next. Finally, I don't have to gamble on that 1 in 5 chance anymore. Well, Jessica's body went limp and she was about to collapse. Having served as a host for a long time, her life force had been severely depleted. Although the ether particles had been removed, her body was on the verge of collapse, sleep. Azu helped her up, then slowly raised his right hand, which was wearing the infinity gauntlets. Snap. A crisp snap of the fingers, a dazzling light flashed, and a red energy wave instantly enveloped Jessica. Under this force, Jessica's body was damaged. Necrotic tissue disappeared, and brand new cells were generated out of thin air. It's not just about repairs. Due to prolonged exposure to ether particles, Jessica's body also appears to have undergone some kind of strange mutation. Jessica suddenly opened her eyes and gasped for air. She felt better than ever before. Power surged within her, and her senses became sharper than ever before. She instinctively tried to stand up but found. My feet left the ground and I floated up. Eyes, I can fly. Jessica stared at her feet in shock. Consider this the rent paid by that parasite. Azu shook his hand and the reality gem dimmed, even he. In the instant he used the gem to alter reality. Experienced a strange sense of loss, faint yet distinct. It was the feeling of his life force being drained, however. Just a few seconds later, a warm current flowed from the ground beneath their feet. And under the effect of the god of the mortal realm buff, the damage was instantly replenished, as expected. The power of the Infinity Stones has no upper limit. The limit lies in the user's physical tolerance. The Ultron body that Tony Stark created, with its vibranium and cradle of life technology, was practically a vessel tailor-made for the Infinity Stones. No wonder Ultron, with his 6 Infinity Stones, became Marvel's strictest father, but Azu glanced at his gloves, a smile playing on his lips. My health isn't bad either, let's go. Azu grabbed Jessica's hand, and the two of them leaped into the air. Less than a minute after they left, below, Mount Fuji was affected by the intense feeding activity and the violent tremors of the Earth's crust. Finally, I couldn't hold back any longer. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, a thick column of smoke shot into the sky, and molten lava gushed out, turning the Tokyo night sky blood red. Above the ruins of Manhattan, smoke mingled with the acrid smell of burning electricity. Azu looked around, raising an eyebrow slightly. The scene was even more devastating than he had anticipated. Apart from Bruce and Thor, the rest of the people were lying haphazardly in the ruins of Times Square. It wasn't the kind of poignant display after a heroic death. It was more like the hangover scene you see the morning after getting drunk at a fraternity party on Friday night. Pietro was hanging halfway from the billboard frame, one leg still twitching unconsciously. Angela, fiery woman, collapsed on the roadside, her sexy leather outfit torn to shreds. Fastball Robbie was curled up in a ball, foaming at the mouth, like a broken, bouncy ball. The most outrageous one was Wade Wilson. This pervert in red was lying naked from the waist down in the middle of the road, clutching the broken half of a knife tightly in his hand, muttering nonsense like chrysanthemums are withered. Wounds are everywhere. I don't know where he learned it from. In the very center of the battlefield there lay a pile of dark, sticky, indescribable substances. Azu vaguely sensed the presence of something, the cursed warrior Argorim. Jessica Jones was now suspended in midair. Her feet half a meter off the ground, she frowned, her gaze sweeping over the collapsed crowd before finally settling on Wade. Who was naked? Hey, Wade. Jessica broke the silence with a disgusted sneer. You guys, were you all *****D by those dark elves in a row? Wade struggled to lift his head and stubbornly raised a middle finger. That would be wonderful, I would enjoy the process. Steve Rogers, who was still trying to catch his breath, couldn't help but roll his eyes wide when he heard this. Cough, cough. Steve, supporting himself with his shield, struggled to sit up, offering a wry smile. The drug Anthony gave me, it was too strong. He shook his head, continuing. And it had a side effect I didn't mention. It greatly amplifies the user's violent emotions. Those last 20 minutes, we were like a pack of mad dogs. Everyone then began to help each other to their feet. Although they were weak, the excitement of surviving a disaster was spreading through them. Until Tony Stark squinted, as if he had discovered a new continent, and pointed at Jessica in midair. Wait a minute. Tony drew a circle in the air with his finger. Am I overdosing and hallucinating, Ms. Jones? Are you flying? The entire room fell silent for a second. All eyes were on Jessica, no jets, no wings. She floated there, defying the laws of physics. Her feet half a meter off the ground. Jessica paused. looked down at her feet and then shrugged. I guess so. It's probably some kind of mutation, huh? Tony Stark instantly perked up, his eyes darting back and forth between Azu and Jessica with a playful glint in them, as if he had stumbled upon some earth-shattering gossip. I knew it, Tony pointed at Azu, his face lighting up with realization. This isn't a mutation at all, Jessica, tell me the truth. He grinned wickedly. Did you sleep with this golden snitch? Jessica's face darkened. Stark, do you want to die? Don't rush to deny it, Tony continued completely unfazed. This is definitely some kind of bodily fluid exchange leading to the transfer of abilities. Like a super STD, except the symptom is being able to fly. If that's the case, Wade Wilson, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with the light of a hungry wolf. He stared at Azu and shouted at the top of his lungs. I want one too, Daddy Fatherland, I don't mind. Whether it's above or below, in front or behind. As long as I can fly, I'll do it all, come on, abuse me. Wade scrambled and crawled to pick him up. Roll. Azu turned and kicked to the side in disgust. Bang. Wade flew out like a red ball and landed precisely in a trash can that was still burning. Ah, my butt's on fire, oh my poor brother, just then. Upon learning of the return of their compatriots, media outlets from all walks of life rushed through the distant cordon like madmen. In charge, reporters from major media outlets and news anchors with their phones flooded into Times Square. Long guns and short cannons were instantly aimed at the heroes in the ruins. The flashes of light were continuous, turning the night into day, Mr. Stark. What was that black monster we just saw, Captain? Captain, look this way. What are your thoughts on this global crisis, Deadpool? Can you put your pants on, facing the camera? The trainees, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly sat up as if they were dying, straightening their backs and striking the coolest poses. This is the most basic quality Ashley taught them to be Walter heroes. However, when the camera focused on Azu, the scene fell silent instantly. He stood there spotless, his cloak billowing slightly, a stark contrast to the disheveled state of those around him. All the microphones were pointed at him. Homelander, you destroyed the alien warplanes. You took down the alien letters. You saved the world once again. What would you like to say about this crisis? Wait a minute, I have something to say. A calm voice interrupted the reporter's question. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Steve Rogers slowly stood up. He was covered in wounds and his uniform was torn, but his leadership qualities were unmatched. He walked up to Azu and, under the watchful eyes of countless cameras, extended his hand. I want to thank you, Fatherlander. Steve's voice was solemn and serious, although there was an element of showmanship. He knew Azu and took it as a way of repaying him. If it weren't for your plans, if you hadn't given these children courage and confidence, we wouldn't have won today. You saved this city. Steve looked into Azu's eyes. A hero, click. This scene was frozen in time. The spiritual leader of the Avengers pays tribute to the leaders of Vought International. This was more than just a handshake. It felt like a passing of the torch. Azu grasped Steve's hand, a humble and moved expression on his face. No, Captain. He turned around to face the heroic cadets who were watching him. Look at that monster, Azu pointed at the lump of flesh, his voice deep and powerful. That was an enemy even the gods could not defeat. But you, with your mortal bodies, tore him apart. This is the beast within you, the rage to protect your home. Well, it's the courage to charge forward even knowing you'll die. You, Azu looked around at everyone, are the true heroes. Whoosh. Thunderous applause erupted. System notification sounds echoed in Azu's mind. Ding. You have gained 8,000 special popularity points. From Steve Rogers. Ding. You have gained 6,000 special popularity points. From Tony Stark. Ding. You have gained 5,000 special popularity points. From Peter Romaximov. Ding. You have gained 5,000 special popularity points. From Angela Taylor. Ding. You have gained 2,000 special popularity points. From Wade Wilson. Ding. Special popularity points gained. Azu stared at the rows of numbers flashing on the panel, especially the last summary line. Current special popularity value, 98,500. He could no longer contain his excitement. Beep beep. The ambulance siren, a century overdue, finally sounded. Remember to arrange a private room for me and with a nurse. A pretty nurse, don't touch my face, I want to be on TV. Amidst the chaos and jeers, the heroes who had just saved the Earth were loaded into ambulances like a group of high school students who had just finished a brawl. Outside the atmosphere, an invisible spaceship is quietly departing. Dark Elf Mothership. Silence fell over the bridge as the remaining hundreds of Dark Elves stared blankly at the replay on the holographic screen. In the scene, their invincible leader Malekith is thrown into a volcano and turns to ashes, while their strongest warrior Argalim is brutally beaten into oblivion by a group of Midgards. Faith has crumbled, fear is spreading. We're finished. A lieutenant knelt on the ground in despair. The ether is lost, his majesty is dead. We are the last souls of the dark world. Who's finished speaking? An elegant voice came from above the command platform. The elves suddenly looked up. A man dressed in a dark green battle robe and wearing a golden double-horned helmet sat in the command seat that had originally belonged to Malekith, toying with an exquisite dagger in his hand. A mysterious smile on his face, it's that Asgardian. Kill him, several dark elves were about to rush up. Wait. Loki raised his hand to stop them, and the alien warriors instinctively stopped in their tracks. Kill me, and then what? Loki stood up and slowly walked down the steps, his gaze sweeping over each dark elf, and then wander the universe, waiting for Asgardian armies to hunt you down, or be exiled forever in this cold universe, homeless. The dark elves looked at each other in bewilderment. You have lost your leader, you have lost your direction. Loki's voice was full of seduction. You are like a flock of lost lambs, and I. Loki spread his arms wide, full of passion and enthusiasm. I can give you a new direction. I can take you to a place beyond Asgard's reach, where we can rebuild our glory and take revenge on those arrogant gods. Think about it, Malekith may be dead, but he left behind this ship and this army. What you need is simply a new king. Loki pointed to his temple and grinned like a devil. A mind smarter than Malekith. A mind that knows better how to survive in this cruel universe. On this ship, Loki's hand stroked the cold control panel. Can do so much, the dark elves fell silent. This is the instinct for survival. A few seconds later, the first dark elf lowered his weapon and knelt on one knee. Then came the second, the third, until everyone knelt before Loki. Loki watched this scene, his smile widening. Very good. He sat back down in the command seat, his gaze fixed on the deep starry sky. Set sail. Asgard. Thor held Jane Foster's hand as they stood atop the Asgardian palace. Father, Thor said firmly, although Jane no longer has the ether within her, her life force is severely damaged. Only Asgardian medical technology can help her recover. I want her to stay and become a part of Asgard. Odin sat on his throne, looking with his one eye at his stubborn son, then at the mortal woman. She is mortal. Odin's voice remained majestic, but it had lost some of its previous harshness. Mortal lives are fleeting if you unite with her. You are destined to suffer the pain of loss. I don't care. Saul squeezed Jane's hand. I care, Odin scoffed. Odin. Frigga approached and whispered in Odin's ear. Homelander saved my life and changed my destiny, perhaps. We should try to change some of the old rules. Odin remained silent for a long time. He remembered that arrogant Midgardian god and his performance on the battlefield. Times have changed, she can stay. Odin finally relented, but still retained his divine arrogance. As a guest until she recovers. As for whether she can become a member of Asgard, that's up to fate. Saul was overjoyed. Thank you, Father. Jane breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't like the one-eyed old man, she put up with it so she could be with Thor, Shield. The Tri-Wing building. to demonstrate the importance of SHIELD and its reputation among the public. All agents were ordered to take to the streets. We need to let the public see the SHIELD badge. Pierce roared at the meeting. Go catch those bank robbers with alien weapons. Crack down on gangs in the city. Even help an old lady cross the street. Rescue a cat from a tree. They all need to wear SHIELD uniforms, so in the following weeks SHIELD agents transformed into New York's busiest community volunteers. But beneath this bustling surface, undercurrents are surging. Black Widow Natasha Hawkeye Clint and Dr. Bruce Banner disappeared without a trace. All under Fury's secret arrangement. Nobody knows where they went, Pierce, citing the argument that the world is becoming increasingly chaotic, and we need more efficient defense mechanisms. Strongly pushed for the accelerated launch of Project Insight in the Security Council. But the results were unsatisfactory. Because the world's attention is now focused on Walter, people seem to think that as long as there are people in the motherland, even if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. And there is no need to spend huge sums of money on some insight project. One board member even retorted, "Do we need to understand the plan? We just need to make a call to Walter." Pierce was so angry that he smashed 3 cups in his office. Meanwhile, at the White House in Washington, President Matthew Ellis is currently riding high on his success. He sat in the screening room watching a video on the screen, grinning from ear to ear. Vought Films dispatched a top-notch production team to create a short film tailored specifically for the president. Titled The President, The Last Line of Defense. In the film, President Ellis is no longer the politician hiding in the bunker, wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying an M4 rifle. He fought alongside Vought's heroes amidst the smoke-filled ruins of Washington. The camera gave him a close-up, the president, his face covered in dust, eyes resolute, was shooting down several dark elf soldiers with his gun. Then he spat out his cigar and coolly said to the camera, "Don't forget I'm a veteran too." The video caused a sensation across the United States as soon as it was released. A tough president, this is the kind of leader we need. Ellis's approval ratings skyrocketed, making her re-election almost a certainty. Well done, Anthony Ellis said, grinning from ear to ear on the phone. "I think I could try my luck in Hollywood after I retire." "Great idea, Matthew." Azu laughed on the other end of the phone. "I'll definitely invite you to star in my movie series." However, Ellis also had regrets. His proposal to have his image carved on Mount Rushmore was unanimously rejected by the Senate on the grounds of damaging the historical and cultural landscape. "These blind idiots," Ellis cursed. In the public sphere, Azu's popularity continues to rise. However, some background noise also appeared. Tokyo, Japan, because Azu threw Malekith into Mount Fuji. The volcano which had been dormant for 300 years briefly erupted. Thick smoke and volcanic ash covered the Kanto plain, burying most of Tokyo under a thick layer of volcanic ash. Power outages, traffic disruptions, and even signs of a volcanic winter appeared. The Japanese cabinet was extremely dissatisfied with this. Although it dared not openly criticize Homelander, it repeatedly implied at international conferences that the violent acts of certain superheroes have caused excessive collateral damage. Some Japanese citizens even launched an online protest campaign calling for Homelanders to get out of Asia. "Sir, there's some trouble with public opinion in Japan." Ashley looked at the data report, somewhat worried. "Trouble?" Azu smiled. He silently opened the system and looked at the popularity breakdown data it provided. Panel expanded. Popularity score source filtering, Asia, Japan. Popularity points gained, minus 3,120. Popularity points gained, minus 4,399. But Azu's gaze was drawn to another set of data, which showed that the positive popularity he received was 10 times that of the negative popularity in Japan. The sources are a large landmass country in Asia and 2 small peninsula countries. Popularity points gained, plus 42520. Popularity points gained, plus 32421. Popularity points gained, plus 41,122. Open your phone. And you'll see videos of Homelander smashing Mount Fuji being wildly shared in these areas online. Holy crap, Homelanders are awesome. This punch was for my great-grandmother. Mount Fuji erupting, what kind of incredible plot is this? We suggest increasing the intensity of the attack. The people of my motherland are my gods, I'm a fan now. Azu looked at those comments and almost spilled his can of soda. This is what they call a blessing in disguise. Ashley, ignore the protests in Japan. Just tweet me something like for the peace of the planet. Some sacrifices are necessary. I regret what happened in Tokyo. But I'll do it again next time. Are you sure you want to add that last sentence? Just kidding, delete the last sentence. Change it to, we will provide humanitarian aid, 250 cases of Vought energy drinks. Besides this, another thing that caused a sensation was the serum that the Avengers and Vought heroes were injected with when fighting the powerful alien warriors. Walter stated in the media that the answer to all the mysteries lies in Walter's superpower drink. Various rumors and leaks followed one after another, with some even claiming that the so-called 20-minute version was just a degraded version of the potion. Once you obtain the golden ticket and demonstrate your talent, Walter will unleash the real potion, making you the undisputed superhero from then on. A sweet, cloying smell has always permeated the streets and alleys of New York. That's the taste of water superpower. This is insane. On the assembly line at the waterworks, Dr. Connor watched as bottles of blue liquid were being filled, wiping the sweat from his brow. We've diluted the T-Vex serum 100,000 times. 100,000 times, Dr. Connor said to Ashley beside him. At this concentration, its effect isn't even comparable to Red Bull. It's just sugar water. You might as well just sell sugar water, but they bought it. Dr. and we're a reputable company. T-Vex concentrate must be on the ingredient list. Ashley stared at the report, her eyes fixed on the dollar signs. Look. Last week's sales exceeded Coca-Cola's total sales for the entire quarter. On the screen, news reports are showing panic buying frenzy events in various locations. In the supermarket, people fought over a case of watery drinks. The drains were overflowing with spilled blue liquid. Everyone was fighting over a gold coupon inside the bottle. Gift certificate, I want a gold ticket. I want to go to Vought Tower, I want to be Superman. Even if it's just for 20 minutes. A middle-aged man with a full beard cried out in front of the camera. Water's marketing strategy was simple and aggressive. With such phenomenal sales, the probability of reaching 1 million bottles per bottle was extremely high. Therefore, Walter hid only 5 golden tickets among 1 billion bottles of beverages. This Thanksgiving, 5 lucky winners who draw the gold voucher will be invited to visit Vought's headquarters and receive a genuine T-Vex injection. That was 20 minutes of divine power. A chance for mortals to touch heaven. This kind of temptation is enough to make many people lose their rationality. We are selling hope, Doctor. Azu appeared above the assembly line at some point, watching the busy robotic arms below. This world is so boring. Everyone wants to be the protagonist even for just a second. He picked up a bottle of beverage that had just come off the shelf, twisted it open and took a sip. Too sweet. He frowned. Next time use less sugar and more caffeine. Make them more excited. Yes, sir. Washington, D.C. The fireplace in the White House office was burning brightly, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. President Matthew Ellis personally poured Azu a cup of black tea, an extremely rare honor in White House history. Azu sat on the sofa, holding a cup of the president's treasured black tea, looking as relaxed as if he were at home. Anthony, do you know what? The polls show my approval rating is 30% higher than that idiot Thomas. Ellis pointed to the reports on the table, grinning from ear to ear. Voters absolutely love your last line of defense video. They think this administration is the toughest in history. The door opened and Ashley rushed in, carrying an encrypted satellite phone. Excuse me, gentlemen. Ashley glanced at the president, then turned to Azu. Mr. Star, it's General Ross on the phone. What are they trying to do? Azu asked, feigning ignorance. They've submitted a letter of intent to purchase. Ashley's voice was soft, but remarkably clear in the quiet office. The military wants Vought to provide 500 TVEX rifles to form a special forces unit. They're willing to pay a high price and even give Vought the green light on certain regulatory policies. President Ellis's expression changed. If the military bypasses him and makes a deal with Vought, what cards will his president have left? He needs this force to consolidate his position, not to let those warmongers in the military use it to cause trouble everywhere. Azu glanced at Ellis, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He didn't answer the phone instead. He reached out and pressed the speakerphone button. I am a citizen of my motherland. General Ross's gruff voice came from the other end of the phone. Homelander. This is Thaddeus Ross. We need to talk about that drug. I know you have it. Don't try that scarcity tactic with me. The military can give you any resources you want. As long as you, General Ross. Azu interrupted him, her voice calm yet firm. I think you've misunderstood. TVEX has no stock. What? Ross's voice rose 8 octaves. Are you kidding me? We saw it on TV. That's the last batch, Azu said slowly. Looking at President Ellis, moreover, given the special nature and strategic value of TVEX, Vought has already made its decision. All TVEX production will be classified as top secret. We will not sell to the military, nor will we sell to the public. Ross was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. Then roared, you want to keep it all for yourself. Star, this is national security material. I have the right to requisition it. We only have one buyer, Azu interrupted him again. The entire quota of TVEX, which Vought Labs can currently produce only 10 vials per month, has been transferred to the White House, under the sole control of President Matthew Ellis. This General Ross was stunned. President Ellis was also stunned. He suddenly raised his head, looked at Azu, and the surprise in his eyes instantly turned into ecstasy. So General, Azu said into the phone, if you want the medicine, please submit a report to the president. We will only ship it after he signs it off. Beep. Azu hung up the phone. There was a 2-second silence in the office. Then President Ellis burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That old man rose. I can just imagine how red his face is right now. Ellis looked at Azu with gratitude and a sense of empowerment in her eyes. 10 vials of medicine, although there aren't many. It means that only he holds the key that can create super soldiers. The military wants it, beg me. Congress wants it, beg me. This is a scepter that Azu gave him, Anthony. Ellis stood up, walked around the desk, and grasped Azu's hand tightly. You're not just a hero, you're a true patriot. I just want to make sure this power is in the right hands. Azu said with a smile, like you, don't worry. Ellis returned the favor and immediately offered his own chips. I've already reviewed the Superhero Registration Act that Vought submitted earlier. The president walked back to the table, picked up the thick document, and flipped directly to the last page. Some of the terms are indeed quite bold. For example, granting qualified immunity to water heroes. Qualifying immunity, also known as a license to kill, means that collateral damage or even death caused by a Vought hero during a mission will be considered justifiable tactical action and will be exempt from criminal prosecution. This will face significant resistance in Congress, which means that Walter has to some extent become a legally authorized institution of violence. Ellis looked at Azu. Resistance is meant to be broken. Azu said calmly, like the Dark Elf Fleet. Well said. Ellis picked up the pen and signed his name on the document. I will use my presidential privilege to expedite this bill. Next week I will be giving a speech on Capitol Hill. I hope you will be standing next to me. It is my honor, Mr. President. The highly anticipated Who's Next superhero has finally come to its finale. The results of the referendum are in. First place, Peter Romaksimov, With his outstanding good looks and roguish charm, coupled with his heroic moments of risking his life to save others in actual combat, he has become a new generation of hero and idol. Second place, Angela the Fiery Lady. Beauty is justice. And with those stunning fire effects, she is the dream girl of countless otaku. Third place, Fastball Robbie Baldwin. Although his appearance was a bit outdated, his honest and simple nature of being a meat shield for his teammates won the hearts of mommy fans. Fourth place, Wade Wilson. Although he used all sorts of profanity and even showed his buttocks during his live streams, his indomitable spirit and his ability to stay funny even on the battlefield, this sense of authenticity as an anti-hero, unexpectedly hit the sweet spot for contemporary audiences. And the remaining seat. Fifth place, the Invisible Man Shabai Loden. This result surprised everyone, because he never showed his face in actual combat. Physically speaking, he remained invisible until the very end, and no one ever saw him. He was like a ghost, always invisible. But on the battlefield, several key shots captured scenes of pebbles about to hit civilians mysteriously stopping in midair, or dark elf soldiers being tripped up for no apparent reason. Sontazens launched a Find the Idiot meme campaign, which somehow managed to get him into the top 5 with this. The brand new Super 7 has officially taken shape. Captain Homelander Antonis Starr. Vice Captain Jewel Woman Jessica Jones. Players Pietro Angela Wade Robbie Shabby. This is the new Super 7. Azu looked at the list in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Including Jessica and me, that makes 7, get ready. The Super 7's global debut is in 3 weeks. He gave Ashley the order. With everything arranged, Azu sat alone in his office. All right, it's time to treat myself. System, initiate a second blind box draw. Current special popularity value, 98,500. Consumed 60,000, opening a flash of light. The first box exploded. 2 extremely cool-looking pistols appeared in his hands. One was as black as ink, the other as white as jade. Items, ebony and white ivory. Feature 1, infinite ammo. Continuously generating energy bullets, physical bullets through magic infusion. Feature 2, unlimited rate of fire. The rate of fire depends entirely on the user's hand speed. As long as the fingers move fast enough, it can achieve the effect of a Gatling gun. Feature 3, aerial combo fire when firing in the air. It has an anti-gravity hang time effect, allowing you to stay in the air longer and look cooler. Feature 4, true damage with Demon Hunter attributes. Deals true damage to demon spirits and dark creatures. Handsome Azu played with the 2 pistols, twirling them around, clearly enjoying them. Although he has thermal vision, that doesn't stop him from thinking dual pistols are cool. What boy doesn't like guns? But after thinking about it, he decided against it. He considered that Homelander's image wasn't suited to using guns, as it would easily ruin his persona. Perhaps it could be given to Wade. But he doesn't have magic, he can't fire bullets. Anyway, keep it for now, it might come in handy someday. He then stored the 2 guns in his magical space. Immediately afterwards, the second box exploded. A light fluttering note landed in his hand. Item, Earth 1 7-day luxury tour ticket, single round trip. Description, this is a VIP vacation voucher to the parallel universe Earth 1. Wherever you are, tear it open and you can enjoy a 7-day vacation in another world. Effect upon use. The host will disregard all spacetime laws of the current universe and be instantly teleported to Earth 1, carrying all current abilities. Duration, 7 calendar days. Restriction, this is a one-time use item after 7 days. Regardless of the host's state, they will be forcibly teleported back to the coordinates of their initial arrival in the current world. Time is synchronized between the 2 worlds. Note, this universe is known for its simple and honest people and its many talented individuals. Please be mindful of your personal safety. Azu stared at the ticket made of an unknown material, his pupils suddenly contracting. Earth, another Earth. It was carefully stored in the magic space. The value of this thing goes far beyond just a vacation. He quickly calculated in his mind. The Marvel Universe is fraught with danger, Thanos snap. The Celestials Dormammu Star-Lord's father ego. And even the yet-to-be-revealed Galactus. Although he is very strong now, he is not absolutely invincible yet. What if we really find ourselves in a hopeless situation where death is inevitable? This vacation voucher was his last trump card for escaping. For example, the moment Thanos collected all 6 Infinity Stones and was about to snap his fingers. If I just tear this strip, I can instantly jump out of this universe. Come back in 7 days. By then, the snaps effect will have worn off. This is a true life-saving artifact. As for personal safety, even the most dangerous place is still Earth after all. I'm a little superhero over 3 weeks. The new members of the group of 7 experienced the same grueling training camp as Jessica. Their debut moment has finally arrived. Central Park Lawn, New York. This place has been set up as a huge open-air press conference venue. Tens of thousands of spectators pack the place to capacity. And hundreds of media outlets from around the world set up their cameras and microphones in prime locations. A giant V logo floats in midair. This marks the first official appearance of the Super 7. Backend Ashley is adjusting Pietro's collar. Stop fidgeting, you hyperactive person. Jessica patted Pietro's hand. This is a live broadcast. Stop scratching around like a monkey. I'm just nervous, boss. Pietro took deep breaths. So many people, more than the marches in Sokovia. Hey. Quickdraw guy Wade chimed in, adjusting his mask in the mirror to make his face look rounder. Just remember one thing if you forget your lines. Tell a dirty joke, the audience loves that. Don't listen to him. Angela was playing with a small flame in her palm. Just keep smiling, waving, and looking cool. Are you ready, everyone? Azu walked in. He was wearing his signature uniform. His cape was spotless. And he exuded a powerful and composed aura. This is our debut. Azu looked around at the group of problem children. Don't mess it up, especially you, Wade. Azu pointed at Deadpool. If you dare take your pants off on stage, I'll slice them up and feed them to the dogs. Roger that, sir. My belt is welded shut, Wade saluted. Enter the game, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the new era of water. The enormous stage slowly cracked open, dry ice erupted. And several accompanying drones were even scattering gold dust. This is the official debut performance of the Super 7. First, let's welcome. He's as fast as a silver lightning bolt. A speed demon from Eastern Europe, Quicksilver. A streak of silver light circled the arena 3 times in an instant. And the resulting wind pressure flipped up the skirts of all the girls in the front row. Peter Romaximov stood in the center of the stage, right next to the absolute center position. He changed into a new battle suit designed by Vought, made of a streamlined silver-gray material, with an abstract lightning bolt symbol on his chest. His hair was styled in a roguish way, and a pair of cool goggles were worn on his forehead. Whoosh, Pietro whistled at the camera, his eyes gleaming with a flippant glint, actually. During the backstage makeup session, he and Joe argued for a full 10 minutes over the name Quicksilver. A bullet, seriously. Pietro waved his hands at Azu's retreating figure. That sounds like a condom brand. And bullets can't even catch my shadow, no. I don't want to be called Bullet Head, I want to be called Quicksilver. I'm called Quicksilver, listen to me, Quicksilver. Quicksilver, Azu raised an eyebrow. Sounds like a washed-up surf brand. Silver is my primary color, Pietro insisted. Either I'm called Quicksilver, or I'll run naked onto the stage. Anyway, I'm fast so nobody can see my bird. Azu stared at him for 3 seconds, then chuckled. Suit yourself, as long as you don't call yourself Quick Gunner. That's a blow to your female fanbase. And one last piece of advice. You'd better stay away from Wade, no standing on the stage. Listening to the deafening roar of Quicksilver. Quicksilver, Pietro felt his blood boiling. He looked down at the thousands of lights below the stage. The waving glow sticks. And the light boards with his name on them, perhaps. Pietro thought. Baron Strucker's mission isn't so urgent. This place is quite nice. The host then continued announcing the program. She is the embodiment of fire. She is a star in the dark night. She wields the fire that Prometheus brought to mankind with unparalleled skill. She is Angela, the fiery lady. Angela rose from the platform enveloped in dazzling flames, her fiery red leather outfit gleaming in the firelight. She blew a kiss to the camera, and a ball of fire exploded in the air, forming a heart shape. Then came Fastball Robbie, who jumped out wearing his special bouncy ball armor. Although his movements were comical, his Chinese letter, honest and simple smile was very endearing. Then came the transparent man, who was completely invisible under the lights, although all that could be seen was a microphone floating in the air. The audience still cheered in a very respectful manner. Hi everyone, I'm Shabbai. Even though you can't see me, I've been watching you all. Doesn't that sound a bit creepy? Shut up, you idiot. Azu maintained his smile, forcing out the words through gritted teeth. And you stay away from Wade too. Everything was perfect until Wade Wilson, dressed in a red and black bodysuit, was slowly and laboriously pedaling out from the side of the stage on a pink Hello Kitty tricycle. The entire audience was stunned for a second. Then bursts of laughter erupted. Hi everyone. I'm Deadpool. Wade greeted the camera while pedaling his tricycle. I chose this name myself. It means I might die, but I'll die on my way to serve you. Isn't that romantic? Although I wanted to call myself Big Cousin Wolverine, the copyright fee for that name was too expensive. He rode to the center of the stage, pulled a handful of rainbow candies from between his legs, and scattered them into the audience like flower petals. Eat up, sweethearts, this is Deadpool's love for you. Ashley covered her face backstage. Oh my god. Why did we sign him? The grand finale was naturally the king and queen. Azu, holding Jessica's hand, descended from the sky. Jessica's aloof expression, in contrast to Azu's sun-like smile, created a wonderfully complimentary effect. Homelander's treasure heroine at this moment. The puzzle of the Super 7 is finally complete. Upstate New York. The original reality show training center has completed its renovation. A brand new sign was erected at the entrance. Vought Global Defense and Hero Operations Center. Abbreviation VGID. This will be the largest superhero dispatch hub in the United States, and even the world. This is not just about one department, it's a signal. This signifies that Vought's heroes are ready to intervene in the global security system. The system notification sounded again the moment the nameplate was hung up. Host faction detected to have formally materialized and scaled up. The popular idol group module is officially launched. Rules and regulations 1. Contribution mechanism within your bound organization VGD. 10% of the personal popularity points earned by all officially registered heroes will be automatically deducted and submitted to the host. 2. Joint liability if a member's popularity value drops into negative territory, or if a member dies. The system will deduct 30% of that member's historically accumulated popularity from the host's current popularity value as a penalty. Azu paused slightly in the champagne cup. It's all extra anyway, so it's not a loss. But I still need to keep a closer eye on these brats in the future. The next day inside the enormous command center, hundreds of operators were busy at work. And real-time police reports from various cities flashed on a holographic map. Azu stood behind the glass curtain wall on the second floor, holding a glass of milk, looking at the bustling scene below. Steve Rogers stood beside him, dressed in casual clothes, holding an instructor employment contract in his hand. This place looks very professional. Steve had to admit that Vought was far more efficient than Hield. Of course. Azu took a sip of milk, leaving a white milk stain around his lips, which he licked off. We're a private company, Steve. Private companies don't employ idlers, nor do they engage in bureaucracy. So, Captain, have you thought it through, VGD? Steve frowned slightly. The name sounds like an insurance salesman. Names don't matter, roles matter. Azu sat down opposite him. Steve, there are too many heroes these days. We signed hundreds of those who didn't make it through auditions and sent them all over the country. I can teach them how to win, how to smile in front of the camera, but I can't teach them how to live like a good person. And you, Captain, Azu patted Steve on the shoulder. You need to tell them when to put their fists away and when to help an old lady cross the street. That's why I wanted you to be the head instructor. Any hero who fails your test can forget about getting a license and taking on the job. Steve fell silent. He looked at Azu, even though he knew this man was full of empty talk. But those words truly moved him in SHILD. Those with superpowers would be locked in a refrigerator or subjected to special surveillance. In Walter Altho, it's heavily commercialized at least. They live in the sunlight. If we can instill the right values in these people. All right, Steve sighed, extending his hand. I'll take the job. But let me make this clear, if I don't think someone is fit to be a hero. Even if he's your illegitimate son, I'll fire him. Of course, Azu grasped his hand. You're the instructor, you're in charge. Your annual salary will definitely satisfy you. I don't need that much money. Then donate it to the Veterans Foundation. VGD Training Base. Steve Rogers, wearing a tactical vest and holding a whiteboard, stood in front of the lined-up cadets. His current role is the head instructor of VGD. Listen. Steve's voice echoed across the training ground, clear to everyone without needing a megaphone. In front of the camera, you are stars, you are idols. But on the battlefield, you are just targets. The enemy won't show mercy just because your uniforms look good. Nor will they stop firing just because your fans are screaming. Here, forget about those damn autographs and photos. Learn how to cover your teammates. Learn how to crawl out of a pile of corpses with a broken leg. Did you understand? Understood, sir. Dozens of newly signed city heroes roared in unison. Steve nodded in satisfaction and continued. I know you have superpowers. Some of you are invulnerable to blades and bullets. Some can grow spikes all over their bodies. And some can stick out their tongues 3 meters long. But in my eyes, you're just kids waving loaded guns around randomly. Superheroes are more than just flexing muscles. They are about judgment, restraint, and protection. Steve pointed to the simulated tactics board behind him. Lesson 1: Collateral damage control. If you destroy an entire street just to catch a petty thief, you're not a hero, you are a jerk. Just as Azu was engrossed in watching Steve train, the new recruits through the floor-to-ceiling window. The office door was pushed open. Ashley burst in looking utterly devastated. Mr. Homelander, something's happened. Has the sky fallen? Ashley asked. It's worse than the sky falling. Ashley waved her tablet, exasperated. Wade, that freak. He's gone. Azu raised an eyebrow. Just 2 hours ago received his first signing bonus. $5 million, Ashley screamed. And then he vanished. We can't get through on the phone. And the GPS shows his locator was thrown into the belly of a dead fish in the Hudson River. Azu squinted his eyes. That brat. What should we do then? Should we launch a citywide manhunt? Ashley stomped her feet in frustration. No need, he's no longer in New York. Azu waved his hand dismissively. Let him be, but sir. He's a member of the group of 7. This is a breach of contract. Ashley, Azu interrupted her. Don't you know Wade? He's a mad dog. If you lock him in a cage, he'll chew through the bars. Azu sneered. Once he squandered all the money, or gotten into some insurmountable trouble, he'll climb back up. Then I'll let him know what the strictest father is. Release a statement saying Deadpool is on a top-secret overseas mission. Don't let the media think we can't control him. Yes, sir. Washington, D.C. Tri-Wing Building. Alexander Pierce sat in his office with a cup of coffee that had gone cold in front of him. Outside his window, a giant advertisement floating on a drone faced him, displaying Homelander's arrogant smiling face. As if silently mocking him, it's been 2 months. Pierce's voice was low and laced with suppressed anger. For 2 whole months, those old fogies in the Security Council have been going on and on, talking nonsense. On the sofa opposite him sat Agent Sitwell, constantly wiping the sweat from his brow. "Sir, Vought's influence is too great," Sitwell said nervously. "Ever since President Ellis's speech on Capitol Hill, most member states have been inclined to purchase Vought's defense services. Some council members even proposed reducing SHIL staff and using the funds to support Vought's global expansion. I suspect that Walter has already bribed some of the board members." Pierce abruptly swept the coffee cup to the ground. "If Vought completely monopolizes global defense, SHIELD will have no room to survive, and neither will Hydra. We can't wait any longer." Pierce turned around, his eyes turning ruthless and resolute. "Since they think the world is safe, then let's show them just how fragile it really is." He looked at Sitwell. "Activate the Hydra hibernation teams worldwide." "But sir, that would kill many of us. Sacrifice is necessary for order." Pierce interrupted him coldly. "We need chaos. Only in chaos and fear will those foolish council members remember the necessity of the Insight Plan." Pierce gave the order. "Target those wavering non-permanent members of the Security Council, such as Japan, Poland, India, and Brazil. Create chaos. Explosions, attacks, assassinations. I want to plunge these countries into panic. I want them to understand that only a preemptive strike like Operation Insight can protect them." "Yes, sir, and what about the continental United States, homegrown?" Pierce narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the computer monitor. That was a promotional photo from Waters' official website. A group photo of several heroes from second-tier cities. "Doesn't Walter have many city guardians? Then let the world see just how vulnerable their guardians are. Sitwell, go and awaken the Winter Soldier. It's time to teach those brats in their bodysuits a lesson. I want everyone to see that if Walter's heroes can't even protect themselves, how can they protect the world?" For the next months, the world was gripped by a strange restlessness. First, a large-scale gas attack occurred in Ginza, Tokyo, resulting in thousands of people being hospitalized with poisoning. Immediately afterwards, several important government buildings in South Africa were razed to the ground by car bombs. Poland's energy pipeline was blown up, plunging half the country into a blackout. Brazil has also seen an armed coup, with the rebels using high-tech weapons of unknown origin. The Security Council is in complete chaos. SOS calls poured into Water International like snowflakes. "Mr. Homelander, we need help, fatherlanders. Please save our people." Azu couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the letters of request from all over the world. "Ashley, plan the route for the group of 7. Jessica and I will go our own way. We don't need to book flights. This is the septuplets' first world tour." Azu stood up and straightened his cloak. "We're going to be saviors. Notify the photography department to clean the lenses. At least 200 Hummingbird drones must be deployed in every country the 7-person team passes through." And Sothai's month, the whole world saw that red and blue figure. Each appearance was accompanied by thunderous cheers. His global popularity is also visibly rising, however. While Azu was enjoying the cheers of floods and tsunamis around the world, a shadow was quietly spreading over the American mainland. Chicago, late at night, the rain was torrential. The Windy City Guardians team, consisting of 3 city heroes contracted by Vought, is currently hiding in a container in an abandoned factory. "Damn it, who's that? Is that guy even human?" Captain Iron Arm Joe clutched his severed left arm. His arm was as hard as steel, yet it had been broken by that person's. "I didn't see it clearly." Another hero, Sonic Girl, trembled. "He was like a mechanical ghost. Even my sonic attacks couldn't budge him." Thump. A heavy footstep landed on top of the container. The 3 looked up in alarm. Lightning ripped across the night sky. A man wearing a half-face mask, whose left arm gleamed with a cold metallic light, was looking down at them. "Go to hell, you be *****D. The eye of the storm in the trio raised his hand and fired an air cannon. But just before he swung his arm, the Winter Soldier had vanished. He leaped down, moving as fast as a black cheetah, without adjusting his posture in midair. The Winter Soldier's mechanical left arm slammed directly into the container wall, using the force to change direction and avoid the continuous bombardment from the eye of the storm. It landed and tumbled, bangs bangs. Two muffled gunshots rang out. A cloud of blood mist burst from the eye of the storm's thigh, and he screamed as he collapsed to his knees. The Sonic Woman's amplifier was precisely shattered by the bullet, and the enormous feedback noise made her roll on the ground, covering her ears. The Winter Soldier stepped over the eye of the storm without expression, without hesitation, without wasting words. He raised the gun, aimed it at his forehead, and was about to pull the trigger, drink up. In that instant, a huge black shadow crashed down with a whooshing sound. Bang, the shot missed, grazing the woman's scalp before hitting the concrete and sending sparks flying. Iron Arm Joe, this muscular man, who usually only shows off his biceps in front of the camera, now resembles an enraged bull. He clenched his right fist and slammed it hard against the Winter Soldier's gun. The immense force smashed the M4A1 carbine into pieces, which were scattered all over the ground. The Winter Soldier's eyes flickered slightly, and he instantly executed a tactical retreat. Creating distance, he looked at Iron Arm Joe. The man whose left arm he had broken and who had been groaning in pain was now completely healed, and even looked a size thicker than before. An empty syringe lay at my feet, T-Vex. That was a T-Vex that Iron Arm Joe had painstakingly acquired in the VGD store using hero points he had saved up for 2 whole months, plus the Black Friday first purchase discount. I originally intended to keep it to save my life, or to use it during the next performance review, FKU. You freak with that mechanical arm. Iron Arm Joe was panting heavily, white mist coming out of his nostrils, a sign that his body temperature was rising rapidly. Do you know how expensive this thing is, huh? He roared as he charged out, his footsteps cracking the concrete beneath his feet. I'm going to rip your arm off and stuff it up your asterisk. With the help of T-Vex, his speed and strength increased dramatically. The punch, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, went straight for the Winter Soldier's face. Instead of taking the hit head-on, the Winter Soldier leaned back slightly, pivoted on his heels, and executed a perfectly executed Sambo evasive maneuver. The force of the punch grazed past his mask. The Winter Soldier's mechanical left arm shot out instantly, grabbing Iron Arm Joe's wrist and attempting to deflect the force using a joint lock. It remained completely still. He's gotten stronger, the Winter Soldier concluded. Get out of here. Iron Arm Joe roared and swung his hand back. The immense force sent the Winter Soldier flying, crashing into a container 5 meters away with a loud bang, leaving a large dent in the metal. Ha ha ha, see that? That's power, that's Walter's power. Iron Arm Joe felt invincible. The omnipotent feeling brought on by the drug intoxicated him, and he felt no fear whatsoever. He strode toward the Winter Soldier, ready to deliver the final blow to this damned killer. However, when he walked up to the container, nobody's here, only that large sunken pit. Where is that damn masked man? Damn it, come out here. Coward Joe frantically smashed everything around him, trying to force the enemy out. Whoosh. A flashbang grenade rolled to his feet. What? Upon hearing the sound, Iron Arm Joe hurriedly turned around. Boom. The bright light and loud noise instantly robbed him of his sight and hearing. Area of my eyes. Iron Arm Joe covered his eyes and flailed his fists wildly, each punch piercing the air but hitting nothing. The Winter Soldier hung like a ghost in the shadows atop the container. He coldly watched Iron Arm Joe below, who was going berserk. As Hydra's most perfect weapon, he never fights unprepared battles, much less confront a monster in a drug-induced frenzy. The Winter Soldier removed a magnetic mine from his tactical vest. It was originally intended for blowing up tanks. He did not attack Iron Arm Joe with a flick of his wrist. The landmine arced through the air and landed nearby next to the Sonic Woman who was trying to get up. Drip drip, the red light is flashing. No, Amy. Iron Arm Joe has gone mad, that's his goddess. Upon hearing the sound, I instinctively rushed over. Don't move, he lunged at the sonic woman. Covering her with his body, which was enhanced by the drug. Boom, the explosion engulfed the two figures. Iron Arm Joe's back was blasted to pieces. But the regenerative abilities provided by T-Vex had begun to visibly repair the wounds. Cough cough, damn it. He spat out a mouthful of cement debris. Then rolled behind cover with the Soundwave girl in his arms. Don't go out, Joe, he'll kill us. The sonic woman cried out, I know, I know. Iron Arm Joe glanced at the watch on his wrist. The medication will remain effective for another 10 minutes. And that damned assassin never even fought him head-on. M4 carbine bullets rained down from above, pinning them down and preventing them from raising their heads. And as soon as Iron Arm Joe leaves, his teammates will immediately be attacked. The Winter Soldier kept moving and changing positions, using the terrain traps and psychological tactics to slowly whittle down the remaining time of the enraged bull. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 8 minutes. Iron Arm Joe's breathing grew heavier and heavier. That invincible sense of power began to fade, and a deep-seated emptiness gradually emerged. Damn it. The drug's effect is wearing off. Iron Arm Joe felt his knees buckle, his strength receding like the tide. He staggered and almost fell to his knees. In the shadow of the shipping container, the Winter Soldier stepped forward. He noticed the prey's weakness. Click. He changed to a new magazine, and the robotic arm gripped a tactical knife. Harvest time. The Winter Soldier leaped down from the height this time. Instead of dodging, he charged straight at the exhausted Iron Arm Joe. Wah! A roar of engines sounded like thunder. A blinding beam of searchlight descended from the sky. Enveloping the Winter Soldier, a strong wind was blowing. A Vought Nightingale fighter jet, indigenously developed by Vought, hovered at low altitude, with a huge VJD logo printed on its fuselage. Put down your weapons. An authoritative command came from the loudspeaker. The Winter Soldier looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. They didn't stop, instead quickened his pace, changing his thrusting motion from a stab to a throw. Aiming straight for Iron Arm Joe's eye socket, clang. A red, white, and blue shield flew in with a graceful arc, precisely deflecting the deadly dagger. Immediately afterwards, the shield bounced off and smashed into the Winter Soldier's chest. The Winter Soldier swung his mechanical arm, forcefully deflecting the shield. But this also cost him the opportunity to attack. Thump. A tall figure jumped off the fighter jet and landed directly between Winter Soldier and Iron Arm Joe. The smoke and dust cleared. Steve Rogers caught the rebounding shield, slowly stood up, and the star emblem on his chest stood out prominently under the searchlight. I don't like your way of doing things, Steve said in a deep voice. Stay away from my students. The Winter Soldier remained silent. He looked at Captain America and tilted his head. Beneath the mask, something seemed to flicker in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Task: eliminate the target. Secondary objective: if outmatched, retreat. The Winter Soldier assessed the situation. The man with the shield is very strong, and the heavy machine gun on the fighter jet is aimed. Withdraw without hesitation. The Winter Soldier turned and ran like a cheetah in the dark, rushing towards the outer perimeter in 3 strides. Stop right there. Steve hadn't expected the other party to run away so decisively. He hurled his shield with a sudden thud. The vibranium shield sliced through the night, heading straight for the Winter Soldier's back. The Winter Soldier heard the wind turned around abruptly and raised his metal left arm. Smack. A deafening clang of metal clashing. What happened next shocked Steve. The assassin actually managed to firmly grasp the rapidly spinning vibranium shield. The shield hummed slightly in his metal palm, remaining completely still. The Winter Soldier gripped his shield and, through the darkness, gave Steve a long, penetrating look. Those eyes, indifferent, empty, yet with a damnably familiar feeling. Steve was stunned. Who are you? Before he could even ask, The Winter Soldier used his waist to generate power and swung his arm violently. Buzz! The shield flew back with even greater force than it had come. Steve instinctively raised his hands to catch it. Bang! The tremendous impact propelled him backward nearly a meter across the slippery ground, leaving his arms slightly numb, such strength. When Steve lowered his shield and looked up again, the place was deserted. Captain, instructor. Iron Arm Joe behind him let out a painful groan. The effects of the drug had completely worn off, and the strong side effects left him feeling weak all over. His limbs twitching, Steve looked away, suppressing the inexplicable unease in his heart. Hang in there, kid, you'll be all right. So, you're telling me that 3 superheroes with superpowers were wiped out by a killer with a carbine and a knife? Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the sun was shining brightly, and the beach was bustling with activity not far behind Azu. A meticulously planned counterterrorism operation was coming to an end. He herded hundreds of local militants to the center of the square like sheep, where they surrendered to the cameras. Walter's photography team is capturing Azu's majestic back view from multiple angles. Yes, sir. Ashley looked tense on the other end of the screen, the background showing a busy command center. That attacker was very professional, not an ordinary criminal, and this is the 3rd one this week: Detroit, Seattle, Chicago. Someone is hunting down our city's heroes. Although no one has died yet, it's all because of the T-Vex. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hunting? Azu scoffed, taking off his sunglasses. Don't use such fancy words, this is called training. Those rascals, all they do after starting their jobs is sign autographs and take photos. They've completely forgotten about training. It's only a matter of time before they're exposed when they run into a real tough opponent. Azu took a sip of the fresh milk Jessica handed him, completely unconcerned. Steve Rogers is taking this very seriously now. Ashley said cautiously it's one of his students, and he said he'd investigate it personally. He suspects the other person has been modified with a super serum. Let him be. Azu waved his hand, stood up, and gave the tourists in the distance a sunny smile, eliciting screams from a group of girls. As for that iron-armed killer, a hint of disdain flashed in Azu's eyes. Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, a tool used by Hydra to do the dirty work, and Captain America's eternal white moonlight. After being whitewashed, became a weakling, and of course, he still is. Don't bother me with such a small thing. Many Brazilians who saw the news broadcast spontaneously came and gathered around, waving and cheering at Azu. Azu gave a thumbs up to the tourists below and continued to respond. I'm very busy right now, busy saving the world. Busy building a reputation for Vought to be worth hundreds of billions. Let Steve play this cat and mouse game by himself. Tell him that since he's his student, he has to be responsible for him to the end. Just do your best to accommodate his needs. Understood, sir. This will be a touching reunion, won't it? Azu chuckled to himself, communication cut off. Azu put his phone into his magical space and turned to walk towards the crowd. All right, Rio, let me hear your voices, tell me. Who is the real hero? Fatherlanders. No, you, amidst a tsunami of cheers. Azu opened his arms wide, basking in the endless stream of popularity points. VGD Command Center, upstate New York. Steve Rogers sat at the front of the conference room, looking at the photos on the screen. That's a close-up of the on-site investigation. The red star on that metal arm was particularly glaring under the light. Team leader, Ashley walked over carrying her tablet. Based on your description, I compared it with global intelligence databases. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, bringing up an encrypted file. This isn't an ordinary criminal. The technology behind this metal arm, it's very old, like something from the Soviet era. Furthermore, our technical department used a special facial recognition algorithm. Although he was wearing a mask, we could still tell from his skeletal structure. Ashley paused, looking at Steve with some hesitation. What are the comparison results? Steve's voice was somewhat low. There are no matches. but the pattern he appears in is very similar to that of a legendary ghost assassin. An old black and white file popped up on the screen. That was decrypted from SHIELD. When Skye was still alive, file code Winter Soldier. Over the past 50 years, although there is no conclusive evidence, witnesses have claimed to have seen a man with a metal arm at the scenes of the Kennedy assassination, the Iranian hostage crisis, and several key political assassinations. He's like a ghost, Ashley whispered, but SHIELD. So official stance is, it's just an urban legend. Steve looked at the file, his fingers gently tracing the blurry black and white figure on the screen. That sense of familiarity welled up in my heart again. That look in her eyes, but he wasn't sure. I need more information, Steve said in a deep voice. All the information about this Winter Soldier. These are all the decrypted data in SHIELD's database, Ashley shrugged. Perhaps you should go directly to Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. With his authority, he can definitely give you the answer. Then go find him. Steve picked up his shield and strode toward the door. Captain. Ashley approached and handed Steve a small black device. This was left behind by Mr. Starr, he said. This might be useful if you're going to see an old friend. It was a mechanical device no bigger than a fingernail. What's this, a universal decoder? Ashley lowered her voice, a new product from WaterTech. Theoretically, it can rewrite the underlying logic of most electronic locks. If necessary, it can also become a small electromagnetic pulse bomb. Steve looked at the little thing, remained silent for a moment and then put it in his pocket. Thanks, Washington, D.C. Tri-Wing Building. Steve, wearing his conspicuous uniform, pulled up on his motorcycle in front of the building. Once inside SHIELD, they encountered no obstacles. After all, he's Captain America, Captain Rogers. The elevator doors opened, and Brock Rumlow stood inside with a strange smile on his face. Long time no see, are you here to see the bureau chief? Steve nodded and stepped into the elevator. Is he there? You know, the director is always busy, Rumlow said, pressing the elevator button for Captain America. But you're lucky he just got back. The elevator slowly ascended. The atmosphere in the cramped space was somewhat oppressive. Steve stood with his hands behind his back, staring straight ahead. But he could sense that Rumlow's hand was constantly resting on the holster at his waist. How's work lately, Rumlow? Steve suddenly asked. Not bad, Rumlow shrugged. Just cleaning up after Walter and his gang of stars. Keeping order, you know, chores, that's good. Steve turned and glanced at him. Don't forget who you work for, of course. Rumlow smiled for peace, ding. The elevator has arrived. Steve stepped out of the elevator without looking back. Rumlow watched Steve's retreating figure, his smile instantly vanishing, his eyes turning cold. Director's office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, there should have been standing the bald, one-eyed man in the black trench coat. But now there's no one there, Frey. Steve walked into the office frowning, team leader. The sound came from behind. It wasn't Nick Fury but Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, now the Secretary General of the UN Security Council, is smiling at Steve. Pierce. Steve looked puzzled. I thought Fury would be here, Nick. Pierce took off his glasses and wiped them. Nick's a very busy man. He's been, well, dealing with some very sensitive personal matters lately. Private matters, you know. Old spies always have secrets they don't want others to know. Pierce stood up, walked over to Steve and said, Is there anything I can help you with, Captain? I'm here to check a file, Steve said, looking directly at Pierce about the Winter Soldier. Pierce's eye twitched slightly, but he quickly concealed it. The Winter Soldier. Pierce laughed. That's a ghost story, Captain. A Cold War era rumors. If you want to hear a story, I can recommend a few good novels. I saw him, Steve didn't smile, in Chicago. He has a metal arm and his combat skills are from the military. Pierce's smile gradually faded. He walked to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of whiskey. Captain, sometimes it's better for everyone to let bygones be bygones. I just want to know the truth, Pierce said. His back to Steve is usually ugly and dangerous. Perhaps you can wait until Fury comes back. Maybe he can tell you the truth. Where is Fury? I said it's a private matter, yeah. Steve looked at Pierce and suddenly gave him a meaningful look. That's strange. Just before I arrived, Fury contacted me via encrypted channel. Steve started lying. Looking directly into Pierce's eyes, something Azu had taught him. Look the other person in the eye when you lie. He said that if I couldn't find him one day, I should go to the 12th basement level of the archives. He left me a gift there. Oh, is that so? Pierce said calmly. Since it's Nick's arrangement, then go ahead and take it. As long as you have the authority, I have it. Steve chuckled softly. Of course I have it. After saying that, he turned and left. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Steve went inside and pressed the button for the first floor of the elevator. However, the moment the elevator doors closed, he quickly pulled a decoder out of his pocket and stuck it on the control panel. Target reset basement 12 archives at that very moment. Pierce picked up the phone on the table and dialed an internal line. He knows, don't let him leave. The elevator began to descend. Steve breathed a sigh of relief. The things Anthony gave him were indeed useful. Just then the elevator stopped. Ding, the door opened. Brock Rumlow entered with 4 burly operatives. They were wearing tactical vests, their hands resting near their holsters. Captain. Rumlow nodded, a forced smile on his face. Would you mind giving me a ride? Steve nodded, said nothing, and moved further into the corners. The elevator continued to descend. Ding. It stopped again. 5 more agents squeezed in. The cramped elevator car instantly became incredibly crowded. Steve looked at these people. No one was looking at him, but everyone's muscles were tense. Some people's hands are slowly moving towards their lower backs, while others are adjusting the position of the stun gun. None of them pressed the floor button. Steve's gaze swept over them. He was calculating silently in his mind. 10 people. The one on the left has a stun gun. The unknown piece of equipment on the right that resembles a briefcase. Rumlow kept his hands on his holster. Steve lowered his head and looked at the floor. He sighed inwardly. Before we begin. He slowly raised his head, his face calm and composed, revealing only a quiet fighting spirit. Does anyone else want to go out? Attack, Rumlow roared. The 2 agents beside him suddenly pulled out electromagnetic handcuffs, trying to lock Steve's wrists. Another agent brandished a stun gun and thrust it straight at Steve's lower back. Steve, however, did not rebel as they had expected. He simply pressed a button on a black device. Sizzle smack. A piercing crackling sound of electricity rang out inside the enclosed elevator car. Slap slap. The electromagnetic handcuffs in the hands of the 2 agents short-circuited instantly, lost their magnetism, and turned into 2 pieces of scrap metal. The indicator light on the stun gun went out, and it became an ordinary stick. Even the communication headset in Rumlow's ear emitted a sharp crack, causing him to grimace in pain. On my ears. What's going on? Taking advantage of the momentary chaos that engulfed the Hydra agents due to equipment malfunction, Steve moved. Let's do it, Rumlow roared. The cramped elevator car instantly transformed into a gladiatorial arena. Steve Rogers, the man who used Nazis as punching bags during World War II, gave these Hydra agents no chance. Bang. He kicked the agent on the left in the knee, and the sound of bone cracking was clearly audible. The moment the man fell, Steve grabbed his tactical vest and used him as a human shield to slam him into the right flank of the agent who was about to draw his gun. The 2 rolled around in a ball. Rumlow drew his dagger, but before he could even raise his hand, the edge of the red, white, and blue vibranium shield had already sliced into his wrist. Click, Rumlow screamed as the dagger flew from his hand. Steve didn't stop. He used the confined space to deliver elbow strikes, knee strikes, shield bashes, and hooks. Each blow was accompanied by a dull thud of flesh colliding. 15:30. There were no more Hydra agents standing in the elevator. Steve stepped on the edge of the vibranium shield. Which bounced up, he caught it and it reattached to his arm. Rumlow, clutching his broken wrist, leaned against the corners. His eyes filled with malice. "This isn't over, Captain. You're not leaving SHIELD, I don't think so." Steve turned around and smashed the elevator's control panel with his shield. Sparks flew everywhere. The elevator, which was descending at high speed, suddenly stopped. And the sudden braking caused all the people who had fallen to the ground to tumble again. Squeak! The elevator was stuck in midair. At approximately the 15th floor, Steve looked up, his gaze piercing through the elevator glass, where he could see the clear Washington sky and the Potomac River. "Sorry, please send the repair bill to water." He took 2 steps back, raised his shield, and charged forward. Splash! The reinforced glass shattered upon impact with the vibranium shield. Steve Rogers leaped from a height of tens of meters like an eagle spreading its wings. A fierce wind howled. He adjusted his posture in midair, curling his body behind the shield. Boom! His body crashed heavily onto the plaza on the first floor of the SHIELD building. The immense impact caused the marble floor to crack like a spiderweb. But he easily rolled forward and stood up unharmed. Without any hesitation, he rushed toward the Harley-Davidson motorcycle parked at the edge of the square. The engine roared. Steve ducked low, twisted the throttle to the floor, and the motorcycle shot off like an arrow toward the Roosevelt Bridge. Damn it, he got away. In the SHIELD command center, Sitwell watched the monitor, his expression tense. "Seal off the bridge, don't let him leave the DC. Deploy Quinjet fighters, Theodore Roosevelt Bridge." Steve leaned over the motorcycle and twisted the throttle to the floor. Pierce's fake smile and the secret agents who suddenly drew their knives in the elevator were still echoing in his mind. He recognized most of them. They were comrades in arms who had fought alongside him during the Chitauri invasion. Betray. This taste is even more piercing than ice water in the dead of winter. Sudden buzz. A tremendous roar of turbines pressed down from overhead. Shadows loomed over the bridge, a SHIELD. Quinjet hovered directly in front of him, blocking his path. The Gatling gun beneath the nose of the aircraft slowly rotated, its dark muzzle locking onto the speeding motorcycle. Steve Rogers stopped the car immediately. "Or we will use lethal force." The pilot's chilling warning came through the loudspeaker. Steve didn't slow down. Instead, he gripped the handlebars tighter. "Then let's go." He held his shield forward with one hand, ready to withstand the impending hail of bullets. Just as the machine gun was about to unleash its fire, bang! An invisible air cannon shot came from the river below the bridge without warning and hit the left wing of the Quinjet fighter jet precisely. The immense impact caused the hovering fighter jet to lose its balance instantly, tilting to the right. This tilt caused a burst of bullets from the machine gun to hit the river, creating a water column several meters high. "What's going on?" the fighter pilot shouted in panic. "Unidentified attack encountering." Before he could even stabilize the aircraft, a burst of extremely sharp high-frequency sound waves followed immediately. The sound was like an invisible drill, shattering the reinforced glass of the Quinjet's cockpit. The pilot screamed in agony, blood flowing from his ear canals as he desperately tried to control the fighter jet's attitude and pull upwards. "It's not over yet, Big Bird," a gruff voice rang out. Whoosh! A steel cable with an alloy grappling hook shot out from under the bridge and firmly gripped the tilted wing of the fighter jet. Immediately afterwards, the steel cable taut, with the sound of the winch turning. A strong figure leaped up from under the bridge along the steel cable and used the momentum to jump onto the back of the Quinjet. Iron Arm Joe, his strong arms were raised high. "Get down." Boom! The iron fist slammed heavily onto the fighter jet's turbine engine. Sparks flew everywhere and engine blades shattered. The Quinjet lost power, belched black smoke and spun as it crashed into the Potomac River. Boom! A huge splash of water erupted. Iron Arm Joe leaped a split second before his fighter jet crashed into the river. landing steadily on the bridge at the same time. Two other figures also climbed onto the bridge. One is a woman holding a sound wave amplifier, the sound wave woman. The other is a man wearing goggles. His hands circling the airflow, the eye of the storm. It was the Wind City Guardians trio that Steve had rescued from the Winter Soldier that night. Steve slammed on the brakes and the motorcycle came to a stop, leaving a black mark on the roads. He looked at the three young men, panting heavily and even bearing old wounds with surprise. "You instructor," Iron Arm Joe grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and gave Steve a somewhat perfunctory salute. "I heard you've run into some trouble." "What are you doing here?" Steve asked. "Manager Ashley said you were visiting friends in Washington, and we happen to be here doing rehabilitation training." The Sonic woman tossed her hair. "We think you might need some backup. Although we were second-rate heroes who were eliminated." Windeye adjusted his glasses. "We also know what it means to repay kindness. You saved our lives last time." Iron Arm Joe stepped forward, clenching his fist and patting his chest. "This time, consider it interest." Steve looked at them. "These troublemakers, who were fighting over who got to sleep on the top bunk a few months ago in training camp, have now learned to cooperate and to step up in crucial moments. Most importantly, they stood on their own side. After being betrayed by Shield, he was deeply comforted by the warmth of comrades in arms that he received from three Vought heroes. "Thanks." Steve gave a solemn salute. "Salute to you, my instructor." The three returned the salute in unison. Sensi climbed over the railing, jumped into the river, and drove their speedboat away into the waterway. Steve restarted the engine and glanced at the triangular winged building behind him. A symbol of power, it then sped off towards upstate New York. The next morning, a meticulously planned media bombshell has been detonated across the United States. The same news story was everywhere on major television stations, online media and social media platforms. On the screen is an old black and white photograph. In the photo, a young Steve Rogers is wearing a World War II uniform, but the background has been photoshopped with the Hydra symbol. Next to it were several shocking red characters: Captain America or Captain Hydra. The Fox News anchor is broadcasting with a serious expression. Now a breaking news briefing. Former director of Shield and current Secretary General of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce, just held a press conference in Washington. The camera cut to the press room of the Tri-Wing building. Pierce stood solemnly at the podium, a video playing on the huge screen behind him. The video shows Steve Rogers attacking agents in an elevator. "It is with great regret that I tell you all," Pierce's voice was heavy, "that our revered Captain America Steve Rogers has betrayed us." The entire audience erupted in uproar. During an internal review, Shield discovered a top-secret file. This file revealed that, back in World War II, after Captain Rogers crashed into the icy sea, he was secretly captured by a branch of Hydra and subjected to decades of brainwashing and modification. The so-called freezing is just a lie to cover up the truth. A series of flawlessly forged documents and photos appeared on the screen. In the photos, Captain America was lying in a Hydra laboratory, his body covered in tubes. Nick Fury, the current director, is the mastermind behind all of this. He is a Hydra spy infiltrating the highest levels of SHI. ELDHE is the one who awakened Captain Hydra, attempting to use him to overthrow world peace and seize power. Boom! This news instantly ignited a public outcry. Is Captain America a Hydra? This is even more absurd than the US president being a Red Square spy. But the evidence and the statements of the former director of SHIELD, now the Secretary General of the Security Council, inevitably raise many doubts. Therefore, Pierce raised his voice, his expression righteous. "I, on behalf of the World Security Council, hereby formally issue a global arrest warrant. Wanted Steve Rogers, wanted Nick Fury. They are extremely dangerous terrorists." Smack. Steve turned off the TV. He wasn't angry, only deeply weary. Captain Hydra, Steve smiled. Riley Pierce. You've really gone to great lengths to destroy me. He's now public enemy number one and, coincidentally, there's nowhere to hide his face in America, Waja. A piercing alarm sounded outside the VGD base. Steve walked to the window outside the base gate. More than 20 black armored vehicles with flashing lights were already parked. That was SHIELD's Rapid Response Special Forces. And also an FBI tactical team. A Quinjet fighter jet was also humming in the air. Listen up, you inside. Get Hydra Captain Steve Rogers out here immediately with his hands raised. Rumlow stood atop an armored vehicle. One arm around his neck and the other holding a megaphone. His face contorted with arrogance. If you don't hand over the person, Vought International will be suspected of harboring international terrorists. And we will forcibly enter the premises to search and arrest them. The moment he finished speaking was attacked by hail, hurricane lightning and other colorful objects, and was forced to flee 200 meters away covering his head. Steve watched all this inside. He didn't want to involve Walter. This was his war with Hydra. He then stood up, straightened his uniform, picked up his shield and walked towards the door. Where are you going, Captain? A voice called out to him. Ashley stood calmly in the middle of the corridor. Mr. Rogers, have you forgotten that you are still the head instructor of VGD? Your employment contract hasn't expired yet. Leaving your post without permission will incur a penalty. Oh, Ashley. Steve gave a wry smile. This is no time for jokes. They say I'm from Hydra and the whole world is after me. So what? Ashley gave a cold laugh. They say you're Hydra, so you are. If they say I'm the Queen of England tomorrow, do I still have to go to Buckingham Palace to be crowned? Steve frowned slightly, but I can't drag you down with me. Damaged? Ashley smiled nonchalantly. Captain, do you have some misunderstanding about Walter? We are Vought International. Our market capitalization now surpasses Boeing's. And our boss is Homelander, who could rub aliens into a volcano. Do you think we'd be afraid of the trash outside? Ashley stepped forward and slapped a document she was holding onto Steve's chest. What is this? Steve was stunned. A new contract, Ashley said, and a letter, Mr. Starr left for you before he left, he said. If you encounter a political crisis, then sign this. Steve was stunned. What was left behind by the people of the motherland? He opened the envelopes. Inside was only a thin sheet of paper with messy handwriting. To the veteran who is still lost, hey Steve. When you read this letter, you've most likely been betrayed by that arrogant and mysterious organization. I'm not surprised. I've said it before. That place is rotten to the core. It can't be fixed. None of these matters. The important thing is that I understand what you're thinking. You're thinking that you're outdated, an antique from the last century, and that your principles and morals seem like a joke in this era. But let me tell you, that's bullshit. The colors will fade. The flags will change. And even the number of stars on the stars and stripes will change. But some things will never change: courage, sacrifice, and the courage to stand firm like a giant tree when faced with injustice. Even if the whole world tells you to step aside. I've always said I'm not a real hero, Steve, you are. What Walter needs is not a thug with a shield. We need a soul. One who can tell those lost youngsters that power is not for showing off, but for protecting the soul. We don't need Captain America. We don't need Captain White House. And we certainly don't need Captain SHIELD. What we need is a captain for the people. Steve signed that damn contract. Fight alongside me. Veteran Anthony Starr. Steve's hands were trembling. Ever since he woke up in the Arctic Ocean, he had always been a stranger. SHIELD was his job. The Avengers were his colleagues. But he had never truly felt a sense of belonging, and now. Steve's eyes welled up with tears. He knew all along. The boss always sees things from the front. Ashley handed her a pen. Sign it, Captain, sign it. And you're a registered superhero of VDG. Protected by the Superhero Registration Act. Arresting you requires a presidential warrant. And President Ellis is an old friend of ours. Steve took a deep breath. He took the pen and solemnly signed his name at the end of the contract. Very good, Ashley put away the contract, a victorious smile spreading across her face. She opened the makeup mirror to check her makeup, then turned and walked towards the door. Now I'll go get rid of those annoying flies outside. Then I'll clear your names. The heavy gate to VGD's base slowly opened. Rumlow was secretly pleased. You guys know what's good for you. However, it wasn't Steve, still in handcuffs, who emerged. Instead, she's a woman with a powerful presence, Ashley. She was followed by dozens of fully armed Vought security personnel, and a dozen or so city heroes who had already changed into combat uniforms. Stop, Rumlow pulled out a pistol and pointed it at her. I don't want to hurt you, ma'ams. But don't do anything irrational, Agent Rumlow, is it? Ashley sneered, holding up the document in her hand. Are you trying to arrest Walter's S-Class registered hero? What? Rumlow was stunned. Steve Rogers is now an S-Class registered hero at Vought Global Defense and Hero Operations Center. Ashley announced loudly. Under the Superhero Registration Act, he enjoys special immunity while performing official duties. If you want to arrest him, please produce a special arrest warrant personally signed by President Ellis. We are SHIELD, the highest law enforcement agency authorized by the Security Council. Rumlow roared, his voice trembling with fear. Our operations do not require White House approval. He certainly didn't have the president's signature. And nowadays, the president is even less likely to sign it. Oh really? Ashley gave a mocking smile. Then you might have forgotten. This is the United States of America. Here we are protected by U.S. law. If you want to force your way in. Ashley's eyes sharpened as she pointed to the group of students behind her. Some with red ice, others covered in spikes, and still others already conjuring fireballs. I think my hero is based on qualified immunity. Would be happy to engage in legitimate self-defense. Rumlow was speechless with anger. Rumlow stared intently at Ashley, his finger trembling on the trigger, but he dared not fire. This is Walt. Overhead, hundreds of drones are broadcasting live. If he fires, let alone whether he'll be torn to shreds on the spot by those heroes in all sorts of tight-fitting suits. Tomorrow SHIELD will definitely be torn down by the surging, angry crowd. A retreat, this isn't over. Rumlow gritted his teeth and gave the order. Cheers and jeers erupted from behind. The convoy turned around and headed back the way it came. However, when the first armored vehicle drove to the gate of the outer perimeter fence, the gate did not lift. An elderly, burly man wearing a suit and smoking a cigar slowly walked out of the car and knocked on the window. What are you doing? Rumlow rolled down the car window and yelled. Parking fee. The burly old man pointed to the sign next to him. What? Rumlow thought he had misheard. Non-internal vehicles and unregistered visitors entering the restricted area are required to pay a land resource occupancy fee. The burly old man said expressionlessly, pointing to a line of small print on the sign. Rumlow looked over. Temporary parking, $500 minute. Are you all insane? Rumlow roared. I'm here to enforce the law. I'm from SHIELD. HILD has to pay too. The burly old man calmly pulled out a timer. You stayed for a total of 45 minutes, which is $22. $500 per vehicle, credit card or cash. Rumlow was so angry he almost ripped the steering wheel off. If you don't hand it over. The burly old man pointed ahead. There are 3 more riot control barriers and spike strips ahead. Hopefully you can maneuver them smoothly. Give me the money. Rumlow yelled at the agent in the passenger seat. Sir, my credit card limit is too low. Then let's pool our money. Everyone take out your wallets. 5 minutes later. After the agents emptied their pockets, the imposing convoy of SHIELD vehicles finally drove away from Vought in silence. Johannesburg, South Africa, the sun was blazing overhead. A raid targeting a terrorist organization has just begun. Azu hovered in midair, having just used his thermal vision to slice through an armored vehicle that was trying to escape. Ding! A pleasant system notification suddenly rang in his mind. System notification, Captain America Steve Rogers detected. Officially registered and joined the Vought Heroes team. Become a contracted hero under the host's name. Special popularity reward, plus 50000. Special physical enhancement reward, American-style perky butt. Additional effect when your back is to the audience. Your charm increases by 50%. And the morale of your allies increases by 30%. Azu was stunned. He was suspended in midair, his entire body frozen. He let the bullets whiz through his chest. But he didn't react at all. What the hells? He was internally ranting and raving. An American-style perky butt. System, are you out of your mind? I risked my life to win over Captain America. And this is what you give me. Even a leadership halo would be nice. What's with giving me a butt? However, the system ignored his roar. A strange surge of heat instantly rushed towards his lower back. The feeling was as if two invisible giant hands were meticulously sculpting and energizing his gluteus maximus. It's tingling, firm, and full of elasticity, hiss. Azu couldn't help but gasp. His body involuntarily stiffening just then. Anthony Jessica Jones flew in from the flank. She had just punched a terrorist wielding a rocket launcher to death. But when she turned around, she saw Azu hanging motionless in the air like a target. Being hit by bullets, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Jessica was startled, thinking he had been hit by some new type of weapon, and quickly flew to his side. Hey, talk to me. She went around behind Azu, wanting to check if there were any wounds on his back. However, the moment she lifted her cloak, her gaze froze. The blue, tight-fitting uniform perfectly covered that area. That curve, that tightness. Jessica's breath hitched for a second. She claims to have watched countless men on YouTube. But what's in front of me, this is simply a work of art. That be *************. Jessica's eyes widened. When did he learn this? This is too. By some strange twist of fate, snap. Jessica's hand firmly gripped that American-style perky buttocks. Feel bouncy, firm, and warm. Jessica's brain short-circuited for a moment. She instinctively pinched at Azu. He turned around abruptly, staring at Jessica behind him in shock. Jessica's hand was still on his buttocks, maintaining that awkward pinching position. Their eyes met in midair. The air froze. The gunshots, explosions and screams around them seemed to disappear. Only awkwardness remained in the air. That Jessica's usually cool and pretty face turned bright red at a visible speed, down to her ears and even her neck. She stammered as she explained, I was just. That was a tactical maneuver, yes. I was checking your uniform for any damage.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.